What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth, and here we go for yet another installment of Shut the Fuck Up. All right, let me get my live goal set up here. Actually, let me share this out to my peeps. I'm gonna share it out to my peoples. Boom. There it is. What's up, y'all? I see you coming in. Kimmy, Gray Fox, how's it going? Tommy Joker, JS, EFAB 0723. All right. Not Kim Possible. Cool. All right, let me move my shit. I gotta get my stuff in order, y'all. So fuck it, we'll do it live. What did they hubby said something. What did she say? Awesome, because the other link was taking too long. Ha. All right, what's up, y'all? Happy Tom with 3 kitties. Meow, meow, meow. Terry. What's up, guys? We're just getting started, so if you just come in here, we literally just started a minute ago. Technically, I was 1 minute late. But I had to do a ear check. Had to fix that. So we're live and going strong now. Thank you, Lauren, for sharing the live. I appreciate it. Share the live, share the love, as they say. And if you haven't done so yet, you can get a subscription. We're looking to get 50 subscribers. That way, once we hit 50 subscribers, people can gift subscriptions to other people, which I think is awesome. Samosa Hillbilly. Nice. Let me say, it says I have access to a live only sticker, but I don't know where the hell that's at. I may only have access to that on the phone. I'm going to try to figure that out for a second. How damn me. Is that No Man 01? Nice. I know, shame me. Reminds me of Game of Thrones. Shame. Walk the plank. Oh, thank you for joining the team. I appreciate that. Oh, that's Lauren. You're already on the team. Sending the daily heart me's. Yeah, don't forget to send the heart me's. Even if you've already hearted me before, you can send another heart me. Thank you. Appreciate that. Love that for her. Hobie, is Hobie in here yet? Oh, nice. Dang it. Those stickers are so small. I can barely see them. I don't know what the hell to do about that. Because if I put one in that's too big, it won't let me upload it. Yeah, I mean, I can barely. It's a W either way. I can see the W for sure. And the Trump baby sticker that I have in there, when somebody posts it, because it was too big and I had to crop it, it looks like a chicken. The sticker, it's a chicken Trump. Trump chicken, that sounds about right. When the world started pushing back against his tariffs, he chickened out. What a little wuss bag. Stephen the Zionist. Interesting. Welcome in, Stephen the Zionist. And thanks for being here, Lauren. Let me actually send you an invite so we can open up these boxes if you want to come in. If not, that's fine. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. Lauren, you are the first. Oh, Yay. No man subscribe. Thank you, Gnome. I appreciate that. Much appreciated. See, now we're 29 out of 50. Westphalian is here. So how did the rest of your life go? Was that good?
It was good. Yeah. Nice. Josh came by. The Miz came by.
Nice.
Yeah, so we just kind of chilled and had a good time.
Yeah, no, that chair looks extremely comfortable.
Oh, it's amazing. I absolutely love that chair so much. Oh, and I get my microphone is coming in today, so
Nice.
I'll be using that tonight.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. Did you get you like
Definitely.
one of the extendable arms? Did you get you one of
No,
these?
so it's one of the wireless ones, like the
Ah,
little portable.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
got you. Yeah, I actually got one of those off the TikTok shop. I have it around here somewhere. It just I don't use my phone a lot. So, in
yeah.
Westphalian, welcome in. How you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So, Lauren, age, location, who you voted for,
34, Texas and Harris.
and Westphalian, same question.
23. I'm from Mexico. Would have voted for Harris.
Nice. Now, are you a
You sound
citizen
so
or
tired.
not of
No,
U.S.? Okay,
no, I'm not. I'm leaving in I think 20 days or so. I no, no, not 20 days. 18 days actually. 18 days.
you're leaving to come to the U.S. from
No.
Mexico.
No, I'm leaving from the United States. Like I was here like 4 months.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Are you? Yeah, I mean, get out while you can. Shit, man. There ain't no. This administration is doing all it can to f this country up. That's all I can say.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
It's very interesting how it's all happening. Like the parallels to 1930s are interesting at the same time, but it's very unique because like this type of ideology like needed to, how do I say, develop so it could actually como que it could actually like go to the forefront instead of just labeling it as Yazis or fascism. Like it needed to develop, and this is the result.
yeah. Well, I mean, we went through the tenets of fascism yesterday. Dude checks all the boxes. So that's people. I think it was Joseph that was arguing yesterday that he's not a fascist. You guys always say that. It's like, nah, this is a little different. I mean, just for anybody that's curious, go look up the definition of fascism, and of course they'll be like, yeah, but Obama. And remember what Biden did? I don't know. The pivoting is crazy. They're all like basketball players. Oh, is this Kathleen Nichols? Hold on. Did somebody get a banana again? Hold on. Kathleen Nichols, I saw your request. Let me. Oh, there you are. It went away and then it came back. Hey, Kathleen, is that Lawyer Bay?
Is that Lawyer Bay? What? That's not. No, lawyer.
Yeah, so your picture is the same picture as Lawyer Bay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's a common one, probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. No, I seen you. I was
No.
like, wait, because she always gets bananaed. She has like 12 accounts. It's crazy. So I didn't know if she had gotten another banana.
No,
Anyway,
it was just user error. Me.
gotcha. Well, welcome in. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah, age, location, who you voted for?
59, Wilmington, North Carolina, and Harris for sure.
Awesome. Well, have you seen the show before? I don't recognize the name.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
the first time I've been here. I've been on many others, but first time here. But it seems like a really good crew here. Like,
yeah, we're building,
down to
trying to
earth.
build something.
My whole conviction throughout these conversations that I have with everyone is that whether we like it or not, Republicans seem to be voting on personality, and they dirty up Harris and make her look weird or whatever, and they won by that. Just personality. People will say, I didn't like her. She wasn't, it was just a matter of between the two, and I ended up voting for him.
Right.
And it's all on personality. It's a deep dive on it, and whether we like it or not, we have to do something about that for the next election.
Yeah, the messaging of Democrats, I think, kind of sucked, and the Republicans, they live off of emotion, and they really pandered to that this time around, didn't
And
they?
it worked.
Yeah, yeah, it's America first. I see you in the comment section. I sent you an invite. You're welcome to come up and say what you want. Josh, welcome in.
Thank you.
Yeah, age, location, who you voted for?
I am 31 years old. I am from Orlando, Florida, and I voted for Trump.
I appreciate you coming on the panel. So
Thanks for having
I
me.
usually give everybody a minute and 15, but we just started. Like, you guys are the first 4 to show up. So do you want to offer any thoughts or anything like that?
Yeah. I guess the inauthenticity of the Democratic Party was very off-putting to me. I feel that I have noticed the signs of Biden's cognitive decline from 4 years ago. He seemed rather sharp back, even as far back as 2016, or as close back if you want to call it. But then 2020, I even started noting it. And throughout that time, it was pretty obvious that the Democratic Party was very much trying to cover up that cognitive decline, and we were lied to. And it was pretty apparent that the American people felt the same way as I did after that first disastrous debate back in June of 2024. And that's when it really started snowballing down for him and the Democrats. And I think that putting in Kamala Harris was quite a bit of damage control, because if you look at the poll averages, Biden was going to get absolutely smoked. And if the Democrats had been doing a good job, they would have still had Joe Biden as president today. Not Kamala Harris, Joe Biden.
Let me ask you this:
Okay.
have you noticed Trump's cognitive decline? Like, you talk about Biden's, but what about Trump's?
I mean, it's really not nearly as obvious, I guess.
No, it's more obvious than
No,
Biden's. He literally says like the most outrageous things: eating cats and dogs, windmills driving the whales batty. Like, what are we talking about here?
So I can actually back up the windmills thing. The windmills actually pretty bad for whale sonar. So whales go by a lot of sonar in the ocean, and when you got windmills that are actually in the ocean too, as part of the infrastructure, they actually mess with the whale sonar.
Okay, no, so that is something that I guess I have never heard of anybody actually coming out and making that claim, but the actual thing that he had heard was for the country of Wales, and the citizens of that country were upset that there were windmills up there. It had nothing to do with the actual whales in the ocean. On top of that, we have the MS.
Okay, well, I haven't heard much about that, I haven't heard much about him
that he
saying that,
legitimately. Why don't you let me talk?
Okay. I'm gonna bring in the timer, so I'm gonna go back and forth as I normally do. So Lauren, go ahead and I'll let you finish your point, and then I'm gonna come back to you, Josh. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah. So then there's the MS 13 on his the guy's knuckles that he legitimately thinks is real. It was actually like tattooed on his knuckles. If you did not hear the last interview he had about that, Terry, no, Terry, like, it's really on there. And
It is actually
like,
on there.
his cognitive decline is so far gone, it literally makes Biden look sane.
It's
I
actually
yield
on
my
there.
time.
But
Okay,
it is
go
actually
ahead,
on
Josh.
there. Yeah, it is actually on there, and he actually is a junior member or a probationary member of MS-13. But even if you wanted to take that away from that, even if we wanted to disregard that point, he was here illegally the entire time, and he had many complaints from his wife about domestic abuse, a lot of domestic abuse. So if you wanted to take away that he's an MS-13 member, that's fine, but he was here illegally, and he was committing a lot of domestic abuse crimes. So
None
I'm
of
just saying.
the,
Okay. What?
He
20
wasn't here
seconds left.
illegally.
Well,
He
hold
was
on,
here
guys.
legally.
Hold on, guys. Josh still has 20 seconds. Do you want him, or do you want to yield?
I can yield my time. I don't really need to make the point.
Okay.
Somebody else
Well,
take it, because
yeah,
I
go ahead.
can't argue with somebody who legitimately thinks that those are on his
You don't have
knuckles.
actual
Okay.
points. That's
Hey,
why.
they took pictures of
Okay.
him in the prison with no tattoos on his fingers.
I have 3 tattoos. I know
Okay.
what a tattoo looks like.
Hold on, Lauren. Kathleen, go ahead. I'll reset
Okay,
your
and
timer.
then
Go ahead,
there
Kathleen.
were no tattoos. The other part is he was illegal. He was here legally. He was here. I mean, he
No, he
crossed the
wasn't.
border probably illegally, however you want to put that, years
He
ago.
wasn't here legally.
Hold
but
on,
they gave
Josh.
him permission to stay.
You have 40 seconds, Kathleen.
Yeah, so I just don't want that misinformation out there that he was illegal. He wasn't illegal. He was a resident here. He had permanent resident status. Thank you.
He was illegal.
Okay. If you guys finish before your timer's up, just tell me that you yield so I can go to the next person, because I'm going to go ahead and bring in our next panelist.
I yield.
Okay. Thank you, Kathleen. Jerosec. Age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer on the board.
44, Wisconsin, Harris. Responding to Josh, the detail I think that you're missing is, yes, there were tattoos on his fingers that can be interpreted one way or another. However, the picture that Trump actually displayed to the media and what Trump was claiming is that the actual letters MS13 were on top of those tattoos. Because he thought like the translation that was on the photograph was actually somebody, translated the tattoos on top of the tattoos. And he thought that those were actually part of the person's tattoos. So that's the cognitive decline that she was referring to. Not that, if there's tattoos or not. And I'm good. I yield.
Okay. Chris, age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up.
Can you come back to me real quick? In
Sure.
One sec.
Sure. Daniel, be free. Age, location, who you voted for. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me on. I am from Oklahoma. I'm 32, and I voted for Harris.
All right.
Even though my vote doesn't matter here.
Yeah, I'm from Oklahoma as well, so I understand. But that timer is for you if you want to add something or pass to the
Well, I
next
mean,
person.
anyone who knows anything about Photoshop knows that that's like Microsoft Word. Like lettering. There's no fading or anything on that. By the way, though, even if he was what he says he is, like as if he's like an illegal, so to speak. Sorry. We have due process here. Or we had due process here. And so like even if he was like, you can like, yeah, that one. Come on. Thanks for putting that up there. But my point is though that there's like deporting somebody is very different than sending them to a foreign prison. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel. Now, Josh, let me let you rebut since we've had like 3 non-Trump supporters speak. I'm going to let you respond, and then I'm going to go to Necrophage. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I believe there's a process. I believe that sending him to the wrong country, maybe the wrong prison, it wasn't the right move, and yeah, I agree with that. But however, no one seemed to acknowledge that he still beat his wife multiple times. And this was over a span of a few years, and the fact that he was not legal in this country. And who cares if someone interpreted the tattoos? Does that tattoo still mean MS-13? I mean, you pretty much didn't acknowledge that, Jurosec. So, that's kind of all I have. I mean, that's all of the rebuttal I really have.
Okay, so you yield your time?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to point out that he was accused of doing this stuff to his wife. They never actually proved any of that. So,
Well, his wife
there's a
straight up
difference
made the
between
claim, though. His wife was the one who reported it multiple times.
Again,
I'm
hold on. I want to be clear that in this country, if you weren't convicted of something, we can't run around and say that you did something, right? Somebody can make any accusation in the world, but that
All right,
doesn't
so I'll
make
say
it
allegedly
true.
then. All right, I'll say allegedly.
Right, that's fine.
All right, so I'll say allegedly.
Okay,
I'll say allegedly,
so-
and then his wife was the one who reported it. So
I find
Okay,
it crazy
so,
that in this country, when
hold
it
on
used
real
to
quick.
be innocent until proven guilty, it's now guilty until proven innocent. So
Right.
I don't know. Like, when did the Republicans take on that mindset?
Okay, so Daniel, I believe you had me skip over you earlier. Is that right?
Oh, I think that was me actually.
No, it was him.
Chris. Yeah.
Wait, Chris? Who's Chris?
Yep. Yeah. Right.
Oh,
here,
was
right
it
in the
Chris?
bottom
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. To Josh, I just want to let you know that Trump was also accused by his first wife of sexual assault. Oh, I'm sorry, SA. My bad. and she recanted. But would you still hold the same standard to him as you do to an illegal immigrant, or what you
Of course.
consider an illegal immigrant?
Of course.
And you voted for him.
Yeah.
So, oh man, that is crazy, Josh. And I also want to say, we're all about supporting Americans here, right?
Yes.
This administration had stopped a VA program that was loaning money to veterans to go find housing because they
Yeah.
thought it
So
was.
I'm not well studied
Hold on. Hold on, Josh. Hold on, Josh. Josh, I'll give you time to rebut. When the timer's running for somebody else, please don't interrupt. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. So they stopped a VA program called VASP because they thought that the VA shouldn't be handling home mortgage loans, but at the same time, it only helped veterans find housing. And we're all for helping Americans, but it seems like MAGA really doesn't want to help Americans. They just want to be quote unquote fiscal responsibility. But we should be able to help vets and our poorest Americans in this country.
Trump also he defunded a lot of the VA too.
Can I ask one question real quick to Josh?
Go ahead, Lauren.
Sure.
All right, Josh, is there anything this man can do that would make you upset at him or make you not support him? Is there anything that he can do that would make you turn away from supporting him?
Are you yielding your time?
Yeah, I'll yield it to that question.
Okay. So, I mean, I already acknowledged that it's not procedurally correct that he deported him to probably the wrong country and to a prison. So that's something I already said I did not agree with, and I wasn't sitting up here defending every single action that he made.
I'm saying stop your support, your unwavering support. That you still support him, though. That's the point.
No, sure, yeah. I mean, there's lots of things. I'm actually pretty upset about the tariff wars so far. Actually,
but you still support him.
I voted for him. I wouldn't say I supported every single thing, and I didn't greenlight every single thing that he has done so far. So,
do you regret your vote out then?
No, I wouldn't say I regretted my vote.
Okay, so you still support him.
Okay.
I would say I'm lukewarm. Lukewarm.
Okay, so asked and answered. Let me go. Was that Daniel that tried to chime in? Who was that just a second ago?
Well, I said it was progress that he didn't unwavering support. And I know I'm from Oklahoma. Sorry. I know people who can find no fault at all. That they're in a literal cult. So that's some progress. He admits.
Same. North Carolina. Same.
So.
Would you to yield your time?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to add in?
I'll just can I just make a statement first of all. So every time I say that I voted for Trump, people automatically think that I have this unwavering cult loyalty to MAGA. I'm willing to call him out for pretty much anything, as long as he's not doing well for the country. I'm willing to pretty much call out anything, or if I think he's being stupid, and I quite a bit have gone back and forth in my approval and disapproval of things he's done, especially during 2020 and 2022. I felt he was probably at his worst point. So I'm not a sycophant, a cult member. So I would just like to respectfully ask that maybe you don't confuse my having voted for him for blind loyalty, I guess.
Well, I guess my point was just you can't argue with somebody who will support him no matter what.
You shot at me the whole time, so I think you might be
you're more
in the wrong
rational
state
than
of mind
most
here.
people I'm around, actually. So thank you for that.
I deleted my background. Oops. Go ahead while I fix this. Go ahead.
So, Josh, I think it's interesting that you said that you found a lot of fault with the things that he did towards the end of his presidency, but yet you still voted for him again. Can I ask why?
Because Biden fucking sucked. Straight up, Biden was terrible.
Biden didn't run.
Biden was terrible during 2020 and throughout his presidency.
How?
How though? How? And Biden wasn't running. It was Harris. But What
Are you just
what
gonna
happened
wait?
with
Hold on.
Biden?
Whoa.
Wow.
United
Are
States.
we just wait? Hold on. You said Biden was running up until August of 2024. Like Biden was definitely on the ticket until damage control happened. So let's not pretend that Biden wasn't going to run at all. He straight up was until the 11th hour.
Okay,
Right.
but
But
how
I
is
asked why you
he?
did.
How is
I
he
asked why you
supported?
voted for him.
Do
So
I?
you
I
didn't
mean,
have
need
a
I
vote
say a lot? I
between
mean,
Biden and Trump. It was between Harris and Trump.
need I say a lot between the
The last
Afghanistan
month.
withdrawal that was a complete botching?
That
Need
was
I
Trump's
say?
plan.
What do you mean that was Trump's plan? Biden
If
deviated
Trump
from
made
Trump's
that plan. He
plan.
made that deal. He made that deal with the
No.
T
Oh,
group. Yes, he
wow.
did.
Wow. So,
Trump
okay.
made that
Okay, let
deal
me
and did
put up a
that plan.
timer for Josh so he can make his point, and then Lauren, I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, God. Okay. If this was Trump's deal, why did Biden say, I deviated from Trump's deal? I deviated from it. Everyone wants to say this was Trump's plan. This was Trump's plan. But Biden straight up pulled out way earlier than the timeline that Trump wanted.
Are you talking about Afghanistan?
And do you yield your time, Josh? Or did you want to
I guess
add
I'll
to
add
it?
a little more. So Trump wanted to withdraw from Afghanistan when the Taliban were going to hide in the mountains during the hunting season, and Trump wanted to pull all the weapons out of Afghanistan. Biden didn't do any of that.
Okay.
So,
Can I
Lauren,
say something?
Lauren.
Trump.
Well,
So
let me go to Lauren, and then was that Jerosek that asked? Who was
I think it
that?
was
This.
Daniel. I think it was Daniel.
Okay, let me go to Lauren, and then I'll come back to you.
All right, so that was Trump's plan. He also made it to where it was feasibly impossible to pull out in a reasonable time frame. That's why Joe Biden extended the time, and that's why he said he deviated from the plan some. He wasn't able to change the plan. He wasn't able to the plan was still there. He sent it gave as much time as he possibly could. On top of that, part of the deal was Trump releasing, I think it was 500 prisoners. He released 500 prisoners before we pulled out. That was a major part of the attack that happened.
Yep, and I believe Biden had extended it. Believe Trump had wanted to come out earlier in May, and he didn't do it till what, September?
Yeah, and it just wasn't feasible to be able to pull out that soon.
Right. And that would have been right after his inauguration, almost immediately after. Was that Necrophage that had tried to chime in earlier?
I haven't actually had an actual chance to chime in. But
Did I not bring you in and give you a minute?
No
and 15?
introduction. No introduction yet.
Oh, my bad, man. I'm so sorry.
all good.
I thought I
It's all
had
good.
missed
Still
somebody
early morning.
earlier, but I thought it was Daniel that I missed. Okay, yeah, age, location, who you voted for, and you'll get the minute 15. Go ahead.
35, Washington State, and I voted for Harris. And Josh, you said a whole lot of incorrect things. One of the minor things that you said wrong, by the way, was that that windmills affect whale sonar. There is no scientific evidence to support that. The NOAA actually states this on their website. That's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric
I'm
Administration.
aware of what that organization is.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Josh.
it's crazy. I was speaking. Oh my God, get that.
Go ahead, Necro.
Control. Anyways, continuing what I was saying. So there's that. Also, the claim that his name's Gabriel, I believe, that his wife put in multiple claims of assault. That never happened. She only put in one case of a restraining order, which she never followed through with because she herself even admitted that it was due to previous accounts of abuse, not from him, but from a previous partner. Also including the whole everything you said wrong with the whole pullout of Afghanistan, and to wrap everything up, go Army.
Okay. And I'm sorry for the delay there, Necro. That's my bad. Who was
All
the
good.
other person that wanted to weigh in? Was that Jerosek?
I just have a comment real quick. I mean, I know kind of Josh is up here, lone
Yeah,
man.
go for
with the Trump. If you need room for opposition, you can drop me if you want.
Okay. No, I
Same,
appreciate that.
same.
If there is a Trump supporter in there that wants to come up, please do just request or let me know in the comments, and one of my mods
You-
can do that.
Can I say something real quick, and then you can drop me?
Well, yeah, go ahead, Daniel, but you can hang out if you want. That's fine. Go ahead.
I'll hang out in the comments after this, and no,
Okay.
whatever, you know.
Yeah,
But thank
go
you
for
for
it.
having me on. I really appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Um,
Timer's yours.
Thank you. When we leave conflict zones, which is obviously everywhere practically, we don't take our munitions because it costs more to bring them back. So Afghanistan is not an oddity when it comes to that, and that's it.
Okay. And did you want me to drop you down then?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll hang
Thank you,
out.
Daniel. Thank you. If you
Thanks for having me on, man.
yeah, if you want to come back up, just hit the request button. I'll bring you back in later.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Trish in
All
the
right.
comments also made another good point. Trump never looped Biden in on anything. Like, he literally was like, "Oh, here you go." There was no actual
Yeah.
turnover at all.
Yeah, and this actually it's pretty common between presidents when they schedule things that are going to happen right after they show up, and a lot of times it doesn't work out very well. So it's you can blame Biden or not. I mean, I guess that's up to you. Facts don't care about your feelings, though. Josh, let me go ahead and put some timer on you because I believe a couple of people have spoken since you spoke last. Go ahead.
So you guys are saying that, did you unmute me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my blue box wasn't going on. So what I'm asking is, are you guys seeing that presidents deviate from each other's plans?
Well, in this instance, he actually pushed it back because
Did he push it back? Because
yes, Trump was going to
he
have it
wanted to
done
keep
on
a
May
Trump wanted
1st.
to keep a Trump wanted to keep a skeleton crew of about 2,500 soldiers.
2,500 while he's
Donald-
releasing 5K.
Based on the Doha agreement that he made when he released T Group members, 5,000 of them, he released them. It was May 1st, 2021 was the deadline for the withdrawal. When Biden came in there, he was like, "You're going to give me a couple of months to do this. We don't have anything in place," so he pushed it back a few months.
Well, so Biden's exact statement was, this conflict has been going on for too long. This has gone on for 3 presidents, and I will not push it on, or 4 presidents, I will not push it on to a 5th. So that kind of contradicts, leaving the area in May of 2021 versus when he pushed it out and pulled it later, does it not?
Pulled it?
no.
Okay.
No.
Speaking
No,
to somebody
no,
else
doesn't-
in the
it
because
doesn't
he's
contradict
talking
that?
about his presidency and the fact that we've been trying to end that war since Obama. Obama had said that he was going to do it. He drew down troops after he put more troops in there. It had been a problem for 20 years, and to me, I'd take that as he's
But wait a
not
minute.
going to let it be extended
But wait a minute.
past
Why
his term.
did we? But wait a minute. Why did we not pull out until September?
It's not
Why
like
did we not?
I mean,
time.
I wasn't in the room. I don't
He
know, but
made the-
Donald
he made-
Trump
but-
wanted Donald Trump's
You
Doha
guys-
agreement. Go look it up. Was May 1st,
okay,
I
that's
believe,
fine.
of 2021.
I
That's-
understand the Doha
and you-
agreement. Listen.
That was
I
part of
might-
the withdrawal.
Okay, let me talk. So, I understand what the Doha agreement might have said. I haven't read it, but the fact remains that they were
Well,
not out in May
bro.
of 2021. They were not out in May of 2021. It took until September for them to be out. So, I'm just saying, we still kept going here. Okay.
Okay, so you want to have an intellectual discussion about something you don't know anything about. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, do you?
Yes.
I'm asking you because you just said you didn't read it and you don't know anything about it. So you don't even know what the
Well,
timeline was.
but I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why
I
were
can't
we
have
not
an
out?
intellectual discussion with somebody is talking out of his ass and is just repeating talking points that he heard during the campaign trail when he's bitching about Biden doing
no.
something that we've been trying
But
to do
why
for
were we
20
not-
years. Jesus, Lord Almighty,
can I
Why
sir.
were
talk
we
for a
not
second?
out in May?
Can I-
Yes, go
Chime
ahead.
Why were
Go
we
ahead,
not out in
Catherine.
All
May?
right, I
then?
just wanted to talk to Josh for a second. I first of all, I want to thank him. He is the cheese standing alone here. But at the same time, I want to comment that just about everything he's talking about is a talking point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Republican talking point, whether it's on Newsmax or Fox News or any of the radio channels. Don't know, but that's what he's repeating. I know him because I had to watch him because of my brother, and he would watch MSNBC. We had a deal, so watched them all, and everything Josh is saying is all of those talking points. He doesn't really know the background of it. He doesn't know the depth of what he's talking about. He just has those talking points, and yeah, and it's not enough.
Yeah.
Did he die? Did he go away? I killed him.
I guess so. Maybe I was too mean. I don't know. I just, if you come at me with like, you want to be intellectual about something, and you openly admit, I haven't studied that and I haven't read that. It's like, what do you do with that?
He sounded just like my brother. Just all talking points, a whole bunch of talking points.
He's got a sticky note next to his computer.
Right.
There's nuances to it though, right? Like pulling out of something this large, it's not just something that you can do overnight.
Exactly.
And I don't think that maybe that was understood from his point of view. What he was saying, what it seemed like to me was like he was saying, hey, he had this, he said this date, Biden pushed it back. But he has to understand that this isn't an overnight process and this isn't simple. If it was simple, we would have been out 20 years ago, right? We've had multiple presidencies that have been trying to accomplish this. At the end of the day, Biden did get out. Was it clean? No. But there wasn't a good way to do it, and that's why it wasn't done up to that point. So, that's kind of where I rest.
And they always talk about the troops lost at during that pullout and everything, but they never talk about all the troops that were lost under Trump's presidency.
Exactly what I was going to say.
On top of that, we have actually shown how Trump doesn't care. He literally uses the troops as some political talking point in order to say, "Oh, look at me, I enjoy the troops," but then goes and plays golf in Mar-a-Lago as 4 American soldiers come back home after being unalived in a training accident overseas. I don't think there's a president in the last 20 years that has missed one of those.
I keep imagining, what if Trump won? How would he have done that withdrawal? Yeah. I guarantee you he would have kiboshed it completely, and then he would say, who cares? And then a whole bunch of people would back him up and say, he's fine. That's what they would do.
And I want to point something out real quick. Oh, my goodness. That was, sorry guys. I pulled this up, and let me put it on the big screen here. We'll just read it. And Josh, if you're still in the comment section, and since you don't know, let me show it to you. Damn it, I just had it and then I scrolled away. Let me see. Where's it at? Hold on, I know what I'm looking for. Let's see, 14.
I was actually reading over it just before Josh left.
Okay, so this was February 29th, 2020. The U.S. is committed to withdraw from Afghanistan all military forces of the U.S., its allies, coalition partners, including all non-diplomatic civilian personnel, private security contractors, etc., within 14 months following announcement of this agreement, which is April of 2021. So it was April 29th, which was May 1st. So again, if he'd have pulled them out whenever Trump wanted it, it would have been way worse, in my opinion.
Agreed.
So, yeah. And Trump, I don't think would have pulled them out. So,
can I just say something real quick? I just want to say hi to Necro. Hi, Necro.
My apologies, Val. I hadn't brought you in yet. Age, location, who you voted for?
23 in Massachusetts and Claudia de la Cruz.
All right. Do you want your minute and 15?
No. What did I miss out on us dunking on a Trump supporter?
No, you missed out on a Trump supporter dunking on himself.
What did he do?
He started speaking. I'm sorry, guys. I just, the more I do this, the less patience I have with some people. If you understand what you're talking about, that's great. But I don't know. Maybe Josh will come back. He probably Googled it and realized that was right, and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm out of here."
Didn't you guys also hear about how he's renaming Veterans Day?
Yeah. to Victory Day. Like what, dude?
No, it's World War I Armistice Day, and then he's renaming May 8th to Victory Day.
Oh, I thought it was
I heard about
Veterans
that.
Day to Victory Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it was
talk about his
Victory World War
birthday.
One Day.
No, I thought he was saying to like celebrate the end of another war or something like that to Victory Day, and then changing Veterans Day back to Armistice Day or something like that.
FYI to everybody, they've got to pay for all of that. So if she renames the Gulf, there's like millions of dollars that's going to cost, and they have to approve it in the Senate.
And I will say, as a
Yeah.
veteran, that's like a real slap in the face to me, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, if your Victory Day is based on one war, what about all the other veterans? Like,
Exactly.
Right.
geez.
I mean, what about me, the veteran of the COD lobbies?
What the hell is that noise?
What,
Sounds like
Daniel?
a-
What did?
Sounds like Cujo
Sounds
is in the
sounds
house.
like West.
Sleeping, I think.
I think West is
Somebody
fell asleep.
fell asleep.
I knew
Westphalian.
West sounded tired.
West.
He's asleep.
Here we go, everybody. Good job, Wes. Way to hang in there. I need to get a snore sound effect. Maybe I'll just record
So-
this. Everybody be
Yeah.
quiet. I'll record this and then replay it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. That is funny.
Do we just want to
So-
let him sleep up here on the panel?
I don't know. It is kind of funny. We don't have anybody requesting. Oh, here's Beanie. Beanie 1970. Let me make sure you have more than like 10 followers. Okay. Oh, he left. Well, I'm gonna okay. I'm
getting
sorry.
louder.
Leslie. It is getting louder. Like,
Poor dude's just out like a fucking light.
oh my goodness.
Oh man.
If we like say things, he'll have dreams about those things. They're eating the cats, Wes. They're eating the dogs. Okay.
The way his snore hitched up.
I did say when he joined, I was like, "You sound really tired."
He did sound tired. Yeah, he was here yesterday morning too. He's okay. I gotta go. Westphalian, thanks for coming on. Hope you enjoyed the dream there. All right, because I think he would have. Well, no, he wouldn't have teacup. Do you know what the timer is on the teacup when you get dropped automatically? Is it like 5 minutes or something?
It's 5 minutes once you close the app.
Gotcha. So if you're
So,
still in TikTok, it won't drop you.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
So like that happened to me because there's been times I've been doing research and I wait I'm like a minute too late and it's like you were away from TikTok for 5 minutes, so we've kicked you from the panel.
That's funny. So, did you guys hear about that Judge Howell that slapped down the executive order where Trump was going after the law firms?
Yes.
Yeah, told him no, that violates. I have it here. I pulled some of the quotes out of that because I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Where did I put that? Oh shit.
Necro, how are you back? Did you appeal your banana?
Yeah, I appealed it.
I'm surprised you won.
I'm not surprised I won. Were you kidding?
What did you get bananaed for? What did they say?
Harassment and bullying.
Oh, of course. No, I got a comment removed. My wife is reading this book and she does these book talk videos, and she was complaining because it didn't start getting good until like 3/4 of the way through. And I'm like, if it takes that long for it to get good equals trash. And apparently that was harassment and bullying. I appealed and they didn't accept it. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with TikTok?
I mean, there have been some that I've gotten for, and it's just like it's for ridiculous reasons. Like one was hate speech and harmful behaviors. Another was sexual violence and minor endangerment or something like that. And it's just like, what? How does that make sense? But
yeah, no. Did you guys hold on? let me put this up on the screen. I couldn't stop laughing when I heard this. Oh, Pam Blondie. Did you hear this? Apparently, Donald
Oh
Trump
yeah, I
has
saw
saved
this.
258 million lives from the fent that they've. I think it was what did she say? 22 million.
Yeah, 20. It was like 22 million pills.
Right, and that saved the lives of 258 million, which she just kept increasing over each day. First it was like saved 100 million lives, and then it was 158 million lives, and now we're up to almost the entire country would have been unalived had it not been for Donald Trump. So thank you, Donald. Appreciate that.
Oh,
Glad
look,
you-
it's time for your PSA.
It is time for the PSA. Guys, we got 48 people in here, and ladies too. Sorry, I use that for everybody, but we're at 5,300 likes. Let's try to get that over 10,000 as quickly as we can. So if you would tap the screen, that'd be awesome. Also, make sure you're gifting the panel. Gifting either the panel or the host will push us out in the FYP. It also will help me boost in the rankings. So I'd really appreciate that. I do have a gift goal of 10 cranes, of which we have gotten 3. So if you want to support the channel that way, that'd be awesome. And also hit the follow and heart me. And that also
Thank you,
helps.
Hobie.
And don't forget to share the live as well. Oh, and once we get to 50 subscriptions, we're at 29 right now, we'll be able to do gifting subscriptions so people can gift subscriptions to other people. And if you see the loud badge in the comment section, that's what you get, along with some other stickers and special permissions in Discord as well. So don't forget to check out the Discord. Thank you for following. And with that, I'll reset the timer. And guys, go ahead. Are you thankful for Trump saving you from the fent?
No, because I need that shit. No, I'm being serious. I'm allergic to anesthesia.
I am somewhat convinced that the Trump administration has their idea of illegal drugs and everything is akin to like 90s PSA, like you one piece will no, not even the pirating the car part. I'm talking about like they used to be real cool, but then they started doing this, and now that's all they do.
That's
Or
reefer
stuff like that.
madness.
Yeah, like Reefer Madness. That's a great example. Like that level of ridiculousness.
Speaking of example, do you remember those old commercials? They're like, "This is your brain. This is your brain on Smugs," and it's
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
sizzling
talking about.
eggs. Like, this is ridiculous. Oh, Nancy Reagan. Wasn't that Reagan? Nancy Reagan that did the "Just Say No" deal?
Yeah. Just say no to rugs.
The dare to.
Right.
Or what Hobby said, the girl that gets stuck in the couch, or the girl that becomes deflated. That was a trip as a kid.
Don't say a girl that gets stuck in the couch, because JD Vance will go absolutely nuts. Okay. Finally, I'm not really a weirdo. He's like, I gotta get my eyeliner ready, y'all. I'm sorry.
I do have a question for people.
Go ahead. And I'll be right back.
My question is, what do we think? Okay, we're going to pretend Trump's going to try to run a third term, but it's going to be all confusing. There will be some other Republican trying to be him. Who is that other person? Who are
Honestly,
they going to put
the
out
only
there?
Republican that I think could theoretically beat Trump in either a primary or run against him is kind of a dark horse candidate, Bill Weld.
Okay, I can see that, but didn't he run in that weird party?
He ran against Trump. He tried to primary him in 2020. But Trump being the incumbent president, obviously he didn't get a lot of votes.
No, but I did see him. You know, there was exposure.
Yes.
I honestly think that Elon Musk would want to run for whatever reason.
He can't legally. He's not a U.S. citizen.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, he couldn't.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
I think we got a Trump supporter coming up.
No way.
Oh, and he dropped.
Guess not.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when you're going to be alone too, I think.
Yeah, I tried to do where the top 4 was for non-Trump supporters, the bottom 4 was for Trump supporters, but it's just so hard to get them in here.
Yeah, so no, Bill Weld is a best way to put him. He's a card-carrying libertarian, but he works with the Republicans.
See, I think all of a sudden, out of the blue, somebody's missing. You know who's missing?
Romney.
Don Jr. all of a sudden disappeared. He's getting educated. He's getting primed to run. I'm not
Didn't he
kidding.
open a club?
Or he's trying to figure out where he left his laptop.
Yeah, right.
He's like, oh God, it's somewhere.
At this point, I wouldn't be.
Which one of his sons opened that club, that exclusive club, or opening that club in DC? That's gonna. I saw something briefly about it yesterday, I think.
A club?
Didn't see
A
that.
club, like an exclusive club that you have to pay like 500,000 to be a part of or something. Wasn't that
God.
Don?
It
I
seems
saw
like
it.
Let me
was
look it
Don
up.
Jr. But
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't research it. I just saw it in passing.
Yeah, Trump
Let me
Jr.
look that up
plans
real
to open an exclusive Beltway club, dubbed Executive Branch. Oh, Jesus Christ. Donald Trump Jr. plans to open an exclusive new Beltway club dubbed Executive Branch, catering to
God.
the wealthy.
Okay, hey, no,
$500,000 a member.
Limbo, can you throw me up on the big screen real
Invitation
quick?
only.
Yeah.
This is what Republicans truly want.
yeah.
And then after Eric, it's Barron.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that may be what they're trying because, you know,
That's right.
let's
If that's what happened, it would become
Well,
monarchy.
right, you know, with quote unquote voting, you know, oh, you can go to the polls, but we've got it fixed so good you'll never have to vote again.
It'll be like Russia.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
see, my comrade, I just keep extending how long I can be president. I just go to the Constitution and go, change the Constitution. I want to run again.
Boy, that drives me nuts how Republicans were all about the Constitution in 16. And now they're like, let's change the Constitution.
right. Yeah, they just, all my life, in fact, they'd scream Constitution even though they never really knew what it said.
Right.
Because they're like, the Constitution says, you know, my right to bear arms. Like
Right.
they think
They
that's
only knew the Second
entire,
Amendment.
right?
No,
And not even all of the Second Amendment. You know, they skipped the well-regulated militia part of it.
Right.
No,
One problem though with the sorry, Val.
No, you can go, Necro. I was just going to respond to a comment.
One problem though with the whole, you know, Republicans want each of them to, you know, run and be president at some point is that Trump is not preparing any like heir to his position. He very much has the mindset of I am an immortal being. I'm going to stay. There's a woman on this this app called the Knitting Cult Lady. If any of you have heard of her,
I've heard of her.
I haven't heard of her.
Yeah, absolutely love her. She's an expert on cult.
Wait, was she
cult.
wearing a Harvard sash and she was like otherwise had no clothes on?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. She was in one of the major cults back in the day. Left that, joined the army as an intelligence officer, then retired, and is now an expert in cults. Wrote an entire book about you know, leaving cults as well as the cult of MAGA itself, and wrote an entire book on it. I'm actually waiting on to get my copy so I can read it. But she goes over like this is how, like you watch MAGA, you watch Trump, and with the mindset of cults, you can see how they act and how it is so much like a cult. And when he does ultimately leave this mortal coil, it will fracture MAGA.
Yep.
Yeah. Even with Don Jr., because he's not as charismatic as
I think that's
Trump
why he
is.
disappeared. Like Trump did that before 16. He went away for a little while. He laid low.
Yeah, he's annoying every time that dude starts talking. Like,
right.
At least Donald Trump is somewhat entertaining. That dude just looks like he needs another bump.
Oh, exactly. I know.
Yeah.
But no,
and he's gotten those bumps.
God,
him and Kimberly Guilfoyle.
He goes from bump to grinder. He's a bump and grinder.
Disgusting. But yeah,
So-
people got tired of him. He couldn't run, so he could be hiding just to get prepped.
True.
That is true.
To respond to a comment I saw saying that they want to hook Biden up to a machine, Trump up to a machine until Barron can run.
That is funny.
That's in one of the games I played. There's a mod for that like simulates a second American Civil War, and that's an actual path for Biden. They call him the American Caligula, and they just upload his consciousness to a machine, and they go, "He's going to be president for life now. Ice cream for everyone."
Wow. No, he that was Beastmaster's comment. And thank you, by the way, David. I appreciate the kind words about the live. PSA coming up in 11 minutes, by the way. That's a interim PSA, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if they would vote for Junior. I don't know if they would. I think they would be turned off by him. Maybe that's
Hey,
just my
KT,
thought.
come up here. If you want to talk about tariffs, come on up here.
Who's that, Kiki?
KT.
Oh, Katie. Is that Katie Fox?
No, KT.
Oh, just call me KT. Oh, I see. Oh, I got you. I sent you an invite, KT.
There's a nice
King-
comfy spot for you.
And,
I think,
you know,
I mean, if we
go
want
ahead.
to talk about tariffs at all, I mean, I think that we've been talking a lot, you know, on these panels and stuff, not specifically in this one, but tariffs is in a whole and how it could impact the economy. And the responses that we always hear is like, he's going to make these deals and stuff like that. I don't think that's the point, right? I think the point is he's gambling, right? When we do tariffs, typically, as historically, there's research done. They determine the impacts of the tariffs, the positives, the pros and cons, and all that stuff. That's not happening. He is putting blanket tariffs and he's gambling. And his message to his supporters is, hey, it might be a little bumpy. And that is because he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen because no research has been done. So maybe the tariffs will be a positive. Maybe they won't, but that's the point. Like, he didn't do his homework at all. He's just putting this out here, and we're just supposed to be like, oh, okay, and put our trust blindly into this gamble that we have no, you know, like no guarantees that anything positive is going to happen.
Yeah, but they, you know, they're like, he's a religious figure to them. They believe anything. They just have faith. Now, let me go to Just
In
Beach.
response to that, I would say that they are holding off on their answers right now because they don't know if his tariffs are just a, you know, leverage or if it's, you know,
Right.
whatever reason. So none of these Republicans will answer if they're good or bad.
Yeah, they don't know where to move the goalpost just yet, but they'll figure
Not
it
yet.
out.
They haven't been told.
Let me go to Just Beach. My apologies. I didn't see it come in there. Age, location, who you voted for?
I'm your friendly Canadian. I'm in my 40s. I've been on here a couple times with you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Welcome
pop in
to Canada.
from, we're basking in the light of Kearney. And there's going to be a good show on Tuesday because Kearney's coming to see Trump. So we're all very excited about that. He's already said that he will not do a performance, which means he won't put himself in the same situation as Zelensky. So we're very happy. And usually our Governor General opens up Parliament. They do the speech from the throne. And it hasn't been since 1977 that a monarchy member has come over. And King Charles is very keen to come over and deliver that speech. So we're all very excited because there's nothing like the monarchy coming over to show our sovereignty. So I hope everyone tunes in. I think Trump he's in for a reckoning with Kearney because Kearney uses big words and knows how to use them. So we're all very excited to see. He's laid out his platform here as to what he's going to be discussing with Trump. And he's I don't know if any of you have seen him, he's a very dignified man. He ran the Bank of Canada. He ran the Bank of the UK. And we're all very excited. So
Yeah, here in the U.S., they would put Kearney on, like, in response to things like the tariffs, and we got to see him.
Right. And we get what's his name? Besant?
Oh, did you guys hear the news about the Australian election today?
I saw the Labor Party had won.
Yes,
but
they
I don't
won.
follow. Is that their version of Democrats? I don't follow
Yes.
their politics much.
Yes, it's their version of the Democrats.
Well, that's a good thing because we started to see a lot of right wingers across the world start to get into power. And I think after Trump, everybody's like, holy shit.
Wake
If
up
it can
call.
happen to the U.S., it can happen anywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There
so
are
they-
people that are saying, we're so sorry for you Americans, we'll help you. And they think that we're going into a dictatorship. We may be, but
Yeah.
it looks like that to these people in other countries.
it
I
does look
think
like
we're
that.
I think we're already there. I think the one thing that we have, this little string that's holding us together, is the judiciary so far has been able to restrain him to some degree. Once he goes full on, I don't give a what you
Right.
say, or if they start offing judges, which I think they will do at some point. Once
Yeah,
that
I have one
happens,
little,
we're done.
I have one
Toast.
little pet peeve in that same vein, is that when we talk about it, we'll say, oh, we're going to lose our democracy. And when I talk to my brother, he doesn't even know what the word means. He doesn't know democracy. I say dictatorship. He goes, yeah, I get that. Oh, no, he's not going to be a dictator. And I, go back and forth with him. So since I knew my brother didn't know, I figured half the world probably doesn't know. So I just use the word dictatorship. And I avoid the word, oligarchy, the word democracy. It's just a vague term to a lot of people.
it is.
It also doesn't help that a lot of Republicans will also say, "We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional
Oh, I
republic."
My
I
brother does that.
I hate that
Oh,
because they think it's like an onus. Like I read this
yeah,
on the back of a bumper sticker one day, and it sounded really smart.
they all do it.
Jeez.
Hey Joe, what's your source to that? Because there's been no news about that.
Wait, about what?
He's
you saying
talking
something?
mad shit. He's like, the tariffs are worth.
India agreed to zero tariffs and agreed to trade. Well, Joe, I thought we were trying to bring back manufacturing. If you have zero trade, what does that mean? Like we're just going to keep buying shit?
The last update. Oh, he pulled it from. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, which again, they don't know where to move the goalpost at this point. Because if you want to put tariffs on to protect an industry, fine, that's to bring back manufacturing. Okay, granted, sure. But
Vince,
if you remove them,
Vince,
if you remove the tariff, then you've just unalived your own talking point.
Here's the thing about
Before Joe, so before you introduce Joe, thank you, host. I have to get ready for work. If you want to drop me, appreciate.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me up.
Yeah, thanks for being up here,
Later,
man,
Nick,
girl.
bro.
We'll see you
And
later. And congrats on the bananaing.
For now.
here's the
For
thing
now.
about the tariffs.
See ya.
I think a 0% tariff trade with the world would actually be worse for America because you got the countries like China, which can make these products so much cheaper. And if we do 0% trade, everyone will just go to China. Like you say, you want to bring products back to America, but yet also go to 0% trade. You can't do both. So the talking points that they have are just ridiculous and are constantly moving the goalpost.
Right. Okay, let me go to Joe. Age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up on the board. Joe.
51, Texas, Trump.
All right, go ahead. Floor's yours.
The country of India. Wrap your mind around that population. They agreed to zero tariffs and agreed to trade with us. That means our products go into their market. That population, 1.4 billion new customers.
The U.S. has been
What
trading.
does
Hold
that
on.
mean for America? What does it mean for America?
Is that a rhetorical question? Because you have 15 seconds left. Go ahead.
No, I want everybody to answer what that means for America.
Okay,
Okay.
Nothing.
I can talk about it right here because I just pulled it up.
Go ahead, Val.
So the U.S. trade between the U.S. India trade is totals in goods of $129.2 billion. India is the U.S. 10th largest trading partner. U.S. exports goods like machinery and equipment and electrical equipment to India, while India imports gems. And while we import from India gems, jewelry, and pharmaceuticals. Trade deficit with India was $45.7 billion. I'm looking up the exact trade numbers. U.S. exports to India. So we export to them oils, minerals, lime, and cement, stone, glass, metals, and pearls, chemicals, stuff like that. It's not going to change because America's the biggest economy in the world. It's as simple as that. Even if we export more to them, we're still going to end up importing more from them. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. Yeah, in what news article are you seeing that from, Joe?
There's a couple of I see what he's talking about. There is some news about a potential one, but nothing's been signed in stone yet.
One day ago, it said U.S. unlikely to budge. I can't find an updated from today or anything like that.
Times of India did a one yesterday. PM noted a tough negotiator. U.S. President's U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says trade deal with India possible soon.
Okay,
What
well,
was it
I
before
mean,
and what is it now?
No,
Who makes
there's no trade deal with India.
Jaguar?
Here,
Who makes Jaguar?
Who makes Jaguar?
Ford.
India.
They don't make Jaguar.
No.
Yes, they do. Go look it up. They also do
Jaguar
another
is
one.
owned by a British luxury vehicle company based out of the largest factory for Jaguar is in North Scottsdale, Phoenix.
okay, let me ask you, Joe, in order to negotiate a deal with India, do you think that Donald Trump needed to tariff the entire world? Or do you think he could have worked that out?
All the other countries are coming to the table negotiating the same deal.
Nope.
hey Joe.
I mean, that's how you feel. We haven't seen any of that yet. They keep saying it, and I have seen nothing come out of it yet. Go ahead, Lauren. Sorry.
Joe, I want to ask you a question. I want you to answer, and then I want my time back. But do you believe that these tariffs are going to bring jobs back? Is that what you want from the tariffs?
It's an incentive to bring them back.
Okay, I want to let you know that in the U.S. the average annual salary is around $63,795, while in India it's about $387. So if the pay is so much cheaper over there, what is to incentivize companies to bring their factories and stuff over to the United States, or their jobs over to the United States, instead of keeping them in India where they can pay for so much less? And without the tariffs in there to protect those jobs in the United States, the products from India are going to be a million times cheaper. Therefore, the United States products are going to be there's no point in anybody buying the United States products.
Well,
Jaguar
Joe,
coming from India.
You're going back to Jaguar.
I literally just read it to you that Jaguar is made here in North
Have a good day, you
Arizona.
people don't want to listen.
No, there's
we've
parts
been
of the car that are
listening
made
to
in
you,
India.
Joe.
And young ladies, no,
Well,
you're not.
We've been listening. I just pulled it up on the. Okay.
I was so much calmer with him than I have been with really anybody else. So
Even when you bring the companies back to the States, like Samsung, he announced that Samsung's coming and going to be, well, they're already there, but they're exploring a lot more production in the U.S. He also, which he does not publicize, Trump paid them $6.4 billion to do that.
Yeah, does anyone remember
Yeah.
Foxconn?
I remember something about Foxconn.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
eminent
I'm in
domained all
Wisconsin.
those properties and wanted
And then
something
didn't.
in Wisconsin. They were going to hire 50,000 or 500,000 or some huge number they were going to hire there. And it just
Yeah.
never even started. Didn't even bat an eye. They just kind of pretended while he was in office. And as soon as he wasn't in office, bam, dropped the ball.
Yeah. And usually it's over time. Like if he says like there's 10,000 new jobs, it's not going to be 10,000 right away. Even once they get the factories up and running, it'll be like a wave of they're hiring this many employees and this many employees. So,
and I'll just speak for myself. Who wants to work a factory job? Oh my God, no.
I want to do the little screws in the Samsung phones. I want to do that for
please.
Please,
like,
no,
oh my God.
Since I was like 14 years old, I was like, oh my God, can I please be that guy?
Right. Right. Good luck with that.
You would last a day and be like, screw this.
And
that's why I think the
but
tariffs
hold on, wait. I have
tariffs
something for
make
that.
us so poor that we'll take any job we have to and do those.
That was for you, Lauren.
Thank
I
you.
think that was Lauren.
I do think it's interesting, though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, though, that there's not really any looking back to see what, with his base, like what he actually accomplished that he said he's going to. They keep hearing like he's going to do all these things, but then they never look back and be like, oh, that didn't actually happen. Like Doge, right? They feel like at the end of the day, those $2 trillion that they promised, and that now it's like 160 million, and they think it's actually going to cost with court and all the training that they did and all rehiring and suspended salaries. They think that's going to cost at least 135 million. So I mean, their net like gain is like $15 million or something. Like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And they don't look back and be like, oh yeah, that didn't actually come out the way they said it was going to.
We don't advertise it as a failure, though. Like the Democrats don't do what the Republicans do.
Yeah. And okay, so PSA timer is up. Guys, we got 52, and ladies too. We have 52 people in here. Let's get up over 15,000 likes. Please tap the screen. Please gift the host and me as well. I do have a crane goal of 10 paper cranes. If you want to help fill that, we have 4 left to do. That actually pushes us out to the FYP as well and helps me rank up. I'm currently at C2. I'd like to get to C1. That'd be awesome. Anyway, please share this out also. You can just hit the share button and hit copy link, and that will work. Does that function actually to do that? I've heard it does, but I don't know. Where you're not actually sharing it, you're just copying the link.
So I hit it and I'll go to like Snapchat or something like that. It also like helps showing that you're pulling it off of TikTok and onto other platforms, and that helps your algorithm as well. But yes, it does. Like all you have to do is do that and bring it off the app, and it will count as a share.
Well, I just did a live promotion for you, so hopefully that helps.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
Yeah, and if you haven't followed me yet, go ahead and hit the follow button.
I did.
And do the this is to everybody. Sorry. And do the heart me. I'm new to this. I these PSAs. I wish Paula was here. I'd let her do it for me. I also have a subscription goal of 50 subscriptions. Once we get to 50, people can then gift subscriptions to other people as well, and that'll be awesome. So if you want to get a subscription, you'll get a little loud badge next to your name, as you see there next to Chelsea's name, and also access to stickers. And I will pretty soon be doing sub-only lives after my normal show. So my normal show is 9 to 1. I think I'll do either 1 or 2 hours after the show for sub-onlys. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue. I think I've covered everything. I'm not sure. I probably missed something.
I'm gonna drop down, but I wanted to share the question that I've been asking Mega, and it is American companies that used to be in your country have now left because it's cheaper. There's a lot of reasons, but it's cheaper, and so it's greed as to why companies left. So what's changed? And every panel I'm in, it goes quiet because they're like, oh, the tariffs. And I'm like, no. The companies that left the USA because of greed, because they need more profit, what's changed? And it's silence, because nothing really has changed. Trump is putting tariffs. He's trying to be a bully to get companies to come back. There's still a buyer base outside of the USA. So what has changed for companies to make them want to come back to the US? And it's always silence.
Yeah,
So,
I just want to say really quickly that I think that they just defend Trump at any cost. It doesn't really matter how they feel or what they think.
Yeah,
They just
so that's
defend
why
him. They'll twist
why
their
I don't-
words. They'll turn into a pretzel just to defend him.
Yep.
Because I
that's why
don't.
That's why I like to ask Trump supporters, like, okay, what can this guy do to make you lose support in him? Like,
Nothing.
if the answer
That's
is
the
nothing,
answer.
if
They
the
all
answer
they
is
all
nothing, you
struggle. but
cannot
the answer
debate
is
that
nothing.
person. Yeah, if the answer is nothing, then you cannot debate that person, and you
Right.
might as well just get rid of them, because there's no helping them.
And I think that's why I don't put Trump's name in the question, because then they can't say, well, I'm asking them what they think on the side of the corporations, what has
Right.
changed for them.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, I think to them, they'd be like, well, we need to just get paid less so that the companies can come back and we can compete on that. Like,
Get rid of the minimum
they'd
wage.
Yeah, they'd probably say that. Like,
Listen,
this is nuts. No, that's a great question. And Paula actually brings that up a lot on the show here about the fact that, corporations are the ones that left because they're fucking greedy.
Yeah.
And they ain't coming back. Greed hasn't changed. Greed is still greed. It's all the same greed.
Unless you give them $6.4 billion to come so he can announce that it's a big win for the U.S.
Yep.
Anyway.
if companies could pay you less, they would.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Yep. They'd pay you nothing if they could.
I do get, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do get, so you enjoy slave labor then. And I quickly tell them that, it's manufacturing in China is one of their highest employers. There's 211 million people that work jobs that have to do with manufacturing, and they're paid a very high wage. It's only $5.50 US, and they also feed them lunch, and they provide housing that's close to the factory. Like, it's not what people think. It's not like a sweatshop. So when you explain that to them, and I say, 211 million, you're a country of 340, how are you going to keep up pace? If they have that many people in manufacturing and you want to bring it back, do you know 211 million people or even less than
I
that?
know.
Count me out.
I know 211 million people that were saved by Donald Trump catching 22 million pills off the streets. I do know that.
Anyway, it's I don't try to argue with them. I just try to give them insightful questions and then, watch the jaws drop and I'm not trying to be mean, or I just want to know if they've thought about the actual components of what he's saying, because there's got to
I don't
be
mean any disrespect to Republicans, but we need to dumb down. Like, just say Doge failure, Doge failure. Keep saying it. Say it over. Doge failure, Doge failure, Doge failure. Keep saying it. That's the only thing they understand.
Democratic messaging has been atrocious. I mean, because when you're talking statistics and numbers and shit, these people just tune out. They don't even know what the fuck you're saying. Like, so you could be telling all truths and truth bombs or boom booms. Sorry, TikTok. Love the TikTok shop. And they don't care because they're like,
Exactly.
that makes
But
my
they
brain
do know
hurt.
catchy phrases. That's it.
Right.
So Doge
They're like,
failure,
they're
Doge
eating
failure.
the cats. I can get on board with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 1.3
cats and the Haitian dogs.
Right. Which, if you haven't seen the sticker here, I'm gonna sell these at some point. The Haitian dogs. I actually want to build a hot dog cart that says Haitian dogs on it and sell Haitian dogs. Yeah.
Anyway,
Trump
it's
supporters.
always very nice to be on this panel, Loudmouth. I have the utmost respect for you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for having your Canadian person come up and tell you what's happening on this side. And I know that there's great Americans out there, and you guys are part of that. So, yeah, let me know.
Can I ask you before you sound like you want to leave, but Did you change any behavior because of things? Did you cancel a vacation or not buy something or boycott?
Oh, I don't buy anything U.S. I didn't buy. I know I need to go to certain stores to buy a head of lettuce because other stores only have U.S.
So you're making an honest effort to like not buy you, which is fine.
Everyone
Yeah.
I know. There's a local. There's only one soda, what we call a pop, but soda manufacturer here in Canada, and they have. I didn't know they had 14 flavors, but I do now. And when I go into the store, and I see the Pepsi and the Coke products still there, but then
You're
Big
like,
8 is completely
get
sold
out of
out.
there.
I do give a cheer. I'm like, this is okay. And there's
Yeah.
no U.S. alcohol in
And
our
what-
liquor
do
stores
most
anymore.
do most Canadians know that we're supporting them doing that? Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
I see on TikTok now that there's a bunch of people that are throwing their Canadian in the U.S. that are throwing their Canadian stuff back, which is fine. It doesn't hurt our feelings. We
I
have
think
thick
they're just
skin.
trying to make like talking points again, like some kind of noise.
Yeah, and none of them have ever been up here, so they don't even know. Like, they've never experienced the culture. They don't know how kind people are.
That's why I lived a half an hour from Canada, so I lived
I
in
love
Erie,
Canada. I love
Erie,
Canadians.
Pennsylvania. I could drive up to Canada or Toronto in an hour.
Yeah, so I'm way out on the East Coast, and yeah, I'm so happy that our government went the way it did. I think
Yeah.
everyone's
Relieved.
Congratulations.
America is relieved.
Maple
Yeah,
MAGA
so-
turned into corn syrup.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a big call on conservatives to pull back from the right because it's too far right. So I know my premier for my province, he is PC, but he's old conservative, and he's calling for Pierre Poilievre to just get out of politics. Like, let's not go the way of the U.S. and have such far right wing. Let's bring it back to what it was.
Well, sadly, I'm probably the oldest on this panel, right? At 59. I'm the oldest. Ugh. Anyhow, I've been around long enough to know that pretty soon you'll be hearing politicians going, oh, I reach across the aisle. I reach across the aisle. No, I reach across the aisle. We did this bill together. And they brag about it because they got so far apart. Now they got to go back in the middle.
Yeah.
So there are some conservatives that have already been supposedly talking to Carney about crossing. So we may have control over certain things because Pierre Poilievre has been spouting. And so is Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta. So there's a lot of people that are like, okay, this is really not Canadian and you're going way too far for our politics, our standard of politics. So
there is no such thing as too far.
I think there is.
Okay,
So-
and I'm sorry, I forgot I brought in two new people. Let me get to them. Just Beach, did you want to say one last thing so I can let you go?
Have a great Saturday, everybody.
Bad news.
Have a great Saturday.
Thank you. You
Bye,
too.
Gabby.
Always a pleasure.
Continue to dog walk.
All right, have a good one, and come back up if you get a chance.
She sounded
All right,
cute,
bye-bye.
but definitely had a voice for radio.
Okay. Let me, misogyny aside, let's get to academic, age, location, who you voted for.
Hey, 47, Florida, and Harris.
All right, go ahead. I'll put your timer up. Go for it.
Most topic up.
I just woke up, actually, and this is the crazy thing. I am not a night owl, really, but I was trying to say goodnight to someone in my friend's live, and I walked in and she had like 200 people in there. I was like, what? This is not normal. They were discussing apparently a white woman who was at
Why
a
did
park.
my mind just go blank?
And
Hold on, Jim. Timer's running. Go ahead, academic.
They were discussing this woman at a park in Minnesota who had her 2 children there, and a little black boy had, come over and had, I guess, like looked in her
Why
bag.
did I have to have a color?
And she went and chased him down and called him a slur, and it was recorded. And she ended up getting doxxed and lost. Yep, that one. She ended up getting doxxed and lost her job and everything else. And so she did a GoFundMe and raised $500,000 for being a terrible person. So they were discussing that, and I was just like, I didn't end up getting to sleep until like 6 a.m.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting. I was actually going to bring that up just a second ago when she was talking about Americans throwing away Canadian stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but you got to think this is people that, gave all this money to a lady that was calling a child the N-word. Like,
Yeah.
I can't take anything seriously that they do. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, and I'd love to talk about that.
What was cool was the guy who actually did the recording of her was in her live.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. That may have been why they had so many damn people in there. That's crazy.
Probably.
Wow.
All right.
All right, let me go to Jim. Jim, you've had a lot to say. I'm sorry it took so long to get to you. Age, location, who you voted for. Jim, I did mute your mic, so you'll have to unmute. And now he doesn't want to talk. It's like, if I can't
45 unimportant. Are you the guy who calls people with bad news?
That I call people with bad news?
Yeah, you got the same voice. Do you call people with bad news?
I don't.
He's talking about John Briggs' bad news.
John Briggs' bad news?
Do you even know who that is? You sound just like him.
Yeah, no, I don't know who that is.
Do
you want me to call you with bad news?
No, I don't want you to call me, but I got some bad news.
All right, let's hear it.
Trump won in 20. And he ain't going away for a couple of years, so you got to get used to it.
We are used to it.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right, well, hold on. He's got 30 seconds left. Go ahead and tell us how you feel, Jim.
It's okay. I'm just going to laugh for the next 25. Where are you going to go with everything that hurts your feelings? Feelings don't matter. Money talks.
Any other headlines? Or?
He's got 5. Hold on, he's got 5 seconds left. Let's let it ride.
Oh, I saw 0.
Well, I gave him extra time because we were talking back and forth with him. Okay, Jim, thank you for that. I appreciate that. My feelings aren't hurt. Is anybody else's feelings hurt here?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Anybody want to add to that?
I plan to go somewhere where my children will be safe. That's where I'm going to go. And it's not here.
Fair enough.
I live in Minnesota where it's very, we're very blue here, so.
My thing is, like, you sit there and say, oh, you're just going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to deal with it. As people legitimately, like, are being persecuted, are being, like, shoved under the table, arrested for no reason whatsoever besides, being who they are, being shipped off to sea camps in another country. And instead of being like, you know what? No, this is wrong. No, we shouldn't stand for this. No, like, let's try to change something. You sit there and be like, well, it's just going to be like this for the next couple of years, so you're just going to have to deal with it. And you expect people to not be pissed the fuck off? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm sorry, I yield.
Okay.
Okay, what I have to say to Jim is that he's stereotyping all of us with a pretty friggin' wide paintbrush to call us all, basically, tender and our feelings getting hurt or whatever. I'm a rural girl from a farm in northeastern Ohio primarily, went to Pennsylvania. I am not like some woke, whatever you guys want to call us. Why do you call us those names, Jim?
Do you really want me to turn it back on?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
I yield.
I don't know what name that I called you.
Okay, well, let me give you 50 seconds, and the timer is yours.
We were all sensitive.
So you're
that
gonna
our
tell
feelings
me
would
what
get
name
hurt.
that you called me? You got to tell me what name you called me if you want me to respond to it.
You told us that we all get our feelings hurt.
You all do.
No, we don't.
That's men and women together. Yeah, everybody gets their feelings hurt. Okay.
Not
so
over
you
this.
you wouldn't even be stepping to me if you didn't have your feelings hurt. So tell me, who touched you the wrong way? Touch the doll. And tell me what bothered you.
Okay, so let me give myself some time here. Jim, you said you wouldn't even be stepping to me if your feelings wasn't hurt. Bro, you're the one that requested up here. And you came up here because your feelings were hurt, apparently, because we were talking about your daddy, your orange daddy kingmaker. So I'm gonna give you
Leave
50
my
seconds.
father alone.
I'm gonna give you 50 seconds. Respond to that, Jim. Why are your feelings so hurt? Why did you have to come up here and cry about us talking bad about your daddy? Go for it.
Because sometimes some people need to cry about what bothers them, and that's okay. It's okay to cry about what you're bothered about. It's okay. Whether it's this or that or the other thing. That's okay. You don't hurt people because you've been hurt. I don't hurt people because I've been hurt. It just be okay, and collectively, Lehigh football rules, and I really like blueberry muffins.
Hey, Jim.
All right,
Can I
Jim. Thank you for that. Who is that? Who is that wanted to go next?
Me, I do want to ask, what are some things that you feel, the president is doing really well right now?
Okay, Jim.
You're gonna ask me what the president is doing well right now?
Yeah,
I think.
that's what
Watch yourself, bro.
I am. I'm literally looking at myself right now in the screen. I'll give you your time back.
Why am I keep doing this?
I'll
Why
give
do
you
I
your
keep
time back.
doing this? I'm asking myself the same question. What's good? Negotiations are working out well.
Which one?
Okay. Which one? She asked which one, Jim? Terry?
I can't peg him specifically. I don't work for the Secret Service.
Secret Service has nothing to do with trade deals.
Well, see, Jim, the reason I'm asking is because I don't know if you were in the comments earlier, but we were talking about the things that he's saying he's doing and how they're actually measuring up to be true. So I just want to, try to understand, like, is this something that you just hear that he's going to do, or is this something that you actually see happening and
It
you're
wasn't
seeing
me. I
results?
got a man behind me who said that this is not just total negotiation.
Right. And I think that's kind of my underlying point is like maybe we look to see what's actually happening and not listening to the person next to us.
Well, that's the part that it sinks with the heart. There is no we.
What do you mean?
You're the only person on earth, Jim? Joe? Jim?
Yeah, you're the only one with the life, and then you got everything for you. And then I got the man behind me who might have said something, but he didn't. And then I got this girl in front of me who thinks she knows something about something. So, would you like to have an argument?
Real quick, before somebody responds to that incoherent thought right there.
Go ahead, Lauren.
One PSA time, and two, the missus messaged me and wanted me to tell everybody hi for her. She has adult errands, things to run, so she wanted to say hi. But PSA time.
Okay, PSA time.
Her incoherent. That's false. Absolutely.
Okay.
False.
I mean, you're having some very incoherent ramblings.
Is somebody had a question for you, Jim? Let me read this question. Where was it at? What would be a better choice for breakfast than whiskey? Sausage. Okay, I can get down with that. PSA time, guys. If you find this entertaining, as entertaining as I do, please tap the screen. Let's get up over 20,000 likes. That'd be awesome.
If you want,
please give the panel, especially Jim,
145 on Route 9.
Jim's on the struggle bus today, but we're gonna keep Jim in here because I'm loving the guy. I've got a goal of 10 paper cranes. We got 4 left to go. Take care of the panelists. Gift me, push us out to the
Kick ass,
FYP
take
by
names.
yes, kicking ass and taking names, Jim. And hit the follow up there and share us out to all of your friends, even Trump supporters. We'd love to get more Trump supporters up here. And also, if you want a subscription to get that loud badge next to your name, it's $2.99 a month. I think it's $2.69 for the first month. You're welcome to do it. We do have a goal of 50 of those. So, Jim, is there something that you'd like to talk about specifically? Okay, let me go to somebody else. Is there something else that somebody would like to bring up? Maybe we can go back to this lady who called this child the N-word over an issue.
I just want to say I'm from Minnesota, and we don't claim
That
her.
is
She's
totally
not. That's not Minnesota like at all.
Totally up in.
I'm just going to say this about Jim. Jim, I like this comment. Jim, you qualify to be the new Secretary of Defense.
Yep.
Are you Pete, Jim?
Pig hog's breath.
Okay, everybody. I love Lauren's chair. I didn't even realize you were sitting in it. You're on the big screen now, Lauren.
I thought that I fought for this country, but
Everybody say hi to Lauren.
Hi, Lauren.
Yeah. Hey, Lauren, I see you on the.
Much love.
You mean the DUI hire?
So that lady in Minnesota, he'll probably have her for his State of the Union speech as a guest. Trump will.
Probably.
Probably.
What I was going to say about that was there has got to be a way we could sue or do something to get the money away from her, because she doesn't deserve to have $500,000 for torturing or harassing a child.
That's your job.
I thought that there was some clause in that.
Hold on, Jim. Hold on.
To be had.
Jim, hold on.
That's your job.
Jim, hold on. When the timer's running, please don't talk over somebody. Kathleen, I think it was, or was it academic?
There's
Go ahead.
Clause on that GoFundMe, and yes, he would invite him, but there's a clause. I yield.
Okay, no, I was gonna. Can you talk more about this? What can we do to make sure that GoFundMe takes it down? Because the first one got taken down. The second one, I think, is what's still going and has $500,000 in it.
Well, I think it was Give Send Go, and that is like a Christian-based thing, so they're probably not going to take it down there because there's no racism like Christian love. You know what I'm saying?
No. Yeah. The website you just mentioned is an alternative to GoFundMe that is less controversial. Yes, like when you had what's his name, his legal fund down in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
GoFundMe took his post down.
Right.
They went to Go Send Go, which is what she's using now, which won't get taken out. Because therefore, we stay out of it. We stay out of everything politically. You can post whatever you need for money for.
Well, what's scary is all the comments of people who have donated. Oh, you got your paper clean.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
The comments on that, when people donate, are just gross, and the fact that the fact that they could just people here, he gave such permission for people here in this country to be terrible people. It's and then
it's sad. I can kind of speak to that with my brother. I keep bringing up my brother, I know, but I've known him my whole life, of course. I've known him his whole life. He's younger than me. And I never viewed him as a racist person. And something about Trump made him more racist. He's still not quite racist, but he's borderline. I question him all the time. I'm like, that you're on the tight wire of racism right there.
Same mother.
Jim, how are you enjoying that whiskey for breakfast?
Yeah, we can't even understand what you're saying.
Well, he said he was unemployed. Maybe if he got a job, he wouldn't need whiskey for breakfast.
Get him a GoFundMe.
You can work one of those factory jobs.
Yes, actually, that's a great idea. Jim.
We actually need people in the fields now.
I got a lot to say about who I am.
Okay.
You don't want to go. Would you like to, or do you want to keep going with the panel?
Jim, I'll give you a timer. Tell us about yourself. We'd love to hear about it.
So I did plumbing for. I did air conditioning, refrigeration. I'm a master of all of them. You know, you ever heard somebody they say, "Oh, yeah, I'm just a jack of a trade and master of none." I'm a master of all of them, and the industry is killing me
Unaliving.
because the only way it's gonna happen is if I open my own business.
Okay. Well,
Now
you
I
could.
now I got a son.
Well, you could help Trump out, boost the numbers by starting your own business, right?
Or
And
you can go work in the
employing.
fields.
Why would I want to help someone else?
Well, it'll help his rhetoric because then it'll be like, look,
Why would
I made
I want to
5 gym
help
jobs.
someone else's rhetoric?
Because you voted for him.
What does
you-
that have to do with me?
It'll help you when you move the goalpost next time.
He has.
Who?
Jim has half a brain cell and it's working fucking overtime right now.
Guys, don't forget to go vote. I have a poll up. Please go vote.
Oh, yeah. Go vote for every 10 yards.
What? You know what, Lord? I'll let you take this.
we're tied up. We got 1 yes, 1 no, and 1 what the fuck. Okay, Chris.
My favorite thing.
I'm the what the fuck.
Chris, I haven't heard from you in a minute. Go ahead. Would you like to add in?
I don't even know what to add into Jim, but for all these
Jim
people that think that
there's some news.
I like you, Jim. I like you. I'd like you. You'd be
I
one of my
love
first
Jim.
fires at my
I like you
manufacturing
too.
plant, though.
I love the comments. Vegetables would be better. Ladders don't do good for Jim.
I said I like you too.
I just wonder where. Yeah, sorry, Loudmouth.
No, you're good. Go for it. It's your timer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wonder where all these workers are going to come from. All these jobs. I've worked factory work for 15 years before I became a registered nurse, and nobody's working these jobs. Nobody's working these jobs. And obviously, Jim's not working any job right now, other than maybe Pete Hegseth's job. So
I'm loving all the comments.
I don't even know where to go with it.
I mean, guys, I gotta say, I love that Jim's here. It's entertaining to me.
Heard that somebody. You're not allowed to talk about that to me because I take everything personal.
You're good, Jim. Don't take it personal.
Did you say you take everything personal?
This guy never fought a war in his life.
I thought we were the ones taking things personal and crying, but apparently Jim takes everything personal.
Only because I love you, but you're already married, so now I got nobody left.
What is this rambling?
Keep going, Jim. You're gonna be the first person that I've ever given 2 minutes to.
Hey, can you drop me so I can make room for someone else? I gotta go clean my
Yep,
room.
I got you. I'll drop you.
Okay, thank you, academic.
Alright.
Hope you come back up.
I will.
Okay, thank you. Held out
I
on
don't have news for you.
Let's hear it.
What did you tell her that she had to leave? She was like, "Oh man, my daddy." Blah, blah, blah. I don't understand it. It's like, where would that one go from? It's somebody loves you. You got peace. Someone loves you.
Chelsea, I'm cracking up at your comment. I love. Oh, thanks. Woo! Yeehaw, Jim.
That never goes away.
Paula, age, location, who you voted for? Go ahead.
I am over 30. I live in Kansas City, and I voted for Miss Kamala Harris.
Yay.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning, Paula.
Morning.
We're just up here having a blast with Jim. I'll put your timer up if you want it. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I just joined. I've been listening to Jim and just wanting to know what he's having because I want to have it too.
We're all feeling pretty
Jim.
good now, Jim. Thank you.
Let me see. Do I have anything in the freezer right now to drink?
You know what? Catch up.
What
Somebody catch up to Jim. Okay,
what kind
it's
of
gonna take
lettuce
a
are
minute.
you using?
I don't know. At this point, I could probably have like 2 like drinks, and I'd be there.
I have some blueberry. V.
I know what they're talking about, Val. I have
Hey.
some too, but it puts Mama to sleep.
You know what? It is Saturday. If you ain't got to work, you ain't got nowhere to go.
And
Might as well. Let's catch up to Jim. Jim.
He's muted right now. I don't think he knows.
You just wrecked it for me. I was going to ask Jim what day of the week it was.
It's Trump.
I don't know. I don't know
Relax yourself. It's Saturday.
if Jim is being is trolling or if he's being serious. But I mean, I am concerned at this point. I don't.
I think
I don't know.
He could be having fun with you.
Yeah,
We have a box open. He wants to come up.
There's no way. There's no way he could like fake it that good.
Yeah, I Jim, are you still there? You're kind of fading away.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Well, what are you saying?
I said I want her, and we gotta go.
All right.
What?
Just
No, I have confirmation that Jim is an alcoholic. I found a repost that says, if you ever ask if it's too early to drink, you're an amateur.
I no shade, Jim. I just I'm actually with Jarosek down there.
Did you just make that up?
Make what up? Your reposts? Give me 1 second. I'll throw it up on the big screen right now.
Hey, Uncle Ben's down in the comments. Hello.
Hey, Ben.
You want to come up?
If you want to come up, come on up.
Throw me up, liberal. Throw
Come
me
on,
up on the
send it up. I'm gonna save it.
You're gonna save it. All right, go ahead. Let's see what we got.
No, my thing's breaking. 1 second. There we go.
No, you broke.
Is that you?
That's his account. That's his reposts. You
So
see the bottom right corner.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, if you have to ask if it's too early to drink. I can't see the bottom of it, unfortunately.
You'll have to throw me in like the side
There
view.
is no bottom.
I can't, unfortunately. Once I set landscape, it keeps me here, and I can't pull it over to the vertical.
There is no bottom.
There is no top.
Is that Jim lives in Massachusetts? I've determined that so far.
I think Jim lives in the upside down.
Jim,
all right,
probably.
Should we get him off the panel? This does feel wrong a little bit, just sitting here bullying a drunk man.
It's starting to. It was entertaining, but Jim, I mean, are you doing okay?
Do we need to call an ambulance for you?
Bro. I'm okay.
You're okay? All right.
You can question whatever you want to.
Okay, so what was the one thing that you liked about Trump most?
His great hair?
Oh, and congratulations, Rebecca. I'm glad to hear that about your dad is doing good.
Jim, what's your favorite thing that you like about Trump?
You lost me with that. I don't like anything.
Then why'd you vote for him?
I didn't vote for him.
You said when you came up here, you said you did.
Well, I voted for Trump because I thought it was going to be good. Because before Biden, everything was good, and then during Biden, everything's no so good, and so this is what people do. Is this going to be good for me? I don't know. I don't know.
Jim, like, we love you and everything, but I think it's time for bed.
It may be.
You want me to send him down?
You're a super sweetheart, but I don't love any of y'all.
Well, we still love you, Jim. We still love you, Jim. I wish the best for you. I'm going to go ahead and drop you.
Can I get a Peter?
A Peterbilt? All right, Jim. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure, and I hope you come back up before you start one day. Have a good
I
one.
promise.
Okay, so it did feel a little wrong, Val. I think you hit the nail on the
I was
head with
reading
that one.
chat for a while. It was funny, and then
It was. So Mug says this is your brain on MAGA.
Hey,
That's
are
pretty
there
funny.
any Trump supporters in the comments? Because we have an open box.
Yes, we do have an open box. Now we do have a new panelist. Uncle Ben, welcome in. Thank you for
Did you
coming
reset
up.
the PSA timer?
I didn't. I don't know where I'm at, but I'll do it now. But Uncle Ben, yeah, welcome in. Age, location, who
Thank
you
you.
voted for, and I'll put your timer up on the board.
76, New Jersey, Paris.
All right. Did you want to add something?
Well, I came up around just in time to listen to the conversation about Jim. I don't know what your topic was. I think Paula invited me up, so I don't know if I can add anything to your conversation because I don't know what it was about pre-Jim.
So we had started to get into the news story about this lady who had called this child the N-word at a park because of a issue over her kid's toy. I guess that child took the kid's toy, so she called this kid the N-word. Somebody recorded that interaction, and I guess because she had lost her job and stuff afterward, she put a Give, Send, Go out, to crowdfund, and now she's got at least 300,000. It may be more now. So all the
it's at nearly 5 right now.
MAGA supporters gave her almost $500,000 for being racist.
Hey, Liberal, you want me to come back up and I'll go in the bottom row and I'll pretend to be a Trump supporter?
No, you're good. Because I think everybody here knows you're not. But if you wanted to add on to that, Uncle Ben, I can reset your timer. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't have a lot to say. I just think people are showing their true colors. I mean, we live in a white tea nation that is historically goes way back, and we have always had and will always have racists in this country, and it's sad. There's a lot of people who've been picked on throughout the history. I remember my grandparents telling me what it was like for them coming from Italy, and it's no comparison to what black folk have gone through with this country, but yeah, the Irish went through it, the Greeks went through it, the Poles went through it. I mean, these people came over to build infrastructure because they were artisans, but they had to stay in communities where they spoke the language because English was not their first language. And anybody
Thank you for bringing me coffee.
Anybody else would just ridicule them. It just wasn't fair.
Yeah, and it just continues. And unfortunately, it's almost like the Civil War never ended. Like it turned into a Cold War, and they've just been waiting to rise again.
I was just talking to my niece about that whole subject, and we decided that as people meld, like their racial tone, skin tone, like the intermixing of interracial, like that is a new phenomenon. When I was a kid in the 70s, it didn't happen as much. Now it is. As more skin colors change, I think then the rights of people become more equal.
It's not the skin color, though.
No, I'm just saying all the races as well. Like that combination of we're all everything. Like as soon as this country is everybody's mixed, like everybody's got a little something.
I love that about here. We're so multicultural in this country. It's great.
Right.
Can I speak up and talk about something real quick?
Real quick, Val, Ben's been trying to say something. Ben, do you want to add on to that?
Well, you see more and more black people, Hispanic people, Muslim people in commercials and TV shows and whatnot. And I hear this stuff just in passing, to people talking about it, and they don't like it, and it's just disgusting that people are so threatened by that. It just drives me crazy. I don't know.
I just think it's fear.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Fear of them becoming the minority. And
Yes.
this is how they
that's what-
lash out.
Well, that's
Right, they're
why
gonna take their
they want to
jobs,
make it
blah, blah, blah.
a Christian nationalist country, because let's put it in plain text and terms. Republicans just don't get any. That's all. They're so uptight they ain't getting any, so it ain't making any babies. So that's their problem.
Yeah. Yeah. And they do keep saying, that's one thing that drives me nuts, is when they keep saying we were founded on a Christian nation. I'm like, no, they did everything the opposite to make sure there was no religion. But they still repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. We were founded on as a Christian nation.
And it's not, I mean, it's total horseshit. Like, just because the people
it's
that
well
were over
known.
here
I mean, it was
were Christians
well documented.
doesn't mean that they wanted it to be a Christian nation, because if they had, they would have put God and Jesus all over the Constitution. They chose not to.
I know, but they were all like atheists. Like Jefferson was an atheist. I think Hancock, one of the other ones.
Well, I think Jefferson was a
Alexander
deist.
Hamilton, I think, was.
He wasn't a Christian, but he was a deist. But he wasn't an atheist either.
Who was? Who's that?
Jefferson. Jefferson.
Yeah, I
So
thought he was atheist. Or
No,
agnostic.
he believed in some kind of a higher power, but he didn't like the organized religion. He didn't like Catholics, and well,
right.
I don't want to say he didn't like
to him
them, but
particularly to keep religion out.
yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Daniel. You just came back. I appreciate it. Age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up there if you want to add in.
Yeah, thank you for having me back.
Yep.
I'm awake now. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma, or north of Tulsa, and I voted for Harris. I'm 32 years old.
I lived in Tulsa for many, many, many years, or north of Tulsa for many years.
Really? Collinsville?
Owasso.
That's awesome, actually.
Yeah, that's like 15 minutes
that's the best
from
city in
each other.
Oklahoma, man.
Yeah.
It really
No.
is. It's a wonderful city. Anyway, thanks for having me on again. And I just want to say, like, if anyone's here, I traveled for over 4 years. I lived in Turkey and Azerbaijan, and racism is not exclusive to the United States. I think we know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And like the Turks don't like the Arabs. They don't renew their visas if they're from Iraq or anything. And Azerbaijanis hate them. It's not exclusive. It's shitty, but it's not exclusive. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. No, you're right. And it really is a global issue, but I don't know. It just feels more close to home, I guess, because I'm an American and I see it every day and it sucks.
Well, it's all we can control too. We can't control other countries.
Well,
we
yeah,
can,
and
we can work on what we have here.
Them as well. They can only control their own selves. So
right.
Also, it goes down to like the, you can't take the stick out of somebody else's eye until you take the log out of your own. So like, we really need to fix that problem here before we can, try to help out people in other countries and everything.
Well, we got a lot. We have a lot of repairing to do. I don't think we're trusted in the world anymore to be an example.
There were libs there who were trying to fix it as well over there. So
yeah, we're no longer an example for the world.
Hey, Tim, there's a
Yo.
gentleman down in the comments named Second Dan Again, and he looks like a Trump supporter. Do you want to bring him up? I can't find him.
Yeah, I've got him. I found him. Second Dan Again. You can come on if you'd like. Now, Paula, I'm gonna need you to take over the panel with your mod stuff. I need to step out for a minute, and I may be gone for a little bit. You got it?
I will be your replacement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be back as quick as I can.
Yeah, sure, no problem. We got it. Lauren's with me, and Ben, and right?
Yeah, we're here with you.
I'm here.
So Dan, do you want to come up or no? I guess he's not coming, guys. He's not coming up. Hey, so what do you guys want to
Beastmaster
talk
has no idea what he's talking about.
about? Wow.
Beastmaster has no idea what he's talking about.
Sometimes I think it's intimidating to be that one person. I really do feel that way. Like,
yeah, I understand. We would be nice. We would not like dogpile.
No, you guys have. Everybody's been really nice here. I'm very happy to be here.
Dan is scared. I'm just reading the comments.
I do
But do you
think
guys think that Trump has maybe, just by the mere virtue of him being president, do you think that just everybody who is racist feel like they could just come out of the closet?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's
Like,
getting
just
so much
his-
worse.
Just his presence, like, brings out the worst in people.
And by him winning the popular vote, like people like my brother think that, that means that all of those people also are racist and he's not alone. So to speak.
And just so essentially, I'm not bad for being racist because all these other people are racist also.
Correct.
If the president is, why can't I be?
Right.
Do they hear themselves when they say this stuff?
Like my brother started saying things I'd never heard before in his life. Like he just got like that. Like just making jokes and, kind of being funny. Not quite racist, but borderline. Definitely borderline. I'm like, do you hear yourself? I would have to like call him out on it. And he would say, you think that's racist? Oh my God, I have way worse friends. And I'm like, yeah, it is.
I think it's a mental defect. I really do. I think that people who are racist, I don't think the elevator goes to the top. I really don't. And I'm not trying to say that they're mentally ill. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they're just hardwired to be an asshole.
Right. And I think my brother kind of got numb to some of it. Like he heard it on like whatever show and the radio, and he just went with it and it kind of became part of him.
Yep.
Because he truly was not like that.
I
Never.
think part of the problem is like just the human condition is to try to do things like the easiest way that we can, and when it comes to like being a decent person, sometimes that's not the easiest thing to do. And I feel like a lot of people just choose like they want to take the easier path of I'd rather be hateful than to actually try and be nice to people.
He did say one thing that I don't think it's very polite, but it made sense. And he said that we threw too many things at people, like pronouns and,
I know.
all the different things. And he said that was way over the top too. I said, I can appreciate that.
Let's pause for a second and let's everybody welcome our new panel member, Scratch. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm Scratch. I am a democracy enthusiast, as Dan says, you know him. Votes for Kamala Harris.
How old are you, my
18.
friend?
I do my own. Oh, 18.
Okay.
I do my own lies. If any of you want to jump in, I'm just happy to be here for the conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
Our host Liberal had to step away for a moment, and he gives people about a minute or so to have to talk about whatever you want to say. So Scratch, you have the floor for about a minute and a half.
Yeah, this is a kind of conversation change, but if any of you have been following some of the drama happening around Dean recently with this anti-Trump tour, I think it's kind of ridiculous. And
The un-F yourself?
Huh?
The un-F yourself?
Yeah, the fuck un-F yourself,
Yeah.
right? I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think Dean has cucked himself out to part of the left. We have one girl coming up and saying, hey, we don't think this is, onto a panel of black liberals, and saying, I don't think this, the way you guys are like speaking to everybody is helpful towards furthering a cause. And then that's like, oh my gosh, you're microaggressing against them. And then they literally cancel an entire tour against Trump over one person in it giving constructive criticism to some black people. And I think this is a really bad part of the left, where we are so quick.
That's what I was just
Wait, let him finish, you guys. He's got like another 30 seconds.
We are so quick whenever a black person, a woman, person of color, a minority says something, or like, and then a white person skip conservative criticism to immediately say microaggression, racism, condemn them, and it's a detriment to our whole side. This campaign, this could really help people. This tour, unconvince them of Trump, but we're canceling over some tiny fucking shit. It's ridiculous.
So, I mean, as far
23
as
seconds.
the
Were you done, Scratch?
You're
If
done.
you're done
I'm done.
before your
Yeah,
timer,
go ahead.
just say you yield. Okay. So I'm curious, and I'm not 100% following the Dean thing. What did he say to these people?
So, what happened was there was one of the like managers or people that was running the thing, the Unfuck America Tour, came out like said some racist things and towards other members of the the group, and
No, stop.
And
Sorry.
so there was a huge thing. It came out that this happened. They went on the tour anyway, knowing that this. So essentially, everyone was looking at it as they were supporting or approving of this behavior, and in reality, they weren't. And like my personal views on it is like, on one hand, I get what people are saying, and by all means, like yes, they should now like. I don't think they should have stopped it. I think what they did was the right thing to do. And hey, this is something this is right around the corner. We're going to go do this, and we're going to address this afterwards. It was too late to really change anything or to stop anything. By all means, like, should they have said something earlier? Possibly. It was a very hard situation for them, and I think that's something that like a lot of people just don't understand. Like, they have to. They're in a very open and very big role in society right now, and it's difficult to make some of these decisions.
But sometimes our standards, we hold them way too high.
I agree.
I'm still confused. What happened?
What's going on?
What happened?
There wasn't
Same.
anything racist. They said they were microaggressions.
Wait, just can we back up a
Okay,
second, Scratch? Can you go back? I need a bigger picture because it doesn't.
Right.
I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah. Like
Once
what happened? Like what
upon a
happened?
time, there was a group of people who formed a.
The Unfuck America Tour.
Back, Paula?
And what did Dean say to these people that upset them? I don't understand the situation at all.
Is it Dean's
and if
group?
I don't, I'm sure somebody.
All right, who wants to do it? Scratch.
So yeah, okay. So
Lauren.
yeah. So what happened was they decided to do this Unfuck America Tour. They went to
Who's they? Who's Lauren?
Dean,
Who's they? Dean.
It was
Okay.
Dean Parker.
Dean Parker and a bunch of other people.
Yeah,
Okay.
there is.
Parker's good.
In all their group, they're a huge group that they
Right.
have.
Yeah.
So they wanted to do this Unfuck America Tour, follow Charlie Kirk around, and pretty much debunk everything he does at all these colleges.
Yeah.
Well, their campaign like managers that they hired to help them out and with the payments and the like the plane tickets, the hotels, all of that stuff. One of them like said some racist stuff to somebody. To another person on the tour, and it came out afterwards, and that they knew about it beforehand, and that like they were aware that she was racist.
Damn it.
Yeah. So afterwards, people were really upset at them for condoning this, going on the tour anyway, or at least not coming out and being like, "Hey,
Right.
look, this happened. We have got together. We want like your input. Do we go on the tour still or not?" Like they felt like they should have like made some sort of statement beforehand, and they didn't. Well, they were addressing it afterwards, and some people are like really mad at them for not doing that, and like they're just trying to like work through this. And on the one hand, like I see where people are coming from. I see where they're coming from. It's just a very, very, very difficult situation for them. They put a lot of effort into this. This is something that like will do a lot of good, and to just dismiss it, like by all means, like they should get rid of them. If she doesn't want to quit the manager, like the campaign managing role, then they should move on and find somebody else, which is what they've said that they're going to do. but like for a lot of people, that's not enough for them. They feel like something should have been done earlier.
But
Okay,
Laura, what did she say? Wait, what did the
Donna
Z
and
person say that was actually racist? Because I listened to the clip. It
He,
doesn't. She
Dean,
didn't say
Dean
any
did
racist.
not.
wait a second.
Dean never
No,
once
Z,
said
the
something.
Z woman.
Oh, Z.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. In the
didn't see that.
comments,
Like I listened to the
yeah,
clip. She didn't sound racist. She just interrupted them, and they said that was microaggressions and racist.
kids. Here's the thing, you guys. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do with. We gotta, Black people are a really important part of our party. We gotta welcome them, and we can't have racists in our own party.
They
No,
weren't
I
being
agree.
racist
okay.
though.
No
So,
one
but
wants that.
but
I
that's
don't
the
They
think
weren't being
here.
racist.
Chelsea, come up here and explain it, because I also agree basically with what Scratch is saying, is that we are too quick to a virtue signal that we're not going to allow anything like this, and they get all upset and it like Al Franken, the way they did Al Franken over that fucking picture. Like shit like that. Anyway, Chelsea, age, location, who you voted for, and let us know.
I'm 33, Wisconsin, and I voted for Harris. I just wanted to jump in. What Lauren was saying was pretty correct, but they did drop Z, and now people keep bringing it up and like making it a big thing, and it's actually hurting the cause more than actually helping it, because Z is dropped. They let her go. She did say some things that were like basically along the lines of like she jumped in a live with a panel of Black women who were not part of the tour, but they were talking about stuff going on in the tour, and she jumped on the live and she started like bashing them, basically telling them like, you guys are doing this because this is how Black women act and this is why they act like that and blah 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 blah. So she was being racist. She was like generalizing them in a way that made it sound really bad for her. And then also another person who was running the tour with her, Brandon, is a Zionist. And then the third person who was Mr. Jones, who basically found out about everything, and then Mr. Jones told Z like, don't come out with a public apology about it. So those three people,
Mr.
everybody
Jones?
got really mad at them.
That Mr. Jones is the biggest piece of shit I've ever met on this platform, by the way. I'm just gonna come on and say that. But can we pull up the clip here? Because I actually want people to listen to it.
I'm afraid to, because yesterday I got a violation for playing a clip. So
I don't think that's a good idea.
yeah,
Especially if it was
it said that.
Who's the Zionist?
Yeah, who? So
Brandon something I don't remember.
I'll pull up the
Can I just say,
transcript
I
of the
would like
clip and
to
I'll
say
read it so I can just censor anything.
You know what's interesting is that the right can have people that are just horrible, right? And they can put them into office and they can put them into the government as the Secretary of Defense. Okay, they can have all that shit. But we can't have any disagreement in our party. Is that what I'm hearing? And then also, is this not rat fucking? I mean, I'm sorry to use that word, but you guys know what rat fucking is?
No.
Rat fucking is when a Republican agent comes in and makes problems for our party.
Oh, then yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's
I
my
feel like
thought.
that's what it is.
And they do it a lot. They do it a lot. And
They did it for the Women's March, if anybody remembers that.
I'm gonna pause and try and listen to this clip real quick so I can better.
Go ahead. We'll talk
ab-
amongst ourselves. We're going to talk about
Okay.
Tim. What do you guys think about Tim's hat? I like it. I think it's pretty cool. No, Ben, I would like to
I
get
wanted
Ben.
to get into a Palestinian debate, but like an Israeli debate, but like my God, like I can tell you
people
a
shy
story
away from
if you want to hear
Israel
my
because
story.
of that.
Okay?
Ben, are you there? Because Ben's been around for a little bit. Ben, you're muted. Do you want to
Yes.
talk about? Hey, Ben.
Hi.
Do you know what we're talking about?
No, I just got educated on it. It's, those voices, Parker, Dean, Chris, all of them, they have a pretty powerful platform. And for something like that to happen, I think they need to like sort of own it, and take it a step further than the other side, and humble themselves. Like, okay, this is right, this is wrong.
that's the thing though. Like they do own it. They have owned it. They came and addressed it over and over and over again. They've stopped debating to have like full days like to address this issue that's come up, and so
That they move
it's
on.
not that they haven't. Yeah, it's not that it
Okay.
they haven't owned it or they don't recognize it.
So, but it's
It's
still
that
a problem.
people are saying that it's not enough still.
Right.
Oh,
But
well,
that,
there's
but
some
that's,
people on our side that would be that way, but I think it's the Republicans because as soon
I
as they
don't,
see
yeah, but
trouble,
they're
they
gonna
make
keep,
it amplified.
they're gonna keep making it a problem. And like Ben
Yeah.
said, they have to do a grand gesture is what they
Yeah.
need to, they need to like they need to talk about
And
racism and they need to figure, you know what I mean? They need to get ahead of
I
it.
think the other thing that is kind of getting in the way of this as well is Dean's past, where during the election time for him, he did have a part where people found that racism in his past, and
Yeah.
that where he has changed and gotten better and improved himself and gotten rid of a lot of those racist tendencies.
Wasn't he a Republican
I was
too?
indoctrinated
Yes,
in my youth
yes.
as well.
Oh man, Dean
But
Was
screwed
it
himself.
racist by
I don't think
ignorance or
Dean was
was it
being
just plain
racist.
old
I think Dean
racist?
is a piece of shit,
Come
though.
forward and actually
Well, I
apologize
was.
for his past, what he said
Yeah,
in the
Can I,
past,
can I
and
speak for like 1 minute?
made
Look,
himself.
look, look,
Yeah.
look, look.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I speak as a
Next
black
person.
person?
Well,
Okay.
was that Daniel that wanted to speak?
Yes.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead.
raised in Greeley, Colorado, which is the most conservative place it's the most conservative area of Colorado, besides Pueblo. And I was indoctrinated by youth. I was. And then I traveled, I moved, I now see what Oklahoma is like, and now I'm completely I'm liberal as fuck right now.
Well, we're glad that you're liberal as fuck because Tim is liberal as fuck too.
Someone put in the comments that Parker was 14 when he said that.
No, it wasn't Parker Dean. Yes, and yes, he was. I mean, it's like he was
Okay.
indoctrinated like a lot of people were. Like, just like me. Like, I was
14?
transphobic growing up, but it's.
Or we say
Like,
things
there's
by
reason behind it.
accident when you're 14. You
Okay.
don't really
Well,
know.
no,
He
it
was just
wasn't by
being
accident, though.
edgy. He
Scratch.
wasn't actually being racist.
Did you want to also weigh in? I thought I heard you say you wanted to say something earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think when people are 14, they're probably like on Call of Duty. They might hear some of this language and might just use it to insult people.
Oh, we lost you, Stretch.
Yeah, I think he got a phone call. And no, like, he legit came out and said, no, he was racist growing up. So.
Yeah,
How was he
But
being
he's owned
racist?
up
Did he
to
just say
it.
the word? Like, what did he say that was like actually racist though?
No, he said growing up, like when he was 14, he was racist. He had owned up to that. He admitted it and everything. Not that it was just like him saying something on Call of Duty or anything.
The problem
Well,
is
Tony
now
is
understand that Dean is just going to go to
absolutely
whatever the
Republican.
majority of the left says he should do it because he doesn't seem to actually have his own beliefs. So, like, what did he actually? Did a clip come out of him just saying the N-word or something?
No, it was just like I didn't see any clips of it. I heard him owning up to it. I've heard other people talking about it. I didn't see any clips of him at 14 saying anything.
Well, even if he did, like, once again, most 14-year-olds are just like really fucking edgy.
Right,
They're just
and
gonna
look
be
what
on
we're
like
making
lobbies.
of it.
They're gonna do this shit. They're not actually being racist. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm just cooler than everybody. Nobody understands me. They're not like being racist or anything. Most of these people don't like actively hate black people or anything.
So I feel like, it's really hard to be a kid in this era, right? Like if we had cell phones and iPhones and whatever back when I was growing up, I would hide. But what all Dean simply needs to do, they just need to get a crisis manager in there, and what he needs to do, they need to get out ahead of it. They need to talk about it till it, to death. But we still got some time before the next election in 2026, but they really gotta. But wait a minute, did you guys say they stopped the tour?
They're
That's what I heard.
readjusting it basically. They're coming together, the group of people who are all coming out and like making their videos about what happened. They're all coming together separately, but the thing is, the woman who was running it, she ran off with like a whole bunch of money that was dedicated to that campaign. So she kind of screwed all of them by doing that.
Well, they need
So
to get a
You
they need
know,
to file a report.
like
now people bringing this up is just making it worse. Nobody's going to donate to their
Right.
campaign.
You know what
Everybody
Trump would
keeps
do? He
doing
would just
this.
make another big blunder and cover it up, and we'll be on the next thing.
like we're hurting ourselves here by doing
sticking
stupid
with
shit
it.
like this. Well, I can't find what they said. All I can find is videos of people bitching about
I
the
know,
people.
but the mere
I
fact
can't
that we're
find
talking about this much is like never would happen on the right. It just wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah.
it-
No, I
like,
agree.
What the right would do is, we're not racist. Look at what that person said on the other
Right.
side. So that's what they need to do. Dean
Right,
needs
and
to-
then they would say, "Well, look at this shiny object over here," and something else would
Yeah.
happen.
That's what they need to do. He
They
needs
just go
to
from one to another.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, they have owned up to it. It was a learning. Was it terrible? Yes. Is it a learning experience for them? Absolutely. They're new to this. They are growing. They're learning. Like, we have to understand that and put ourselves in their shoes. They cannot be perfect. They are humans.
See, I
the
think
left
they've done all they
constantly-
need to do. They should just move on.
The left constantly, time and time again, like especially with our presidential candidates, want that perfect candidate. We want everybody to be perfect, and we aren't. We can't be. But what we can do is do what the right doesn't and own up to our mistakes and try to do better.
Yeah,
and
but
that's what it's all about.
sit there and stagnate in them.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And then
we
like
need to move
like
on.
okay.
all the time.
So did you read that transcript while I had my headphones off? Because I couldn't find what she said. I couldn't find these supposedly racist remarks.
He took them off.
He took what off?
Parker deleted his old posts that were like racist.
I think
Well,
he's
I
talking
mean,
about
no,
the post,
I'm-
the live where Z was being racist.
Yeah, like some people call racism something that just may be untasteful.
Right, or somebody that needs to learn.
Right, and somebody that wants to virtue signal is like, oh, I'm so unracist. Let me just pick every little thing that you've ever said and like nitpick. Right, like
yeah.
I feel like this may be a case of that. I don't know. I don't know what she said.
It does to me.
That's what it sounds like.
PSA.
PSA,
Regardless
guys.
if she was
guys put a
racist or
lot
not,
of
she
effort
still
in.
ran off with the money and caused this big old scene with the tour that was supposed to be for the better for our people.
That part is hideous.
Well, I guess my suggestion would be for them to just do the fucking tour, get whatever money they can, just fucking ignore all the bullshit and just keep going. Like
Do like a GoFundMe again and just like, I mean, I know
Yep.
I already donated.
They can't let
donate
this
again.
stop them. They cannot let this stop them.
No,
No.
They need to do
And
what
we
they
need
were
to,
doing.
Like, give these guys, they're young guys, give them a break. Like,
yeah,
let
I mean,
them
and
move on.
let's face it, we are dealing with a fucking fascist takeover right now, and they're
And
worried
here we
about
are
like
virtue
microaggressive.
signaling.
Microaggressive language that maybe, and I don't know what she said. So
I don't
I'm-
even care. Let me just say this:
Apologize
if
and
they
move
don't
on.
clean that house, if they don't get that shut down and cleaned up and fixed, the Republicans are going to take this and they're going to run with it because with the 2026 election right around the corner, and with Trump's approval ratings
The
tanking
midterms.
and the economy's turning south, they're going to go racist. They're going to go racist hardcore. They're going to go with wedge issues so hard for that election. So,
Look,
I
yeah,
mean,
but
it's
if
my opinion.
you're
Take it for what it's worth.
I understand what you're saying, but they're never going to find perfect. Nobody, they're just
we're
not.
not.
Especially with social media and the ease with which you can say things, or like
And I'm
yesterday we were talking
59,
about
I make
Israel.
mistakes.
But I'm
Yeah,
just
we were
saying,
talking
they
about
need to
Israel. Anybody
out.
could go and clip out what I said and call me an anti-Semite, and everybody could go off with videos about it, and you know what I mean, like. Yeah, of
Hey,
course.
somebody
again,
request up.
I don't know what was said, so I'll have to look at it after the show's over. But PSA time, guys. Let's get over 30,000 likes if we could, please. We have 68 people in here. We had like 80 in here earlier. Tap the screen. Take care of our panelists. Send them gifts. When you do that, it helps push us out on the FYP. I also have some cowboy hats. A goal of cowboy hats. There's 10 of them. I need 9 more. you can help me out that way. Also follow and do the heart me. That way you can get notified when I go live next time, and be sure to share this out and subscribe if you want the loud badge next to your name, because that's cool.
Let's talk about that subscription for a second, you guys. It's just $2.69 for the first month. Check it out. You get stickers, you get exclusive content. We're going to be doing some live subscriber lives and whatever else Tim can think about.
I've been brainstorming. Yes, thank you. I appreciate all of you that do have a subscription. And Paula, I really need to just have you do the PSAs because I feel so weird doing them.
Well, I know you do, but I'm really excited about the subscriber stuff, Tim, because people who are really big fans of yours, like me and Lauren and all the other people up here, consider it like a subscriber live would almost be. It would be, Lauren. Don't you think a subscriber live would be amazing?
Yes, I do, and I do think so I've been on lives where it has switched from like a live like this, just an open live, to a subscriber live, and it's gotten me to consider, actually getting a subscription to stay a part of it. So I do think that that's a good idea. I do think like actual planned subscriber lives as well are a good idea. It's just going to be kind of dependent on what you're wanting to do and what you want to do accomplish, I feel.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna, starting Tuesday, I think I'm gonna do either 1 or 2 hours after this regularly scheduled time at the end, and if you're a subscriber you can stay, etc. But we'll see. I'm new to this stuff, so I'm just playing it by ear, I guess. We do have a new panelist, Blaze. Welcome back. Age, location, who you voted for.
Good morning, liberal loudmouth. I'm 37. I'm Colorado, and I supported Madam Vice President Harris.
Yay! Go
and
ahead.
I just want to say, I heard y'all talking about the situation with the tour and all of that. I just want to say, I'm not kidding. I just got a phone call it was a 3-way call with 2 other creators who actually contributed to this campaign, who were close to the people that were started the grassroots aspect of it. I've heard a lot of things. I haven't seen a lot. I haven't gone to some of these creators' pages and watched their videos. But what I will say is, what I heard as of this morning is that a lot of the female creators that were a part of this actually stated that they no longer feel safe working on this. That there was some inappropriate things going on behind the scenes. And the 2 individuals that I just got off the phone call with basically said, like, I'm in a live right now and I'm ready to call this out and call out the BS. So I just want to say, like, I don't know where everybody sits with that. I'm like with you, Tim, like, hey, every little bit helps, right? Like, we're fighting fascism, but at the same time, when you have individuals who are taking other people's money and doing questionable things and treating women in a questionable manner, that delegitimizes you and your cause and what you're about. And I think that's kind of the place that I'm at. Like, I don't know about anybody else on this panel, but I personally would not be willing to contribute to something like that just because of the ill treatment of the women that were a part of this. And
Blaze, did they actually come out and say, did they like out loud say that something happened? Or are they just
one of the
intimating
individuals
it?
I know, and I don't want to disclose too much, but one of the individuals I know that was really close to the creator and some of the moderators, specifically some of the female moderators that were a part of this, basically said that they are now at the place of calling out the behaviors. There was rampant misogyny. There was a scandal involving sexual things with some of the women. And I'm just gonna say, yes, and that. But I think at the point that situation is at, I don't feel comfortable speaking on it more, other than to say I had 2 female creators call me who were close to the situation, and they both said they're ready to call out BS on it, and it's bad news.
Well, I hope they do.
Don't go
I hope
there.
they do.
I just don't like
Yeah.
being on the fence, like Tim's saying. Like, I hope they do.
Right. Yeah. Like, I don't know what it is, or, if there's like something egregious that's happening, like, and that's a problem with men on both sides is, they do stupid shit to women. And, even if they don't mean it in like a misogynistic way, sometimes we're just idiots,
Yeah.
But I mean, you're
And
like,
that's
yeah,
one thing
I can
Trump
get on
supporters
board with
would
that.
never do. They would never
Right.
admit their faults and
Never.
apologize for them and come out with the scandals. Like, they wouldn't do that. And that's the thing that people don't understand, that we actually take
Right.
accountability
Yep.
on our side.
So let's say this is
Yep.
true. What should they do?
They should get rid of the bad actors and they should move on with what they're doing.
Bury it.
Because
Right?
the tour
Bury it,
itself
move
is
on.
important. Get rid of the fucking people that are doing the shit. Bring in new people that don't do that shit.
And bury it.
then go right and then go on. That's all you
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah.
Like we've
The
got
worst
bigger
part.
like
I don't
our
know
whole
anything
country
about
is
that.
at stake here, and
And
we
we're
can't
worried
be
about that.
getting
Yeah.
fucked up with this. Like, yes, it's bad, but we got to prioritize shit, people. I mean, go look at the tenets of fascism. Fucking check mark for Donald Trump on every single one of them.
100%. Yes.
Right.
And
I mean, I don't know anything about it. I don't know who did what or anything like that. So as far as like Candy, like I believe those women, I do, and but I don't know like the creators that were the bad ones. I don't know the ones that were good ones. And unless somebody comes out and like tells us who we can and cannot look at, I do feel like it is difficult for us to just move on, because we don't know if that's actually been removed from the group or not. So I think that's one of the first things. They need to come out with a statement about all this stuff, if it's true, if it's not.
Yeah.
Like they do. And yes, I do believe those women, Candy. I think we all do. We're not saying that we don't believe them. We just no one knows the
Right.
situation if they're
Right.
thinking it, and we don't know if they fixed it or not.
Right, and if there's something happened, they need to come. And
Take
I
the
wish
Band-Aid
women
off.
were able to say it more, and it wasn't such a big deal. I know it is, but
Yeah.
they need to say what happened, and then get those fucking creeps out of there if that's the case, and then keep going with the premise of the idea that they were trying to do in the first damn place.
And then if the women were harmed, they can take it on a personal level,
Yeah,
not on a
criminal
national
charges,
level.
civil charges. I mean, whatever
Right.
the case may be. People
Yep.
are always going to have an opinion.
Every generation has to evolve when it comes to stupidity,
Yeah.
without thinking things through, and the consequences that go along with it. I was fortunate. My mother's Sicilian, my three sisters, I'm the only boy, was Sicilian. They wouldn't tolerate any of that crap from my ass. So I would be brutally beat down verbally.
Because you
So
were
I
raised
learned my
right,
lessons
Ben.
very young, and I appreciate them for it, and I adore my sisters. But a lot of young people, they're going to have to go through this crap on their own. They're going to have to figure out how to address it. And today, it's even more obvious because of social media. I mean, it's out there in the ethos. So reeling it back in is tougher. So it's going to make them smarter as they grow in their own life cycle. That's
So,
all I can think
a
of.
quick comment. Like, we need to, we were just talking about the racism issue with Dean, and now we're talking about the issue with women. They're both equally egregious, right?
Yeah.
Both of
Yes.
those things have to be dealt with, and we have to, I don't know what to say.
They
We're
need to
never going to be
disappear.
perfect, but we got to be better than that.
Then
Yeah,
they disappear. They go away, just die. Because
And I
we don't
think-
have time for this.
Right. I think the lack of information also about what actually took place is just stringing this whole thing along. They need to just come out. This is what happened. This is what they said. Play the clips. Put a compilation
what we're
together.
doing.
Does it
This
really
is how
feel
we're
like
reacting
that,
to it.
fucking-
And then, right, because who knows? These people, Z or somebody else could have been paid by fucking maggots to come in there and screw shit up like that. I mean, that's what they do.
I don't
I
know if
feel
you
like
guys
they
heard
should
of
just
Becca.
say,
She did
"It's
a
a
really good
hoax.
breakdown on it.
It's a witch hunt."
She was actually on the tour, and she did a really good breakdown. She's really good at like making long videos and like putting all the screenshots and showing the pictures of the people. Like, she did a long, like almost 10-minute video on everything that happened. and why people
I
felt
actually
the way
just
that they did.
I just
Who
finished
was that,
listening to
Chelsea?
it. She wasn't being racist. She was
Becca?
just being aggressive.
Okay, yeah.
It just seemed to me when I was listening to Z.
Can y'all send me that link so I can watch it? Because again, I'm operating on pure ignorance here. I don't really know what's going on. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, so like everything I'm saying is like I don't really know what the fuck's going on, which that's like half my life story. But hey, we do
Did
what
you
we
get my
can.
invite? I sent you an invite to join your Discord.
Yeah, and
Because
I
Tim has a Discord channel, y'all.
yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, let me put that in the deal. I sent you an invite to the server. I saw your friend request. I sent you an invite to the server.
Thank
Paul.
you.
Yep.
Tim, somebody that's closer to this situation than I am is here, and I sent him an invite.
Oh, awesome.
And
is that
she's in the
BMB?
comments. BMB, yeah.
Okay,
if you want to invite her up, she's got more information than I do about this.
Absolutely.
BMB, request up, girl.
Yep. She's coming in.
Oh, she's coming in. She's right
Well,
beside
it's
the line.
there we are. There we are. Oh, I'm getting an echo. Okay, there we go. Age, location, who you voted for, and go ahead. I'll put your timer up there. Educate us.
She muted.
I need 2 minutes to get rid of the echo. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. Let me know. Ooh, yeah, that is echo for sure. Well, I'm going to go grab something to drink, guys. I'll be right back. Please argue amongst yourselves as they are doing on the Unfuck America Tour.
For once, we're not arguing,
it's just
guys.
insane to me.
I'm glad Buffy's here because, like I said, I don't know a whole lot. I know what I've seen the clips of and everything. If she's closer to this, then to give us more information, that'd be great. And I think we do need to be more educated on this before we truly talk a lot about it.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be afraid, right? We need to have open discussions, just I don't know, you guys. I really don't know the answers, but I do know this. I've watched my whole life, and anytime there was any issue with issues like this in our party, it was usually as a direct. It gets exploited by the right, and
Yes.
we got to figure it out.
And they push it along even harder.
Oh my God! It'll become an anchor around.
Charlie Kirk is trying to say that we're blowing up and he won because of this, and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk, the guy that wouldn't even talk to Dean. The guy he doesn't like.
At first, didn't they own? Was it Charlie Cook that was on the tour with them?
I don't know.
Who they were debating. The guy that they were debating. Was it Charlie Cook at Texas Tech?
Charlie Kirk
First
is
one, and he wouldn't debate him.
Right. Yeah. I remember seeing that clip. It was
exactly,
funny.
and this is the MO of the right. They're projecting on us, and I'm not saying that these things didn't happen, but I'm just saying that they're going to exploit the shit out of this.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Kirk actually came out, and Buffy left. I don't know what happened, but
I think she was trying to fix her situation.
Yeah, it's probably Bluetooth. When my Bluetooth connects in my truck.
Here,
she might be bad.
I think I've added you, liberal. So I'm gonna get on my computer here, and I'll put it in your DMs.
Let me follow you as well. Let me see if I got it. And I'll watch it afterward. Maybe we can talk about this again later because I think this is.
But just as an example, look how much time we're spending on it. It is not settled in the Democratic Party how we handle these kind of issues. Yes, they're bad. I don't want to minimize anyone's troubles, but there's overblown.
But that is very hard because we hold ourselves to such a higher standard than the right does.
I'm not saying not to.
Oh no, and I'm not either. But because of that, it's really hard for us to get that organization. The right doesn't care. If they do something
the right
bad, and
actually sees us as virtue signaling everything.
The women
they think it's just ridiculous, that any of this is called out. All
right, Buffy's back.
Back again.
Buffy, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, we're talking about the Jones situation.
Is
Yeah,
is
because
this better? Can you hear me clear?
oh yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. Thank you. Okay, so
Okay.
age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put the timer up. But if you need to say more, go ahead.
Yeah, so 39, Arizona and Harris. So with the Jones situation, I've been monitoring fairly closely. I had distanced myself from him a couple months ago, but the gist of the situation is they were doing the Unf the America tour. There was a lot of money that was raised, and there were a lot of things promised: security, a bus, signage, all these kinds of things. And so when they got closer to the tour, people were asking for receipts. Where is this money being spent? Those things were not being presented by Z or Mr. Jones. And when people started calling them out, like, why aren't we seeing receipts? Females felt more comfortable explaining that Mr. Jones had not only been aggressive online, but also essaying offline. There were a couple of big creators who were witness to it. They have put out videos. You can watch them. Dantrell, Liv, um, uh, individuals who were not a part of it but commented on it because they knew more than I do. They're in the discords. Is RTP and Santana. They explain it very well in their videos of what occurred with Mr. Jones. But for all of the accomplishments that he has listed are being called out as questionable, like a pay for a PhD situation, his interaction with women, his interaction with his ex, um, when she called him out for DV, his ex. This was 4 days ago, maybe 5 days ago. He put her and her 3-year-old child out of his house. And she's been on lives where it feels comfortable sharing her story of the things that she endured while being with Mr. Jones, which included DV and SA.
Wow. And so, Mr. Jones, I think I saw a video of the guy. Is he a black guy?
Yes,
Like
with locks.
probably
Yes.
like mid-20s or something.
He is in his early 40s. He's been in Time magazine. He's pretty prominent on this app, especially if you circulate in black spaces.
He's a piece of shit.
Very, very trusted person. He did a lot of fundraising. Those things are coming into question at this time as well, of where those funds went. And we're asking for any individuals who did receive the funds. We're asking you to step forward and let us know that you did actually receive the funds you were promised. There are some creators on here that are truly harmed, one of which is from Ukraine and was trying to raise money to just pass out water and food for 85 families. She was trying to raise money. Dantrell, who was trying to help, was donating some of his artwork. His artwork goes for 6 figures. He was donating his artwork to raise money to send to these people, and Mr. Jones could not account for those funds. So
I see. Yeah, I've never seen him, but was that picture was of him? Is this Mr. Jones?
Yes,
Okay.
that's him.
Yeah, I debated Mr. Jones once in Mojo's live. If anybody know who he is, and his followers were calling me a Uncle Tom, a traitor to my race,
That's the
helping
other
out the
thing.
white man.
Yeah, that's the other thing I want to comment on. So a lot of people are asking, why didn't these women come forward earlier? So we've seen previously in the circles he runs in, if you do go against him, you are doxxed, blocked, and antagonized consistently. And so again, that's one of the reasons why, I don't know if I included the Mishi part of this. That's one of the reasons why. So Mishi wanted to come out yesterday and just say, like, yes, I gave him my account probably like 18 months ago, because he got his account got bananaed, and she truly believed in his message, and so she gave him her account. She didn't know anything about any of his behavior whatsoever until about 72 hours ago. I've talked to her personally. I have been in her lives the last couple of days, and she is taking complete responsibility for giving him her account, but she had in no way, shape, or form participated in any of his behavior.
Wow.
Was she part of like the money situation?
No,
Did she?
she
Why
said
did
that
I hear a woman did it? Like
yes,
just a
her name
moment.
is Z E.
Okay, so a
ZEE.
woman did take the money.
Yes,
But Jones didn't or did?
he did. So Z was the publicist that was kind of orchestrating the entire event. Um, what was communicated to me that Jones was understood what her goal was, because each of the creators I mentioned who had nothing to do with this situation whatsoever, including Dantrell, Liv, RTP, Mishi, nothing to do with this whatsoever. They all started realizing they were all being told four different things. And so once they finally talked to each other, they realized we think they're lying to us. And that's where this began. And so once they came out and said, hey, I think he's lying to us, that's when the women felt more comfortable to come forward and share what happened.
Because
So
otherwise,
these are-
they'd
this
been
isn't-
afraid that people would have said that they were lying, and
Correct.
But okay, so but the Z situation is separate from the Jones situation. Two different things happen in two different spaces.
No, it's yeah. So no, the Z and Jones situation about the money is the same. The Jones situation about SA is solely on him.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So they
Yikes.
just to understand better, did they both take money? Or a
That
piece
is what
of it?
they can't prove otherwise at this point.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
people are just asking for the receipts and they don't have any for us right now.
Somebody said she's also a former 2X Trump voter. Is that Z?
No, they're talking about Mishi. She
Oh.
is openly a former Trump reporter or a Trump voter. And the reason she has her lives is she wants people who look like her and did what she did to learn more. And so that is, I don't want to speak for her, but that's what I understand her platform to be. I support her. I think she has done nothing but apologize for some of her missteps. I can say I have misstepped. I get misstepped in immigration conversations. I've misstepped in LGBTQ conversations, and I can even be a bigoted against white people, okay, or prejudice. So I would hope you would give me the same grace that you will give her.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
I think that's the
nobody's
important-
perfect. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
think
Lauren.
I think that's the important part. Is like, yes, we all make mistakes. We're all human. We have to recognize when we make those mistakes, learn from them, and try to do better. And that's one thing. Like, us on the left, I think, focus on or should be focused on more. Because the right definitely does not do that. They make those mistakes and they continue to make those mistakes and continue to be horrible, people. So I don't know. Like, yes, I say with the Z and Jones, absolutely distance ourselves from them, but don't like condemn the rest of the creators just because of those individuals. Like, this came out, they understood, or they've learned and understood from the mistakes that were made, and they're trying to move forward and be better to continue this good fight that they've been doing.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's another reason why you don't want to hang your hat so hard on some people, like influencers, what have you, because you don't know who these people are or what they think or do behind the scenes, like. So
To be
people
honest, I'm
end
leery
up
of any of them that
disappointing.
have Cash App.
Hey,
Yeah,
you can donate to my Cash App, $sign Op-Ed Daily.
Everybody's. I don't like
no,
that.
I will tell
won't.
you.
Be leery.
Blaze,
Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
I will tell you, Blazus knows this. We spend a lot of time in rooms together. Hey, girl. That if you feel as though you have to wear a symbol, a bracelet, or put letters in front of your name to show that you're an ally, then you're doing it wrong. Because when you're doing it, you just open your mouth and your actions are doing it. That's all any of us want from you, is for you to speak up and show us that you're an ally. I don't, because I think here's the problem. I'm not saying y'all do it out of bad intention, but some people think if they put the blue bracelet on, they're done. They've done the work, and that's just not
What
true.
is the blue bracelet for? Again, like I'm totally
Yeah.
ignorant about some of these things.
Oh,
Forgive
I
me.
feel so old.
That you voted for
Sorry.
Democrats.
Yeah, after the election, a lot of white tea women wanted to put on blue bracelets to show that they were a safe space.
I see.
And the
Okay.
black community was like, we don't need a bracelet. We would just like you to change.
Right. So
Lawyer Bay
that's the
wants to come up. You
equivalent.
can drop me for her.
Who was that? Was that Chelsea?
Yeah, you can drop me for Lawyer Bay. She wants to come
Okay.
up.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank
I
you,
hope you
guys.
come back. See ya. No, that's the equivalent of the support the troops stickers back during Bush's years when, they called us unpatriotic and anti-American for opposing the Iraq war.
Yeah,
Um,
and I will tell you, the MBW movement. I'm talking about letters in front of the name. That's what I'm talking about. But
Mhm.
I
Listen, girl.
support their. I know some of the
Breathe.
creators. I respect.
Man, you could not be speaking my language more. I'm so glad somebody else has seen this shit. Sorry to interrupt you though.
Oh no, you're fine. Listen, I'll always be interrupted to be agreed with. That sounds amazing. But no,
It's the blue bracelet of TikTok, and they're so fucking disgusting. So I'm white, but like you said, you don't like signify ally. Like we can smell the fucking seasoning. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
But
these
no,
people.
here's the problem. We've seen this problem before because we see creators now, they're like they want to distance themselves from someone that they've attached themselves to with letters or symbols, and that's the same thing that MAGA does. And so I'm not saying they're the same as MAGA, but what I'm saying is the thought process behind it is the same. Like, all I have to do is wear this color and now I'm in this group, and you don't
Right.
have to do any actual work. So
And
I don't
It's like-
need these letters.
It's like the-
black white liberals. That's what they are. I don't know if you know Christine, Breezy, whatever the fuck. I've watched both of them. Well, so I actually caught the excoriation, but they are disrespectful to black women. They make microaggressions, and when they're called on it, they fucking have an absolute meltdown.
Conniption.
And it harkens back to Malcolm X and the white liberals. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you've bitched about this before, and I knew why you were coming on when she started talking about that. Buffy, were you trying to finish some statement that you were?
No, y'all go ahead. No, I'm good.
No,
It reminds me of, and just let me make this point. It reminds me of the MAGA Christian, where they're Christian in name only. They don't do any part of what the Bible says that they should do. They just want to call themselves Christians, and and this actually, that's why you see a lot of P3DOs from churches and stuff, because they can latch onto this and pretend to be something that they're totally not.
You know what
And
we
I just
didn't
want to say,
exploit
I am
either?
not
QAnon.
I'm not associating that group with any negative behavior. I know the creators, and I think their movement is great. I am just questioning the individuals that don't know, because I've asked them in lives, what does that mean for you? And they're unable to articulate it. So to me, if you can't articulate something, you want to stamp something on something that's personal, and now I have a problem with that, not the movement. Just
And help me understand.
100%.
I'm a whitey. But anyhow, like, I have to imagine people of color can have to be on guard no matter who they're in front of. Like, there's always got to be some apprehension, and you walk up just because they have a blue bracelet shouldn't mean crap. Like,
No.
that's the point. You got the point.
Not
I'm
at
just
all.
trying to understand better.
Yeah,
I
you
would have
got
to
it.
think
That's
that.
the point.
No, if I see someone with a blue bracelet, I'm pretty,
I think some
I don't really have to worry.
I think some white tea people don't realize how deep are, I don't know how to put this nicely. I'm just going to be very blunt. How deep the privilege is, right? Like, you don't realize.
You can't see it.
Yeah, you don't. You're blinded, just like white blindness, if you will. Like when you're in a what's that snowstorm that's real heavy? What's that? Blizzard, right? It's like that, and you don't realize it, and you're thinking, oh, I'm gonna help this other group.
savior shit, right? And
Well,
it's
exactly.
I
We're not
agree with you.
saviors. I'm
hold
not
on,
your
Scratch.
savior. I can't be your savior. But one of the best things I can do is recognize as a white person, I do have a privilege, and there's things I can't see, and all I can do is to be a part of the movement, right?
Well, Paula, deconstruction and recognizing inherent bias and inherent racism, implicit bias. It's like they're like sunglasses that color interactions with the world.
Yeah.
But it's like like active listening. It's a fucking active job. You don't just like, oh, I've reached ally status, and then and that's it, and you know what I mean. Like and somewhere along the way, I mean, essentially, it's performative what these people are doing, and I agree it's not the whole movement. That's fine, but I do see some people removing them fucking letters, and when they come around me, I mean, you're just not gonna be comfortable. And even the people who platform them, I'm like, do you understand what you're platforming? Because some of these exposures have been pretty fucking significant to not know like what somebody's character is like.
Yep.
I'm
Now,
just gonna be straight
Scratch.
up.
Let
Like
me go to Scratch. Go ahead.
yeah, like I agree. White people have a certain amount of privilege. I'm glad that people recognize it, but just coming from a black person, it's really fucking cringe when I hear white people saying, "I apologize. I'm so blind and I can't see my own privilege." Like, we get it. You can just say like it's okay. We get it. You don't have to like make a whole deal of it. But we all know what like intersectionality is. We all know what privileges are. It's just a little cringe sometimes.
Yeah, no,
I'm so sorry I made you cringe.
no, it's
Oh, it's not
think
that
she's.
bad. You're fine.
See,
I
that's
think
what I'm
she's just
saying.
making
That's
a
what
point.
it is, right? That's what happens. You give a criticism to a white woman, and they get really upset about it instead of saying, "Wait, do I need to self-correct?" Or
And the MBM skills in, but go ahead, BMB. I'm sorry.
I know. Okay. So I am understanding from my community of my followers that I need to be very, very clear. So when you're discussing this topic, no I or me statements, because all you're doing there is centering the conversation around you when you're asking about race and you don't know anything about that, right? So just stop saying, well, I have a such and such third cousin best friend who's black who told me the story one time, right? We don't want that. We so no I or me statements when you're having this conversation. That's an actionable item you can do.
Yeah, it's called tokenizing. Like, it's not. You should not tokenize people.
Lauren, did you want? I can add a timer
was
to you, Lauren, if you wanted to say more.
Oh no, that's just really all I wanted to put
Okay.
in there.
all I know, if we don't get together, if we can't figure this out together, you guys, we're going to be living under fascism for the rest of our lives.
I think we
Release.
have to pause, like a little bit of a forgiveness pause during the election time, and
No.
just say, you know what, we're going to forgive you and move on. Just
Forgive
keep it
who?
going forward. Just keep going forward. Don't do
Forgive
that.
No,
who?
can I? Okay,
Well,
no.
Scratch, but BMB, and I think Scratch also wanted to go back, chime in again. So yeah, go ahead.
Scratch, go ahead, and then Buffy, I'll come to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was my problem with Mr. Jones. He tokenizes his race and other black people to like try and boost his position in his arguments.
Would
Well,
you
I
like
had
to
a-
yield the rest of your time? Scratch?
Yep.
Okay. Buffy, go
I've
ahead.
been told that I tokenized my femininity or my feminism once. When I first got on this app, some white tea guys like, you're tokenized, you're a damsel, you need somebody to save you. And I was like, no, man, I don't.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a position from the right. Like, you guys, we gotta just put on our big girl panties. We gotta
Yes.
like. We can't. Like, if you're not at that, you have to let it fly, because they're going to call us every name in the book, accuse us of every crime, say we're all these things. That's what's coming next.
Not
They
just
already
that
call us
though, but
liars
Paula had
and
the
N-words
Hold on.
Paula had that word.
Hold
the
on,
rat
Kathleen.
platform.
Hold
We're
on,
gonna do it.
Kathleen.
I'm sorry.
Kathleen, timer's
Sorry.
running. Go ahead, Buffy.
Yeah, and so this is just where we are right now. And I understand for white tea people this is uncomfortable because you've never been here before. Okay. And I'm trying to tell you, y'all espouse listening to black people and black women, listen to us. This is what's gonna they're gonna call you every name in the book and wait for you to call them a name and say, see, you're just like us. And I'm not saying take the high road because I will cuss a motherfucker out. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this is where we are right now.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. Kathleen, did you
Yeah,
want to add something? Go ahead.
please, yes. So back at the last election, I'm going to say that primarily, not anymore, but I was on Twitter. Okay. And all you had was, I don't know if it was rat fucking or what, but there was a whole bunch of people like going on there saying they weren't going to vote for Harris because of, she didn't promise student loans, or, she didn't back up Palestine, or, and I don't know if they were fake or real, but it had a dominance in social media. There was dominance of that, like just negative messaging saying they're not going to vote for her just because of some one issue. And
Got a bad case of the Hassan brainworm.
yeah, and I don't know what to do with that. Like, is it real? Is it fake? Who are these people?
Oh no, it's real. They're just that big of pieces of shit.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, look,
well, Ben and Blazes, would you like to chime in? I haven't heard from you two in a minute. Uncle Ben or Blaze?
Well,
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Ben.
Blaze. Go ahead. Ladies first.
No, you're. Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's rare on TikTok these days. Shoot. I just want to say, Buffy has really been instrumental in my education about issues that are facing especially Black women and the treatment that they're receiving that is somehow flying underneath the radar of a lot of people that claim they are allies. It's something so small as cutting somebody off in a TikTok. It's something so small as when they bring up an issue of what they see as internalized racism, and then they get muted afterwards in TikTok lives. It's small little microaggressions, but it's silencing their voices. And right now we have to allow them the opportunity to speak from their lived experience, because if we don't, we are assuming we know what they're going through, but we're not listening. And that is the whole point, is to listen, to understand, not to listen to respond. And I think that is the biggest issue right now, because I've been in lives with Buffy many times, and I'll tell you the amount of times I've seen her muted, or you're making people uncomfortable, or whatever. Okay, are you willing to sit with it as a white tea person with privilege? If you're not willing to sit with it and acknowledge it, then that should reflect on you. You should go look in the mirror. These are individuals whose lived experiences matter, and we need to validate that, and we need to let them speak and let them finish when they are speaking, because they have things that are important to tell us.
no, absolutely.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
to speak on the uncomfortability of it, like there's a reason you're uncomfortable about that, and if you don't recognize the the reason why you are uncomfortable with the racism and everything, or somebody calling you out for being racist, then it's probably because you are racist. You got to recognize that. I don't know. Sorry. I'm done.
No,
I agree
well,
that.
let me
go ahead.
Ben, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I'm of a different generation, and my first experiences with people of color was in Vietnam. 11% of the population was black, but 30% of the combat troops were black. And when you're a combat veteran, we don't look at color or race or anything. We look to stay alive. And I lost my friend just a few years back, Jim Brown, and he taught me so much. I just listened, and if I had a question, I always was careful to make sure that I phrased it correctly, because being ignorant and whatnot. And I learned a lot. And I said, you know what? I don't care what people say. Just until you've lived that experience, you'll never ever know. You'll never ever know. And I loved him like a brother. He was my brother, and I miss him dearly. And not only for the way he enriched my life, but the way he taught me passionately with intelligence and explained things, history and every facet of life, and I'm grateful for it. So the only thing I can do is shut the fuck up and listen. That's all. Listen, that's all I do.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah, I just said a
Thank
little
you.
prayer that he
Thank you for
hears your
that.
voice.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah. Scratch, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I agree. We need to. I do think it's important that we listen to like minorities and like especially Black women's experiences. But I also see a concerning trend with that oftentimes into discrimination against white men on some leftist panels. If you guys know what I'm talking about, where their opinions will be completely ignored over minorities and are even actively muted and shut out of the conversation.
I can see that.
I don't see that. I see
Yeah,
women. I see
Hold
women.
on. Timer's running. Go ahead, Scratch.
Yeah, as a I don't know how to say. Like, if you're saying, as my experience, like I've seen it happen to white people all the time, and I'm a Black person. I think it's, I think it's unhelpful, and I think it sabotages our cause because it tells like white liberals and white men, it's like, oh, you're not welcome in our space, and I think that needs to be fixed too.
I think
Do you
that
think that's why the men have gone to Trump?
That is part of it. That is part of it.
When you walk
Paul.
outside, are you a Black man, sir?
Huh?
Are you a Black man when you walk outside?
Yeah.
Okay, so then how will a whitey person ever know what that feels like? Or the danger or harm that
Did I
comes to
deny
it?
that we have different experiences, or did I just say that the fact?
You're defending you're defending them as if they have a reason to be victimized. That's not true.
No, I just said they should be involved in the conversation. I just said that we prioritize minority. I feel like it's okay to say that minority voices should be heard and uplifted. That's okay. We just shouldn't do it to the point where we're shutting out white people's voices too.
Yeah, all we've done is listen to the whitey voices. Where has that gotten us, sir?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, you're hardly here. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I said we've done nothing but listen to whitey voices. What has that gotten us, sir?
No, we haven't. We've been actively shutting them out. I feel like over
You
the
mean on
past few
TikTok?
years.
You mean on TikTok?
Especially.
Let me see if I can reframe. Let me reframe.
Run by white men.
Well, let me reframe what I think Scratch is trying to say, and correct me if I'm misrepresenting your point, Scratch. But what he's saying is that we all have things that happen to us, and the way we feel about those things is our reality, whether we're white or Black, and to dismiss somebody else's issues, whatever it is, and maybe we may think, oh, well, that shouldn't be a problem for you because you're white. If you dismiss that, you're doing to them what other people are doing to you. And if this is about equality, then we should accept that people's lived experiences can be fucked up, no matter if you're a poor white person or or a Black person in general. Is that your point, Scratch?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Does
get
that make more sense, Buffy?
Yeah. Wait, sorry. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. So we have equality then. So we're treated the same in society. We have the same access to healthcare. We have the same access to funds. We have the same access to housing. We have the same access to food. Right. We have the same because we're equal. Right.
Nope.
That should be the case.
Then,
Yeah.
So then, no, I don't have the same system. I don't know. So no, I don't.
But that's not. I was more talking about in our conversation in liberal spaces specifically how that goes to when people are talking about certain issues. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I was.
Okay. Okay. Y'all don't know. I'm a scientist. I
But
don't
yeah.
care about the symptoms of it. I don't care about the symptoms of a disease. I care about the disease, and the disease are the things I just said. The reason why They get to complain. They've stripped us of everything that they actually had for free in the 50s. Education was free, or not in the 50s, but in the 30s, education was free. Healthcare was free. They only did that when they actually liberated us. They only charged of it because they thought they could economically phase us out of existence. So the idea that you want me to sit here and simp for a white team person who's getting pushback on the atrocities they've done to us is mind-blowing to me. I'm sorry.
Me saying that we shouldn't shut white people's
I
voices
don't
out of the
think they're saying
conversation is
pushback.
simping for them. That's insane. Come on.
Can I
Like,
don't think
I
that
think the
he's saying
problem is that
pushback.
white people, white people are a large percentage of the voting base, and making sure to appeal to them is absolutely going towards our cause, right? And I hear this complaint all the time. Well, they've oppressed us, so I don't want to like help educate them. Well, I'm kind of sorry, but they're the other part of the voting base. That's part of the job here. We need to make sure that their voices are included so that they can feel part of the movement to help us get what we want to, which is equality.
Can I add some?
Was that lawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, lawyer.
I do kind of want to point out first, as an aside. So there's two black people on the panel, and we're talking about race relations, and you still see a little interrupting and a little centering, but yeah, it takes work, you know. Obviously, like I said, it's an active thing, but I guess if you're talking about the voter base, yeah, obviously that's everybody can have y'all can have your opinion. I guess if you're really, y'all know Trouble. I was on Trouble's side when they were tearing Christine down for her for her fucking shit, and somebody brought up the difference between an ally and an accomplice, and allyship makes it kind of sound like you're like doing black people a favor, whereas accomplices kind of sounds like it's more along the lines of I'm in the trenches with you. And I think that if white men are, well, these men we're talking about, if they are who they purport to be, then they should understand a little bit about, in these particular conversations. Because they're not going to. I feel you on that too.
Well, this is my problem. If white people are the oppressors, then it's kind of our responsibility to teach them. Oppressors don't like magic.
God, no.
Yes, it is. Wait. Give me a time when people who are oppressing another one magically realize, it's kind of bad that we're oppressing these people. It's kind of bad that we're doing this. Let me just magically start helping these. It doesn't happen.
Me just because they're the majority. They will, as an educator, you will meet me where I am, or you can leave.
Tell me when that happens.
I'm not going to bend a knee to a white tea person to make them feel better just because they're going to vote in my favor. And quite frankly, even the Democrats don't give a shit about us either.
Well, then you don't care about actually helping this cause out. You're just going to keep crying about this issue without actually trying to solve it.
I am solving it. I'm in this room right now.
No, you're not.
With my free time, trying to help people who don't look like me understand. That's what I'm doing. I am doing something.
I think
we need to realize.
And you're in here excusing their behavior.
I'm not excusing their behavior. I'm not excusing racist behavior. In fact, what I'm doing here is no. I'm more criticizing the fact that the left is sometimes racist towards white people, unironically.
We can't be racist, sir.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. That's absolutely possible.
We can be prejudiced. We can be bigoted, but we can't be racist.
Really? So when Professor Flowers, which everybody know who that is, told Vosh, who's a leftist streamer, who's a white man, said that hey, it would be okay to quote unquote kick white people out of South Africa, and that'd be okay. And when Vosh asked Professor Flowers, okay then, well, what are you going to do when they don't want to leave? And she basically said, okay, it's okay to G-side them. Do you think that's being racist towards white people?
No.
See, this is where we're getting. You were literally saying that a black woman saying to a white man that's okay for black people to literally G-side people out of South America, when this is something that literally happened, is somehow not racist.
No, it's not. Because racism means a system set up to oppress. As black people, we cannot oppress anyone.
Why do you think we make this distinction between personal and institutional?
No, it's a system. Ism means system. That's
No,
what
it
the
is
difference
not.
between racism and prejudice is. As a prejudiced person, yes, you can have an opinion about someone based on what they look like. Yes. You can have an opinion about someone based on their involvement with a group. That's a bigot. So
Like, this isn't.
yes,
This
we
isn't.
can
This
do
is.
those things, but we cannot oppress anybody. We literally are incapable.
Yeah, you can. We can absolutely oppress somebody if we are the dominant voices in liberal spaces, and we say our voice need to be heard more to the point that we're excluding white voices. We are excluding them from the conversation and pushing them towards the right wing. That is absolutely oppression of their speech. I don't know how else you would ever, or how else you would like put that. And like,
Okay,
second of
can
all,
I
and I'm
can I
not denying.
wait,
I'm
can I
not
ask you
denying. Wait,
can I ask
Buffy.
you a
I'm not
question?
denying the fact. Wait,
Wait a
Buffy, just a
minute.
sec. Buffy, just give me a sec.
No.
I'm not denying the fact
It's gonna
that
be a no from
black
you.
people are more oppressed, and that when a white person is racist, they that effect is more pressing on black people. But the fact is that black people can do the exact same thing.
Oh Jesus.
Okay, Buffy, I'll put your timer back up. Go ahead.
Sir, do you know what the term having a conversation in mixed company means?
What?
Okay, well, I'm asking another question. What are you a biracial individual, sir?
Nope.
No. Okay. Because you're espousing some white tea supremacy comments right
In
now.
what sense?
Your support, you are not being helpful. You're being a little harmful, and I'm trying to
I'm being
understand what
harmful.
kind of
How am I being harmful?
you're defending their behavior. And I'm
Did,
saying we are in mixed company, and you need to catch what I am throwing. Stop.
what? What did I say
Stop.
that was racist or white supremacist?
I said you were supporting white tea supremacy. You can't be racist. You're a black man. I just made that very clear, sir. But what I'm saying is that there are
How?
people who want no, there are people who want to say, see, this is how black people operate. So we only have these conversations in certain spaces. I don't want to go back and forth with you. And you sound very just ignorant of anything you are talking about right now. And I'm just trying to
In what
help you
sense?
ask
Like,
you,
what
and
am I
I'm
missing?
asking you to stop.
So there were white Southerners before the Civil War happened that felt shit on by the system itself because they were kept in poverty by wealthy people. And I don't know if there's some like overlap or some conflation of that being like a white problem versus a class issue, because really we're dealing with a system that the people on top, who tend to be white, are screwing everybody on the bottom, including, and it's not just limited to black people. White people are getting fucked too in this day and age in a different way, obviously. The system isn't set up because of their race, but because of their class. So do you think there's some differentiation that we could have where the class is the issue, and that maybe they're even conflating, white people in general are conflating this issue as it being against them as a white person versus it being a class issue? And maybe I didn't make any sense there.
The specific kind of shit that's coming from the left is specifically on race. I agree that there's like the more significant things are broader class issues, though.
Yeah, for white people, I would say, because I don't think they're getting, it's like, I don't think generally they go out and they're like, damn, I'm gonna get shit on because I'm a white person. I don't think that's ever happened in this country.
Look, I'm just trying to express opinions, and by the way, if I was a white person, I'd be getting racist for all these opinions, which I think proves my point. Like, Buffy, would you admit if I was white that you would be saying some way worse shit to me right now? You there, Buffy?
Yeah, sorry. No, I would talk to you the exact same way. People know me in here. I don't just like pop off. Siren, I'm so sorry. This is why I hate people following me into rooms. I am so sorry to people who follow me in here. It's not going well. Um, yeah, I do understand that white tea people have struggled, but for all the things I said previously, like we weren't considered people. We weren't allowed to own land. We weren't allowed to accumulate generational wealth. And when we did, y'all burned it down or flooded it, or the fact that you didn't want us to go to schools with you. You don't want us to have the same education. Right now, you want to remove anybody who's brown from this country just because you say so. So it's a different kind of oppression, is what I'm saying. It's different.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I actually did a video about this, about, slavery and the reparations, because they're about to pay Ashley Babbitt's family probably millions of dollars. And I'm like, fucking reparations for these people. You can't even give reparations for all this lack of generational wealth. And somebody came in there, oh, what about the Irish people? And what about the Chinese people? I'm like, oh my God, people.
Chinese got reparations.
It's not even just lack of
Well, and they're
generational
like,
wealth, right?
this is like complete ignorance of their fucking history, and they're, like right now we're dealing with Trump administration wants to wipe out. We don't want the white people to feel bad about what happened to them, what they did.
That's
in the
what
past.
I want you guys
like,
to keep saying.
yeah,
Please
it's like,
keep
what
saying
this fucking ridiculous. Like, trying to remove this shit from history books so that they don't have to feel bad. Fuck off. If you feel bad and you didn't do it, good. That means you're a better person than the fucking generation before you.
The problem is, hold on, Kathleen, be quiet for a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. The problem is that white people are not having conversations with our children that are transparent and honest about the history of this nation. And so if little Timmy feels, the hot cheek flush in third grade when he finds out what we did to people, that's our fault. And we're not setting our children up to have an appropriate relationship when they, venture out into the world. And it's, I also kind of think like I'm not gonna cuddle white men because they make get their feelings hurt and be more violent. But if you want to drop me for Siren, you can do that.
Oh, I just saw Siren. Yeah, I can drop you. Or does somebody else want to? Yeah, I see your hand up, Lauren. Let me come to you here in just a second. Lawyer Bank.
Me too.
All right, I'll drop you. Thank you. You can come back up. Appreciate it.
You can drop me if you want.
Okay. Well, we just had the one, and they're coming back. If you guys want to drop, just let me know. I can pull you out.
Wait, I'll say something and then drop if I could.
I just want to switch to my phone now that my phone's working. Can you drop me and then I'll switch to my phone?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Buffy. I look forward to seeing you again. Lauren, go ahead.
All right. I mean, I do want to point out that you have like the differencing of opinion of like, even though you guys both are, black people, you have the black man and a black woman. So obviously there's going to be two different ideas and you're going to have had two different experiences in life in general where, Scratch, I mean, yes, you have dealt with like the racism and everything, but, Buffy has also dealt with the misogyny aspect of it as well. So I want you to keep that in mind when you listen to what she has to say. Also, I do think this is a very, very, very important conversation that we are having. I do think that we need to continue to have this conversation. But real quick, because it has been a while, quick and mod announcements or PSA announcements. We're at 35K. We have 117 people in here. Let's all tap that screen, fill up the bar once. That'll give us about 11,000 people or 11,000 likes there, and get us over 40,000 likes for the stream. Also, please subscribe. We're at 29 still. Let's see if we can get up to like 35 by the end of the stream. That'd be great. The goal is 50. That way we can start sending out those subscriptions to other people as well.
Yeah, and if you haven't followed me, go ahead and give me a heart so you get notified when I go live. And thank you, Lauren. I really appreciate it. I was just going to let things go, but I'm glad you stopped there. And by the way, once we get to 50 subscriptions, people can gift the subscriptions out. That's like a milestone you have to reach. But with that said, and thank you all for being active in the comment section. With that said, I think, Kathleen, didn't you say you wanted to say something real quick?
Yes,
and then
please.
and then I'd like to bring in John, and then we can
I'll
go
drop
back.
down.
Okay.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, go ahead.
First thing is, I kept thinking the whole time these two were talking that I think that what he was trying to say wasn't received correctly like he wasn't either saying it correctly, but I think he means like engage in a heartfelt conversation, like engagement instead of having to listen to white tea men. Like there's a difference between having a meaningful learning experience conversation and just having to listen to whitey men, you know? So I think that's not, I think what he was trying to say is you need to engage. And I don't know if that makes any difference. I don't know.
Yeah, you can look at the comments and see where I should engage because your people are peopling.
Okay.
Peopling.
I'll look. But the second thing I wanted to say really importantly is that someone in my past directed me to the book White Fragility, and it was really, really, really good. So, I mean, I am an older woman. I'm 59, and sometimes I'm out of date, and, you know, I step on myself a lot. And, you know, so if you ever get the chance to read that book, it's wonderful because it helped people like me. Just saying.
Awesome.
And thank you all.
Thank you, Kathleen, for being up here. I appreciate it. Now,
All
you can
right.
stay if you want. I don't have anybody
No, I'm
requesting
staying.
to come up
I'll
now.
stay.
Okay.
Just drop me down. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
John Richard, real quick, age, location, who you voted for?
49 South Carolina, Harris.
Okay, let me put your timer up. Go ahead.
I mean, everything Buffy said about the past, 100% true. And even though I'm a YT man, it infuriates me with the way that other human beings have been treated throughout history. It's appalling, especially, you know, going back on the government's word and not giving, you know, Black people the property and everything that they were promised so they could build generational wealth. So I completely understand that. My thing is, I believe in treating people the way that we would want to be treated, regardless of what they look like, what their gender is, what their color is. They are human beings, and we should be treating them the exact same way we would want to be treated. And I see on all sides that doesn't happen. That, to me, is the fundamental problem, is that we are not being respectful to each other and treating each other, again, the way we would want to be treated. And if we all did that, I think the world would be a great place.
26 seconds.
Yeah, I'm good.
How
You
many?
good?
Yeah, how many?
Thank you, John.
How are we harming you? How is the Black community harming you?
You're not. That's not the point.
I can say it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I said multiple times. The Black community will literally exclude white people from the conversation just because they feel like they're being oppressed.
So we heard their feelings. We heard their feelings because
she's actually right. She's actually right, because I have learned that, okay, first of all, I'm not neurotypical, okay? I'm on the spectrum. I've spent my whole life, quite frankly, being crapped on by everybody of all colors, races, the whole 9 yards, because I'm not like everybody else, all right? And I see that most neurotypical and non-neurotypical people, I'm just not, my brain operates differently, get very emotional and very attached to their positions in life, their religion, their politicians, all of these things. So when we start challenging their perspective that they are emotionally attached to, they physically get hurt. Like it actually really hurts their feelings and their emotions, and they strike back immediately, because it's kind of like telling a spouse that their spouse is cheating on them. You know,
That's not what I'm talking about. It's when I think I don't have to repeat this for the fifth time, but it's when white people are like, "Hey, can I be included in this conversation?" And Black people are like, "No, we're talking about Black issues. You don't have a say here. Your voice doesn't matter. Fuck off." Right? That excludes that excluding them from the conversation pushes them towards right wing. I think that act of exclusion can even be racist sometimes, because people are legit just have a dislike of white people.
Well, let's just call it bigoted, just so we can, all, be on the same page here. Even though I agree with you, sometimes it's just easier to use other words, so this way we don't get in a whole nother debate about something that doesn't really matter. It's just a word.
Okay, bigoted.
I agree. But again, I think that also comes from an emotional standpoint from Black people at that moment, because they have been treated so badly that they're just kind of like, F off, because I've been treated so badly by society, I don't care. Again, it's an emotional
Absolutely.
reaction. These are all emotional reactions, I think, that are harming our society in general.
You're white-splaining something you don't know what you're speaking.
Yes, thank you. Please, Auntie. Please.
Actually, I agree with what John just said, and so I actually wait. Actually, I agree. I agree with what John just said as a black person, so he's not white splaining. There you go.
You're not.
And how do you know?
You are ridiculous, little boy. You've probably been on the planet for 3 minutes, and you think you know what you're speaking.
Oh,
of.
now ageism is acceptable. Is that what we're doing
Okay,
now? We're excluding
hold on
people
real
for their
quick.
age.
Okay, everybody, hold on.
Nice
Hold on, guys. Whoa, guys. The panel. I try to get this timer so everybody can have their piece, and if you want to rebut something, they say I'm going to come to you. Siren, I apologize. I hadn't brought you in yet. That's my bad. Age, location, who you voted for, and you'll get a minute and 15 since this is your first time on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, host.
You're
Sorry
welcome.
for interrupting, but
No, you're good.
I am well over 50 years old. Age, and I voted for Harris, of course. And what was the other question?
Location, if you know, if you don't feel comfortable. Okay.
California.
Go ahead. Timer is yours.
I would like to say first and foremost that racism is a system, and it is prejudice plus power. And if you have the power, you can tell people where they're going to live, what they're going to eat, whether the quality of that food is going to be good or not, whether we're going to put you next to dumps where you're going to have all kinds of environmental problems, because we're telling you exactly what you're going to do, what schools you're going to be in. If you can tell us what black group of people put white people in positions where they had no choice over their homes, over their mortgage rates, over what hoods they would live in, or whether they would be turned into man-made lakes like Lake Lanier, which once was a thriving black community. Central Park was 2 thriving black communities that they said, nope, get out of here, jigaboos. We're going to turn it into a park. Every community that black people created was destroyed by this government and white tea people around it because they did not want them thriving. That is power plus your prejudice. Please explain to me, Scratch, since you are the darky on here that is defending this, what group of black people were able to do that to white people? And I concede my time to you.
56 cities, by the way. They all don't exist today. 56 black priority cities.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't.
Scratch, go ahead.
It's so weird to me when I say, like, and I even said this, like, I don't disagree with the existence of institutional racism or the fact that black people have been oppressed, that you immediately then group me in, like, with every single white person who says, actually, no, systemic racism doesn't exist, and actually we're the ones being oppressed.
Hold on, guys.
You
Hold
don't
on.
have to, you don't have to put me in a box just because I'm expressing a different view from you about how oppression can come from both sides. But I'll tell you this, the reason is because you guys are making very arbitrary distinctions between words, right? There's a reason we have a distinction between racism, systemic racism, institutional racism. It's because we can differentiate between them. We can have somebody being personally racist, as in how they feel specifically about a different race. We can have a systemic racism, which is the system.
Sir,
with this,
stop lying.
Hold on,
Please
Buffy.
stop lying.
Buffy.
How am I lying?
Hold on.
How am I lying?
Hold on.
Yeah, systemic
Guys.
racism. We have institutional
Hold on,
racism,
Buffy.
which is more racism within the government, right? So absolutely, I agree with you that, and I said this in the past, and I said this before. When a white person is racist, that effect is way worse than every single black person. That is true. But when a black person is racist, that effect on white people is like barely felt. But they are still being racist. Absolutely.
Okay, Buffy. I know you want to jump in there. Go ahead. I'm going to put your timer up. Buffy?
I just don't. Sorry. It takes me a minute to. Yeah. I just don't want. I'm talking to the panel and the audience. I want you to understand what the word racism means. Whether it's a societal system, a financial system, educational system, all of those things are influenced by race. That was not created by us. It was created by white tea individuals that said, I get to look at you and say you're other. Okay? And defending that behavior will just never come out of my mouth. And to watch this young black man do it is making me sick to my stomach. I'm done.
Okay. Does
Can I
anybody
jump
else? Yeah, Ben, go ahead.
He never answered my question. He never answered. I asked him a specific question, and he did the whole round the mulberry bush nonsense. I want him to answer my question.
Okay, Ben, do you want Scratch to go ahead and re-answer, and then
Siren
I'll
can
come
repeat
back
the
to you?
question, and then I
Okay.
can answer it, because I
Let
thought
the
I answered it pretty
conversation go
thoroughly.
first.
Yeah, Siren, go ahead. What was the question?
In the I'm not even going to keep it at the United States. Let's keep it in the globe. What black group of people told white people where they could live, what they could eat, where they could move to, and where they could not to? What black sundown towns do we have globally, since racism is white supremacy globally? Period. Full stop. Can you tell us, Scratch?
Yeah, I don't think that's really maybe there's some very small examples. I don't think that has happened on a wide scale.
Plus, if
I don't
there's
think that
small
happens at all.
examples, that's a lie.
Well, yeah, you could say
Out
small
of the whole
examples
globe, I
within
want you
liberal
to name
spaces, and
a
then you could say
group
there's
of
probably some
black
small
people.
examples if we point towards South
There you go.
Africa, maybe,
Listen, don't
maybe, but I
Candace
don't think
Owens
there's.
us.
I think for the
Little
most
boy,
part, I would.
little boy,
I'm a
don't
white
Hey,
listen.
can we not do
Let me
this?
tell you, I've
Don't
never been
Can we not
told.
do this?
Candace
Can we,
Owens us. I
can we
want you
not?
to be
Hey,
truthful.
I've never
hey,
been
old,
told
hey,
where
old
to
woman.
live.
Hey,
Way
old
we would want
woman.
to be treated,
Hey,
because
old
I'm
woman.
pretty sure you wouldn't want me to tell you a little girl.
White people have never
Treat
been
each other with
told where to
respect.
live.
Hey, elderly.
Excuse
Hey,
me,
it's kind.
excuse me, Richard, John Richard. See, you see how you injected
You're not
yourself
being
into black
respectful,
business?
so I'm going to give you the same energy you're giving everybody else.
Listen, honey. This is a lesson for you to
No, I don't.
mind your business and stop trying to center your
You're
white
getting
self.
talked down to
I'm
now,
talking
John.
to this
Yeah.
little black boy, and I'm going to call him the things that I
Again,
can
you just
call him.
disrespected him again.
Mind your business, because you don't go out there marching when police are unaliving innocent black people. So please don't act like you're putting on a cape for black people.
Yes, I have been in the street.
I
You don't
am
know
talking
me.
to him. I
Okay.
want him to stop filibustering. I want you to
Yeah.
tell us in this panel, in this group, what any black country, black group of people in any part of this globe that was able to have the power to force all white people to do what they wanted them to do at will. Name it. Don't tell us about all this crap. Name one.
Yeah, I don't think there's been an instance of that happening on like a wide institutional scale. I agree with you there. I think there's been some maybe small instances, maybe after like apartheid in South Africa, that aren't like super relevant, and maybe like within little spaces. But that's not the argument I'm saying. Absolutely, white people have had disproportionate power.
Well,
I'm just saying that white people can
tell
still
me
be
what's
racist.
not relevant? What's not
And
relevant
I
about
think it's
apartheid?
just give me a second, Buffy, just give me
No,
a second.
but what's not relevant, sir? What's
No,
not
just give me a second.
relevant?
No. I need to
Buffy,
address something.
Buffy,
It's
hold on.
kinda weird.
I'll come to you. His timer's running.
It's kind
I'll
of
come
weird
to
to me
you.
how we talk about. It's kind of weird how we talk about like not oppressing certain voices, not making sure that we're not being bigoted. But I come in here and I hear clear examples of ageism towards me specifically, and degrading my opinion and trying to degrade my argument solely based on an identifying quality of myself that I have no ability to change. And I think that's completely disgusting for people who say that they uplift and stand against racism and make sure they want to uplift minority voices. Because I can say I'm definitely one of the only young people in here, and I think my opinion is just as valid to be heard by all of you.
I mean, let me say something, because I had stepped away when things kind of went off the rails, guys. I don't like name calling and I don't like any of that stuff. So we could have a conversation. That's great. I know this is a passionate topic, and I know it's upsetting people, and sometimes we just have to take a breather. But let's try to keep it as civil as we can, please. Buffy, I said I'd go to you. Let me put your time up. Go ahead.
No, young man, I appreciate you. Sorry, my dog hates trucks. The garbage trucks here. But you did call her an old woman, so you're
Respect the golden rule.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Go
I
ahead,
think
Buffy.
I said what I need. Sorry. I think I said what I need to say, but I just wanted to point out that you did call her an old woman, and you're saying you feel like it's being ageist in here. I also did tell you that this is probably not the platform to have this conversation on, but you have no idea. For those of you who don't know, Siren is a legend. You don't want her smoke. You don't. I'm just
Threat?
telling you.
Was that a threat? Look, the only reason I called her an old woman is because she was repeatedly beforehand, and I dealt with her for 5 minutes, calling me a little boy. Right? And as John said, respect the golden rule.
Yeah.
I just
Okay.
listen. I just tried to
Okay.
warn you.
Let me.
Host, can I respond to just to the panel
Yes.
and the audience very
Yep.
quickly?
Go ahead.
I am being very, very calm on this little boy. I really have no tolerance because like I am old and I love it. Because guess what? You better hope, young man, that you get to live to be this age, and that when police have total immunity, that you don't get beep bop skippity scopped upside your head, and then there will be no recourse for you, young man. See, one thing about living a long life, you have lived experience, but right now you sound like you're trying to appease people so that you can have people like you. I'm telling you what history, because I've lived it, and your disrespect of it, it's just because you're ignorant. That's all. You just don't know. And you don't know that you don't know because you don't have that lived experience. But for the rest of you in here, like you, John Richard, who thought you had to put a cape on to talk to me about how to speak to somebody in my community, you need to mind your business. Stay to yourself, stop being a Karen or a Ken, and let people talk amongst their own. Like if you were in here talking about how to make potato salad with cranberries and raisins, I would mind my fucking business and keep my mouth shut because that's between you and another white person. Okay?
Now
Learn
we're
how
doing
to
it.
stay out. Once again, little boy, learn how to stay out of other people's business when you're not centered. I know you love being centered, but don't do that. We have white people in here who understand what we're talking about. Those are the real allies, not people like you, because a lot of liberals are
Okay.
just as dangerous as MAGA, and I land my plane.
Okay. Ben, did you want to?
Yeah, she keeps bringing me up, so I think I need to now, defend
John.
myself
Okay.
over somebody
But
just
there's
made a
more
bunch of
people on the
generalizations
panel.
about me.
Yeah.
There's
There are, and Ben tried to get in there earlier. And John, I promise I'll come back to you. I'll give you a chance. Ben, did you want to add in, or did you want to push off to somebody else? That's up to you. I'd love to hear from
I
you.
just want to make a final statement, if I can, and please excuse me generationally. I have a hard time expressing myself, so I sit back and listen, and I take it as an opportunity for my own self to grow with intelligent people who are passionate about their struggles. And I'm not trying to pander to anybody. I just want to say thank you for your patience with an old guy like me. Here's what I see. I see a whole set of people, white people like myself, and by the way, Italians weren't considered white until in the mid-50s, who are disgusted by the fact that there are black people in movies, black people on TV doing commercials. They're succeeding. They're building generational wealth. That's the thing that the white tea racist people fear the most. Generational wealth, passing it on to their children and whatnot. They suppress this shit for God knows how long. I mean, Oklahoma, forget the city, but when they had the black Wall Street, they had
Tulsa.
doctors and lawyers and back Tulsa, and they burned it down. They fucking burned it down. I mean, it just disgusts the living shit out of me
Yeah.
that people are treated this way in this country, and it's still going on. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little heated with this. I respect this panel, and I appreciate you allowing an old guy to have a bit of a voice here. And host, you can drop me when you want to bring somebody up. Thank you so much.
No, I appreciate you being here. I always
I love you,
love
Uncle.
your insight. So I'd like you to stay, but if you need to go, I can drop you. But I'd love for you to stay on.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah, John. And thank you for the comment, Ben. And yeah, Tulsa race ride, because I grew up basically in Tulsa, and it was, I've visited those neighborhoods that had been burned down, and once they started rebuilding, they built a fucking highway right through it to bypass all of those black owned businesses. Greenwood, they call it. Anyway, let me go to John. You wanted to chime in? Go ahead.
Can I just thank Uncle real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think, dude, everything you said, Uncle, I've agreed with. Very like emotionally like pressing stories that like really contribute to the conversation, dude. Dude, everybody I think should follow him. Everybody should gift him. Just loved hearing you talk, dude.
Absolutely. Yeah. Show Ben some love from the comments, y'all. John, go ahead. I know you wanted to address some things.
Oh, there's so much. It would take me an hour. First of all, again, we are not treating each other the way we would want to be treated. So many things were said between everybody that I guarantee if the situations were reversed and they heard the same thing saying at them, they would not appreciate very much. All right. So we are not having any type of discussion that is leading anywhere with people calling each other names and getting, again, emotional. As I keep saying, when you guys get emotional.
You cut out there, John. You got muted. Who was that? Did somebody mute John? Go ahead, John. I'll add your time back.
We are not having a productive conversation when we get emotional and we start calling each other names. Whether it's a political thing, whether it's a race thing, it doesn't matter. The moment we start getting emotional about it, it's pointless at that point. Might as well just walk away because nobody's changing their minds. Nothing is going to change whatsoever. Now, if I were to talk about well, first of all, Scratch was not talking about the history of anything. He was talking about current day relations between individual people, not systemic, not societal, individuals talking to individuals. That's what he was referring to. And everybody kept jumping into history and all of these generalizations that I kept hearing. And that is not productive to the conversation that Scratch was actually having.
Okay. Anybody want to rebut or add to that?
Yes, but I'm going to let Paula, because Paula said that other people need to speak, but Paula can speak to that if she wants, and I'll go after.
Paula?
Oh, Jonathan. Jonathan just came up here also.
Oh, you snuck in, or maybe no, you've been here for a minute. My apologies. That's my bad.
No, you're good.
Age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up on the board.
Yeah, 23, state of Idaho, Kamala Harris. I just wanted to say that I find it a little bit ridiculous that we're saying, there's even some people in the comments saying that racism is not that big of a deal today, that interactions between individuals is fine, and we're living in some sort of racial utopia today. It's ridiculous because I come from a small hometown in southern Idaho, right? Idaho's a northern state where people still fly the Confederate fucking flags, right? And you're trying to tell me that racism isn't a problem today, right? You go to the South and there are still Baptist churches that have signs out front that won't even let Black Americans go inside those churches still, right? There are still tons of little cities in the South where people still fly the Confederate flags as if we're still stuck in the Civil War. So this idea that somehow we've officially got over the history of this country, that we're still not burdened by our past, it's a little bit ridiculous. It's ludicrous. And it seems like the only people that are saying this narrative are YT people, people that would never understand this.
10 seconds. You good?
I'm good.
Thank you, Jonathan. Paula, did you want to add into? I know you'd said something earlier.
I'd like to go after Paula.
Okay, Paula?
I just took a bite of food. Can you come back?
I can't get... Lauren, you haven't said anything for a while. Would you like to weigh in?
So I think everyone has like good intentions with what they're trying to say, and like I think just the messaging is off. There's just a difference of opinion of messaging here, and like it's not my place. It's not my place to say how you get the message across or anything like that. I will support like however that message needs to be spoken about or whatever. I may be saying or sounding weird, but we need to be able to come together on this though. Like we can't be arguing amongst ourselves and we have to be able to come together in order to be able to reach out to other people. And I think that's just something that's really important. I also wanted to point out your PSA.
Oh, I'm at this point. I'm just.
Yeah, I just wanted to point it out for whenever.
No, I appreciate it, guys. Keep hitting the like button if you would, please,
Yes.
and share it
Subscribe.
out. Do all the things. To extend the timer, you can gift me or the panelists. Either one that you gift is going to extend the timer. So if you want to help out and you want to, say good job to a host or what have you.
Can I add on to what Lauren? Could I add something to what Lauren was saying real quick?
Okay, I'd like to go after Jonathan.
Okay. What's that, Paula?
I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. But hey, you guys, I love this conversation and everybody's comments I'm listening to. I really don't know what I can add to it. I wanted to, if anybody in the comments thinks they have things they want to offer to talk about, I'd be happy to drop down. And Siren, your voice, you should be a voice actress. You're amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Now,
And
Jonathan.
I was on the stage for quite many years, but thank you.
Jonathan, you want to add? I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and then I'm going to jump over to Scratch. Go ahead.
Right. So to what Lauren was saying, I think that people who are on the side of democracy and on the side of human rights, we definitely could do a much better job of all of us coming together and trying to unify. But that being said, if you are on the other side and you don't believe in democracy, right? You don't believe in human rights, right? You believe that police officers should have full immunity. You think that we should take away Social Security and Medicare and the safety net. I don't want to have anything to do with you personally. And that's just my opinion.
I second that. Scratch, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like, this is what I mean by messaging, right? How does it sound to a white person who maybe is on the fence about if I'm going to vote for Kamala and Trump when they come in and they hear Siren talking about, oh, you need to stick to your kind and don't butt in when we're talking to our kind about our issues. I'm like, oh my gosh, let me get on this. I actually agree with the liberals. So I'm like, wow, that's really fucking racist. They're literally excluding this the host because he's white from the conversation, that he's not part of our kind. I can tell you that is not whatsoever helping us out when it comes to attracting more people to our side. And that's what I mean. It's this exclusionary rhetoric that comes from a lot of black leftists.
Okay, listen.
About white people getting into the conversation. I think it's absolutely disgusting.
Hold on, Buffy.
I don't want to. He needs an ass whooping. He needs an ass whooping.
I'll come to you,
so now we're
Buffy.
going. Physical violence is okay against people who disagree with you. Wow, I didn't realize that was okay.
You need a verbal.
You've literally degraded. You've degraded to the point of saying that I need physical violence committed against me on a TikTok live because of a disagreement in my opinions. That is absolutely disgusting. Not only that, I get what Simon's point is. I've lived longer than you, but the fact is that I have new experiences since I'm in the younger generation that you have not. It's been 50 years since you've probably been 18 or like 4 years.
Yeah,
I'm leaving now. Bye.
Okay, Buffy, go ahead. Oh, well, Buffy, you can say what you wanted to say. Go ahead.
He ran. Okay, track star. Because I'm sorry, host. I really want to respect your rules. I really do. But the road he was about to go down was harmful to our community. Just no. I'm sorry. You will not see black people excusing white tea behavior when it comes to racism. I'm not doing it. First of all, we can't be racist. I've already explained that.
That's what he said.
No, he says
hold on,
I can
John.
understand why they're calling me racist. That's what he said. He
Go ahead, Buffy.
said I can understand why they're calling us racist because we're excluding y'all from a conversation. We don't get a say in not one goddamn thing. Not one goddamn law, bill, policy is being passed that's going to be a beneficial, especially to black people, but people in general right now. So I don't know what conversation you're being excluded from where you feel like you get to come up here and have a temper tantrum.
You know, you're right. President Biden tried to give farm aid to black farmers who had been discriminated against forever, just in his term. And then when Trump came in, he got rid of it.
That doesn't count because he's TYTE. It only matters if a black person does it, right?
Okay, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, guys. Hold on real quick. Eva, somebody who wants to drop real quick. Who would like to drop? Lauren, I can bring you back up.
You can drop me, sir.
Yeah,
I'm-
I'll drop. This is a pointless conversation between people who are very hateful, and it's
Well,
not.
you're
Okay.
racist, and you need to work on your racism, John.
Okay, hold on, John. So Eva thinks that I guess I'm racist because I'm sitting here as a white person watching it all. This is the comment I just read. First of all, I'm not white. I mean, I'm a lot lighter than I used to be when I was a kid, but I'm sitting here watching a conversation unfold among Americans while we all have to deal with the fact that a fucking fascist is taking over the country. And if a fascist take over, it doesn't matter if you're white, black, brown, they're going to destroy anybody that dissents. So, me having these conversations on here are vital, and it's important, I think, for people to participate and watch this shit unfold so that they learn something. And even if you got words to say, you can just go fuck off.
That's how they shut the conversation down.
Yes.
By not
Thank you.
wanting to hear truth.
Both of you are shutting the conversation down.
Excuse me, honey. You have a lot of white rage, and you need
Excuse
to.
me, I'm autistic.
Listen.
I've been treated way worse.
John, let me explain something to you. Since you have all these ailments, and we don't want you to have them, and we feel for you. But
yeah, fuck off. I'm out.
Excuse me. During
No,
slavery,
excuse you. Bye.
Okay.
During slavery, John, nobody could be artistic. Nobody could have a disability. You had to pick that goddamn cotton. So don't use that as an excuse for you being a racist.
Okay, I want to.
Okay, let me jump in here because John's been on here before, and John has never shown to be a racist. And this is actually a conversation we were having earlier about these microaggressions of people just, saying something that may be distasteful, and then automatically we go to this racism thing. Racist to me is somebody carrying around a fucking Confederate flag flying out the back of their truck.
Yeah, and
Racism to me is when when white people that are cops, they pull over somebody because they're brown or they're black.
That's overt, host. That is overt.
I'm talking about the systemic portion of this.
Right, but that's
overt. We've got a white president that wants to empower these people to act in shitty and terrible ways. Yet John is over here trying to make a comment, and he's being called a racist because of discolored remarks. I don't see that John is racist, and I just want to make that clear.
Host, you can't see that.
I can't see that.
Let me tell you why.
Explain it to me.
Let me explain to you why.
Explain it to me.
You have to think of some black people like you think of a spider. A spider knows when its web is being moved either by something that's going to be dinner or something that's off. You don't have to be an overt bigot to show your racism. John has some problems. All I had to do was say a couple of trigger words, and he went off the handle. You don't see that because you see the goodness in him. You see the humanity. You've been with him for a while, but John has a lot of unpacking to do. Now, if you want me to downgrade it and say that he has white fragility, if that will be more palatable for you, but John is definitely a racist. He may be liberal, but there are a lot of liberal racists, right?
Okay, let me ask you real quick.
You can't see.
Let me ask you real quick, Siren. Are you a bigot?
Am I a bigot?
Are you a bigot?
Oh, in many ways, I'm a bigot. Sure.
Okay.
Can I give you an example?
And the reason I ask is because
give you an example of how I was a bigot?
Well, hold on. The reason I ask is because when you brought up his autism, you dismissed it as if it wasn't a problem and that he couldn't have possibly.
No, that's not true.
No,
that's
you didn't say that. You didn't shit on his autism.
Listen, host. He used his autism. The reason why he had such hostility. Did you catch that?
No, he was disagreeing with you. Him bringing up the autism was the result of him saying that he's been also shit on in different ways.
Buffy and me and any black other person. He used his autism to tone
Here's what I know. Here's what I know. I've got somebody on this panel that has referred to somebody as a little boy, and you've called names to multiple people. You've made fun of somebody's mental state, and you want me to browbeat somebody else because you disagreed with them?
I didn't ask you to browbeat anyone, host. Where are you getting this from?
You want me to? You are telling me that he's a racist. You're trying to convince me that that dude is a racist, and you don't know the guy. You ain't never met the guy before.
Excuse me, host.
Based off of these little comments.
Host,
No,
I told him he was a racist.
we ain't doing
not
that.
you.
No.
Now you're putting
No.
on your cape for him because you're defending his behavior.
No, I'm putting on my cape for everybody because here's what I know. We got a fascist fuck that's trying to take over this country. And we're over here talking about microaggressions.
Host,
My
you
fragility.
might have had a panel like this before, but you haven't had a lot of pushback. Now you're showing your fragility for someone
My
who was
fragility.
unhinged.
I
John
think
was
you.
unhinged.
Okay, hold
Host,
on. Hold
why
on.
don't you ask
You're
the
not
panel-
going to listen, you're not going to overtalk me on my own panel. Okay, first of all. And anybody in here that has been watching me for some time, you calling me a white fragility or whatever, I think they're going to laugh at that. So go ahead and say your piece.
So let me say my piece. All I'm saying is you asked this panel of your esteemed panel about John being unhinged and out of control because he was showing his white fragility and he's got some unpacking to do on his racism. Now you're putting on a
Okay.
cape for him by saying that I'm making fun of somebody with disabilities. That is not true. I am a
That's what you did.
defender of all marginalized
You put
communities.
on your
What I
cape
will-
for.
Host,
You put on your
host,
cape.
Hope, now you're cutting in, host. What I'm saying to you is when you try to use your disability or whatever else to hide your bigotry, your racism, your anti-LGBTQI, if you try to use your disability and say, well, I'm autistic, so I get to say these things, but yet you can come and tone police black people about black issues, that is not acceptable. And you maybe not, you can't be aware of that because of your position. You just can't be aware of it.
My
Okay.
position. What is? Wait, whoa. Hold on. No. What is my position, Siren?
You're
What
not
do you
a
think
black-
my position is?
You're not a black person, John.
Can you think of one other group of people that
Lord.
is more shit on than black people in this country? Can you think of one other type of person?
No, I cannot.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna say
can't?
no, sir. No,
You can't think of
no.
one other type of person that's
No.
been more shit on than black people to this very day.
Black women, no, especially no.
Native Americans?
But see, John,
You don't think Native Americans have been shit on? The G-side committed against them, against Europeans?
Well,
Trail of
they've
Tears.
been
The fact that
shit on,
even
but
to
you
this
said more.
very day, they have
You
more
said more shit
crime, correct, by the government. Did you know that they didn't get the right to
So
vote
now are
until
we doing
the 1920s?
Are we doing the oppression Olympics now? Is that what
No,
we're
I'm
doing?
just saying. You said my position. I come from a family of Native Americans. Okay, so now you're talking over me. And here's what happens if you keep talking over me. I'm just going to drop your ass. I don't care. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you think you are. I don't care who you are, who you think you are. You're not going to come up on this panel and be shitty to me and tell me what my fucking lot in life is. My mom had the shit beat out of her when she went to fucking this boarding school that was run by white people. And in my younger days, I was much darker than I am now. I've dealt with walking through the fucking grocery store, getting side-eyed and shit because they thought I was going to steal something. So don't sit there and fucking tell me I don't understand or I don't have a fucking slice in this life of being shit on by white people. We all, in some degree, have been shit on by these people. So don't fucking explain to me your fucking position or that I'm wrong or that I can't say that John has never been racist before. You're throwing that fucking word around like it's something it's not. You guys throw that fucking word around every time somebody microaggresses. And you can call me a fucking racist. You can go spread this out and fucking take a screenshot of it or whatever. But the facts are the facts, and the facts don't care about your feelings. And that's all I got to say about that. Go ahead.
Y'all have really blew some shit up. And the core problem that I see as a white identifying woman, my father was Lebanese, but I look white. So my life I've lived as a white woman.
Forgive me, Blue. Forgive me, Blue. Real quick. Age, location,
I'm
who
sorry,
you voted
I'm
for.
50, I'm from Virginia, and I voted for Harris.
And you get additional time. That's why I was going to stop.
Oh,
Blue.
no,
Go ahead.
I don't. Just real quick, because
Sure.
what I want to do is we all, as a white community, or identifying as a white person have to admit the racism is baked in. The microaggressions are there. If you're Gen X, it's probably worse. It's there. It's just in there. And these girls are ladies. Sorry, I wanted Buffy. I wanted to talk to Buffy. But if she's in the comments and listening, I want to speak with Black women as a white woman to see how to move this forward. They don't understand where or what levels white people are on, and the younger generation has a wealth of knowledge at their fingertips. They don't realize we didn't learn about Tulsa until 8 years ago, maybe. I mean, other people might have been taught about it. I was never taught about it. I didn't learn all the things that truly happened until I did the research and I read the books and as an adult. So I feel like, yes, host, I don't know your name, I'm sorry. You do probably have baked in racism, but they've got to accept that we don't use microaggressions intentionally. And when we do, rather than jumping down someone's throat, educate them on why it is a microaggression and how it makes you feel. I don't think anybody that watched that conversation with John thinks John's a racist. I understand he explained at the beginning that his brain works differently. Her energy was on something else and took him and his bluntness the wrong way. And then that shit just spun and spun and spun. She deserves respect in the aspect of what she was saying. We do need to shut up and learn.
I understand the point she was trying to make, but when she brought that shit up about his mental state, that irritated the fuck out of me because John's been on the program before. But he
was matching her energy. So see, he started saying things he would never say. They just got stuck in an evil cycle, I think.
Well, John but she made her point that I thought when I heard Siren talk was that he was trying to tone police everybody else. Meanwhile, and I know he says he has autism or he's neurodivergent, but he's sitting right in that far left box and he's being I'm sorry, there were times where I was like, what the fuck is he doing? These are hard conversations. They're very difficult conversations to have. And we need to have them, and it's very important. But I think I don't really know how much to add. But I do think just by a white person saying something, I don't think it's fair to turn around and just say, "Oh, now you're a racist," without truly explaining why they think that is racism. Racism is a very difficult word for I'm sorry, for white people. I think especially white liberals. I get like, oh my God, am I going to say something that's considered racist? Because that's the last thing I want to do.
White woman, I know what you're saying. I don't feel that way, but I know what you're saying.
But okay, here's my thing though. When I speak to y'all, I don't think like that. I don't think I don't have to think about if I'm gonna say something offensive, and so that's what we're saying. The fact that you have to think about it is the issue we would like you to address.
Buffy, I'm 50.
Well, actually, let me add to your point, Buffy. So, like the whole time I was talking to, what was her name? Siren.
Siren, yeah.
I knew that it didn't matter, and I'm thinking about this as I'm talking. I know that no matter what I say, if it's going to come across negative towards her, because I was irritated by some of the things she had said earlier, name calling and such, and I'm like, okay, everybody's going to think I'm a racist now, even though. That's not my intent. I'm not a racist. I don't treat people like shit. But it was just, you know what I mean? I was just irritated by the situation. But I'm glad you said that we have to think about it, and we do. And I don't mind that, but it's like we have to tone police ourselves.
Right.
It's baked in, Buffy. It's just baked in.
I know, and I know what you're saying. You're saying like it doesn't help us pointing it out all the time.
No,
Understand? I'm saying you understand because you. What I'm saying is you're a step ahead of the other people, right? You understand that you can say harmful things.
Yes.
And you're saying, please point it out so I don't do it anymore. But at the same time, too, we do encounter white people who are just like, stop pointing it out all the time. And so then for us, we're like, well, I mean, like, so we'll just get We'll just be offended all the
I see,
time. Like,
and that's why I wanted to have this conversation with you, because this whole nastiness that has blown up on TikTok right now, like I see it from all sides, and I saw and knew it was bad when Mishi popped up on that live. It just, I understand where everybody was coming from, but the way the girls reacted just made white women like, oh my God, what do we do? Because we want to support Black women and be with them, but what
thank
if
you.
I do
Okay.
say that
Yes.
wrong thing?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Let me
yes.
let me bring in Shannon. I apologize it's taking so long. Age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up. Go ahead. Shannon.
I was having trouble getting my unmute.
Oh,
I'm
you're good.
45. What was the other question? I'm sorry.
Age, location, who you voted for, and timer's yours.
Kamala Harris, of course, Florida, and 45. I came up here to talk to John, but he left. And, a lot of people have said things while I've been up here. Honestly, I don't agree with a lot of the shit that's been said. At listening to Sirens speak, first of all, a lot of Black people are very angry at the fact that they have to keep explaining this to white people. So the emotions are high. The fact that Black people have to continuously fight for freedoms and to be left the fuck alone and just able to live their life is why there is so much emotion in this. I do feel like, obviously I don't know John, but I do feel like that the autism was used as an excuse for why he was spouting microaggressions, and a lot of people up here have been saying microaggressions don't make you racist, but that's it. A microaggression is racism, and all white people have the ability to be racist and spout microaggressions.
Can I hear somebody? Hey, Buffy, will you please articulate for me and all the other white people what a microaggression would be? Would you mind?
Yeah, no, I have no problem doing that. So a microaggression is something that you say that in your mind is a compliment. You speak well for a Black person. You are very pretty for a Black person. You're intelligent for a Black person.
You work there?
Right.
Oh, what, that
Because
neighborhood? That neighborhood's nice.
No, but also, yeah, also like I went, this was like 8 years ago. I went on a speed dating event, and the first question I got from almost every guy was, how many kids do you have? And I just,
wow.
I mean, it's stuff like
Because
that. Like,
she
y'all
is
don't.
a young Black woman in her 20s, right? 20s. And so people assume she has children. I mean, it's just, I've been deconstructing or whatever for years now. And that's why I say the first thing as white people that you have to do, you have to realize it's baked in. We learned all of this growing up. If you're a Gen X, I'm speaking for Generation X, it was baked in TV, school, everything. But then, Buffy, there's a lot of white people that thought it was all done and over with Martin Luther King, and they don't understand redlining, and they don't put the puzzle pieces together.
And I will add on to this that I have to deconstruct too, because I was taught to step aside when you walk down the street. I was taught to show my hands at all times when you're around me. I was taught not to look you in the eye. I have to deconstruct those things too. Society taught us this. It's no one's fault. The system, that's why we call it racism. The system was set up for you to succeed, and we're telling you right now that we are being hurt and harmed, and now that you're being hurt and harmed, you're willing to listen. And so we're just asking, please be uncomfortable for a little bit. Please just sit with it. And everyone on this panel who is not, when they walk outside, considered a Black person is racist. These are facts. Sit with it. You benefit from a system that oppresses people who look like me. You do. These are just facts.
I disagree with that.
You do.
I disagree with that.
Life, and you do.
No, I disagree with that.
I'm not saying that you didn't have
look.
happen.
This is and look.
If you would have been Black when it happened, what would have happened to you? That's how I look at it.
Buffy said everybody that walks outside and isn't Black is racist. That is an
has
absolute
has
statement, and
built-in
there's no such
racism.
thing as
Yes.
absolutes. No,
We
all
are. We
racists.
were
She said
No,
all
conditioned
racists.
and
yes, I
raised
can explain
this way.
myself. I can explain
I,
myself.
I,
Racism is a
Please
system.
stop talking over the host.
I'm
I
just
agree
no.
with you.
It's
I agree
fine,
with you.
Buffy. I just for a moment, like, I just don't agree that that's true, because to me, like, I'm trying to think of an analogy here of a word that gets overused to the point where it gets diluted. Because do people benefit from a society that shits on colored people and grants, privilege just by default? Yes, we do, but that doesn't mean that
That
those
is
people are
racism.
benefiting.
You just defined it.
But that
You
doesn't
did.
make those people racists. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean
no,
that they agree with that system. I don't agree with that system. I am not a
Nobody
racist.
agrees.
Right. I don't think anybody up here on this panel
Did you just
agrees,
say that
which
shit's on
makes it.
colored people?
Huh?
Listen, I was gonna let that go. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
I don't
Just
think
let
you
it.
meant
Just
that.
let it go.
I think
Who said what? No,
Just let.
please.
Shannon.
See, Buffy, no, Buffy, no, Buffy. This
Shannon,
is the
No.
Shannon, what
time.
did you
This
say?
is
No,
the
Shannon,
time.
say it again.
No, please
Shannon,
say
say it
it.
again. Say it again, Shannon, so that Tim can hear.
Yeah, because I mean, if I said something out of turn, then I
Give him
want to
an
know, because I was
opportunity.
pissed off. I don't even, maybe I said something shitty. What did I say?
Yeah, I was asking, did you just say that it's a system that shits on colored people?
Yeah, it's a system that shits on colored people. The system we live in right now.
People of
Is there?
color and saying colored people are two different terms.
Okay, non-white people. Was that better?
Yeah, Shannon. I
Again,
know.
right here,
Shan.
this
No, hold on.
semantics
Shannon,
shit.
No.
Shannon,
Yeah, hold
you're
on.
probably old enough to
Hold
realize
on,
that
guys. Thank you. Thank you for the protection. I know what room I'm in. I know where I am. I got it. Thank you.
I
Thank you.
mean,
I want to have this conversation with the panel and the host. I'm not going to. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not going to go over semantics with you about that.
Okay,
That's
the
the
only
least of
reason
my
I
problems.
repeated it, Buffy, is because they asked me to.
It's
I
a-
heard you say that I let it go, and
Okay.
I was going to let it go.
No, so
No.
see, Buffy, this,
No.
hold on,
Okay, hold on.
please.
Wait. Again, this is a debate of some. That's an issue of semantics. I agree. Probably not the best way to put it, but I think most of you knew what I meant, right? At least the intent behind what I was talking about. But again, when you start nitpicking shit like that, we're missing
right.
broader
No, this is
conversations. Because now I've got to pause and address that thing that is. I mean,
Okay, but we don't want you to think about it like you're addressing it. So now, because we brought that word to your attention, I doubt in the future you will use it as freely.
and
Because
now, no, wait.
hold
Now,
on,
people in the
it
comment
could.
sections are calling me a racist for saying that
Hold on,
we live in a
hold
system.
on.
No, you
Don't
hold
read the
on.
comments.
You hold on. No, I'm just saying. I'm pointing this out. People are saying you're a racist because you said that we live in a system that shits on colored people. Fucking think about that for a minute.
Okay, but
Anybody
you
in the
think about
comment
it.
section
What is
or
your
somebody
name?
calling
I'm
me a
sorry.
racist,
What
you
is
can
your
call me a
name?
lib or loudmouth. It don't matter.
What is your name?
That's ridiculous.
Oh, call you
Tim.
Lib. Okay, I got you now.
Tim,
See,
lib, loudmouth.
Tim. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what
Hold on,
See, this is a part of the problem for
This is
white people. I mean,
hold,
you're taking something that Tim said that was innocuous, but you're trying to destroy
no,
what he
I'm
was
not.
trying
Right.
to
It's not
say.
innocuous,
He
and
was
that's
he
the
was using
point.
a
Well,
term that maybe.
Hold on,
Shannon
let
brought
Well,
it
me
I'm
up.
finish
talking
the
to Shannon
sentence.
Blue. I'm not talking to you. You're taking something he said and you're trying to stir up trouble over it
That's exactly what it was.
instead of saying
Oh
instead
my
wait, I'm not
God!
done.
Don't
I am
assume
not
my
done. I am
intentions,
speaking
Can
to
I
Paula.
I'm
please
not
finish
done.
my
Come
sentence?
Let me
Oh,
finish my
wait.
statement
You
before
don't
you
want us
attack
to
me,
assume your
please.
intentions, but you're assuming mine? Okay.
Listen,
I'm
Go
not
y'all.
ahead.
assuming
Go ahead,
it.
Paul.
Hold
Y'all.
on.
I
Can I
appreciate.
speak?
Wait a
If
I
you're
minute.
going to
Can
talk
I
to me,
just
can I
finish
speak
this
back
damn
without other people
statement?
talking?
Instead of saying,
Yep.
instead of attacking him, you could have said,
Who
you know what,
attacked
it's
him? I said it. I
inappropriate to
asked a
use.
fucking question,
Instead
Paula.
of you, why didn't you just say, colored? Saying the word colored is not
So
considered.
me saying,
See
did you
how
just
offended
say
you
this
guys
is me
are.
attacking him?
The way that you said it.
In a nice
Clarify
way.
the
I'm sorry.
question,
Were
and
you
that's
saying
me
it in a nice
attacking
way?
him.
Were you being? I don't really think you were being polite. Were you?
I will say.
Paula,
I
I
will
No,
say.
literally
she
said,
wasn't.
I said, did you just say that the system was shitting on colored people, which is what he said.
Yeah,
And I
he
was
did.
asking for clarification before I went anywhere else with
Bullshit.
it.
It was.
Buffy,
It was.
okay, you know what, Loud?
Yeah,
You're
you guys just
ridiculous
stop.
and you
I
are racist. Saying
Please.
Okay.
microaggressions is a racist fucking thing. It is not bad for somebody to point out the racist things that you say. It's saying, hey, bud, you did this. You may not have realized you did this, and you may not have realized that
You
this
should
was
have
a
just said
racist
that.
thing, but you did it. So
Yeah.
You
try
should have
not to
just
say
said
it
that
again in the
then.
future.
I'm Native
You don't want to
American,
hear that?
and
your
I'm
white fucking
racist.
fragility is too much.
Yeah,
Have a
I'm.
good day.
Is it
Buffy,
too
I'm
much? I
sorry.
think.
I wasn't going to
Is
say
it too
anything
much? You
again, but
don't
this
know me.
fucker
You
is
have no
Get the
really
fuck
idea.
out of
being
here. Get the
I'm
fuck out of here. Jesus, Lord Almighty. Listen,
You know, we're
but
trying to.
look at this. We're under a fascist takeover, and we're fucking arguing about the word colored.
Oh, okay.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with us? How the fuck is the Democratic Party ever going to pull its shit together if these are the stupid fucking conversations that we're having? And they would, oh, you're a racist. You're a racist. You're fucking, everybody's a racist. Jesus fucking Christ. I've got a fucking CDIB card. Again, I lived in a fucking state where all the fucking natives were shit on by Andrew Jackson. You know who fucking Trump is just like fucking Andrew Jackson? Send us over there. My mom was beat the fuck out of by white people at a fucking state-run fucking school so that she couldn't speak her native language. And you over here called me a fucking, oh, you're white fragility. My whole fucking family is native. And y'all are calling me a white, fuck off with all that shit. Again, racism, everything's fucking racist. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Donald Trump is going to fucking win if we keep doing this stupid ass shit. Period. Fuck. Okay. Who would like Buffy? I think you were trying to chime in. Go ahead.
Oh no, someone else can go. I'm good.
I want to bring something up. And I can't even remember who was in the bottom corner here. The John, I think.
John Richard, yeah.
He 100% used his autism as a as tokenizing. So I will give it to Siren for that. Now Siren does come off very, very strong in her response, and I do think that she did some attacking. I think there's been in this whole live, there's been attacks on everybody, and we are just infighting amongst ourselves, and it has to stop. It has to, like, none of us are perfect. None of us are in the right here. We are all in the wrong, and until we realize that, and we try to help, like, realizing that we are trying to be better, we are trying to support each other, we're not going to go anywhere. Like, why are we still fighting about this? Like, just like there are people who are still racist or have racist tendencies, there's people who attack the LGBT community and still have homophobic and transphobic tendencies, who still have issues against people with mental health issues, who still have issues with people against Native Americans. Like, it happens, and just because Buffy may understand things against the black community doesn't mean she doesn't have tendencies against another person. I'm not saying you do, Buffy. I'm using you as an example. So please, 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 let's recognize our own issues before, like, completely annihilating somebody else for theirs, and recognize that maybe they will, maybe they don't mean it in a bad way, and let's try to have a calm conversation about this stuff so we can all get better together.
Yeah, I was coming up to hopefully
Okay.
change the subject.
Yeah, well, let me bring in. We've got some new panelists that I haven't got to yet. Sorry about that, guys. Chelsea, age, location, who you voted for? Go ahead.
33, Wisconsin, Harris. And I kind of just came to address what kind of Lauren was just speaking about, because all of this started when, what's his name, Scratch came up. And what I was trying to point out when he was up here talking about it is that bringing this up and doing this, look at what it caused this live to become.
Yep.
Instead of it being a live that how it usually is, where we talk about things that Trump is doing and debating things going on in the world that need to change, all of a sudden it becomes this whole race thing. And now everybody's trying to say that you're racist in the comments. I'm in this live every single day. I don't believe that the host is racist at all. I'm also Native American. I was raised by my black aunt and my full blood Native American grandmother. And I watched them both go through so many things in this country because of the color of their skin. My skin looks a little bit whiter. So I didn't go through those same things that they did, but I was there. I seen the things that they went through. And I do believe that racism is very, very, very big in this world. And I will never be okay with people being racist. But when we're over here fighting about these things and making it this big deal and trying to like point out, nitpick little things like that, it's going to make things worse. It's not going to make things better. We have to teach each other instead of fighting each other. And I yield my time.
I agree, Chelsea. And that's the point I was trying to make, but I am liberal loudmouth, so when I get excited, I get loud, and, people think I'm screaming. I'm not really screaming, so, forgive me if I come across loud, but that's a burden I bear for having a deep voice that's fucking loud. I can't whisper, for the record. Beach, age, location, who you voted for, go ahead.
57, Louisiana, Chase Oliver. And the point that I would like to bring to the table is that none of us, or many or most of us, are members of several different communities. I'm not just a member of the Hispanic community. I'm also a member of the male community. I'm also a member of Generation X, and most of us have multiple community involvements. And to label somebody and say, because you're in my community, you have to agree with me on everything, I just don't see that. I don't see that as being right. I think we're all going to have our own perspectives from the many different communities that we belong to. There's yellow men, white men, red men, brown men, black men, girls all the same size. There's 50 shades of gray and 50 shades of gay and 50 shades of Generation X, Generation Z, and Generation Y, and Generation Y not. I yield.
Thank you, Beach. Good to hear from you, as always. XYZ, go ahead. Age, location, who you voted for?
I'm 22, Oregon, and I did not vote. But the one thing I mainly wanted to point out, I joined, I don't know exactly what was said, but I kind of joined when Siren was going off on John. But I think what really should have been addressed is, so it sounds like John took his autism and used that as an excuse or something. And to me, I think that is where we should have taken the opportunity, and Siren should have taken the opportunity to be like, hey, you can't use that as an excuse for this. Because a lot of people on the right recently have been using the excuse of Elon's Asperger's for the reason he did the salute on stage. And that entire party, including RFK, don't even believe that that mental health issue exists and is diagnosable or is curable or anything, or that they won't provide anything to society. Yet Elon claims he has Asperger's and is standing on stage doing a salute and owns a trillion, possibly, or billion, possibly $1 trillion company, launching rockets and getting a $7 million grant every day from the government. So it's like, you should have taken that opportunity to make it a political issue and a political live, instead of taking it as personal, because there's these issues in the U.S., and sorry to tell you, it's always going to be here. There's always going to be racist. You can't kill an ideology. That's why we've had troops in Afghanistan for over 40 years and have accomplished nothing. I yield my time.
Thank you, XYZ. Anybody else want to add or take away? I think
Me.
things. Who was me?
Please.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I just want to just take a deep breath and say, where did this conversation start about an hour ago? What were we talking about?
We were talking about how the Democrats won't be able to get their shit together without, this was the thing that Scratch had brought up.
Exactly.
If we keep pushing away all of the people, and we ended up
YT
doing
men,
the exact same thing.
In particular, YT men.
Yes.
But that was where our conversation started. And it bothers me that we have such a wonderful group of people here. All of you, everybody. Serena, or is that her name? I'm sorry, Siren. And Buffy, and everybody has contributed in great ways. There was a little offensiveness in my book, but I just think it was just heated. I don't know. But I think like we are receptive, and there was no need to get hostile. There was just no need for like aggressive yelling. I personally, just an honest answer here, I suffer PTSD, and it is hard for me to deal with people like that. It is when they yell. Yeah.
Well, and for that, I apologize. I get loud sometimes.
Not you.
That's,
Actually, it was more Siren, actually. I'm sorry.
I
don't mean to pick on her, but it was her.
Well,
Not
and
you.
I have nothing against Siren, for the record. But I knew that if I didn't get her out, she was, she has a very strong personality, and I knew that was just going to. Go ahead, Beach.
Yeah, there were a bunch of people who were yelling. I think that when we get excited, when we get into our feelings and we get passionate, we're not in a bad place. But I think if there was focus on describing behavior rather than name calling, we would all end up in a better place.
Yeah, but my point is we never solved the problem, did we?
No.
We got off on tangents about who
Right.
said what and what they meant and microaggressions and blah, blah, blah. And the whole problem is still fucking there.
So, Kathleen, to add to what you just said, what my point with bringing up the autism thing is I've never known, I know a lot of autistic people. I've never known someone to be like, oh, sorry, I did that because I'm autistic.
No,
Or
I
like-
think he was just using it, but he felt attacked, so he wanted to like defend himself in
Yeah,
some way.
exactly. That's
I
my
think.
point, though. And that's when
I
I
don't
think
think
Siren
that-
should have taken that opportunity to address that.
I
Because
just
that
think
was...
we got off target way before you came along. Like, I think that we were on a certain subject and then it got personal. And everybody kind of took it personally. And I'm quite glad I wasn't part of it. I dropped down. But it did give me an opportunity to just listen to everybody, and take you for who you are and understand how great each one of you were and how much sense everybody made. But it's like you're talking to the wrong people in a way. Like, there's other groups of people that need to hear this. And we may not be perfect, but this isn't the group we can receive. We can just be nicely told this is what we're doing wrong, and we will gladly receive it.
The thing I wanted to hit... Sorry, go ahead, Lauren.
All right, so here's the thing. Like, I think just kind of like what you guys are talking about, we are very quick to point out, mistakes that other people make. But if we just understand, like John or Josh, like him using his autism, if Siren would have just looked at that and been like, "Hey, look, this is what how you're coming across," instead of accusing him of doing that, which I mean, like he did.
That
Like to
wasn't
me,
the only
he was
problem,
coming.
though. There was
To
others.
me, he was coming across as using his or tokenizing his autism, and that's an issue. Like, and if we
But how
can
effective
address
is
that,
it to
hold
just
on,
tell-
Lord,
Oh,
please,
sorry.
please. If we can address that and turn to him and be like, look, this is how you're coming across. You seem to be using your autism against or to make your point or whatnot.
To defend
Instead of-
himself.
and
Defend his actions.
defending himself. We need to explain to him and be like, hey, look, instead, like, why don't you just be like, hey, you know what? You are right. I am doing that. I am coming across that way. I apologize. And that's how we need to address these things.
Do you
And
really
that
think
was
that he
real
was the
quick.
problem
Okay,
of the
well, let me
conversation?
let me
I'm not
let
saying
me
he was.
so
and that's why I was
let
saying
me-
Siren also. It
let
was,
me-
it was
No, I
everybody.
No, I think there was a
everybody in
whole
this
lot
situation.
more than that.
Yeah, there
was
was
everybody in
so,
this situation.
and I let it go for a while, and I didn't say anything. But there was name calling that went on, and I didn't say anything. But what I think triggered me was her, like, I don't know, dismissing somebody's mental state, and the way I took what John said, and I think this is the reason why I take such issue with focusing so much on these little things that can be semantically. It's all subjective, somebody's intent versus what they said or how they said it. Is that whenever John said that, I took it as I am also somebody who is getting mistreated for a thing that I have no say over. That's how I took what he said.
Yes,
I didn't
did
take
too.
it as he was tokenizing that to excuse.
Can I just say
you know,
one thing on it real quick? And then I'll shut up. Just one thing. So,
Sure, but
my-
I mean, did you understand what I was just saying?
I
Like,
100% agree with you. I just wish
Okay.
he talked more after it because he kind of just muted himself basically and didn't say anything and dipped from the live. But
Well, he kept getting muted by one of the mods. I'm not sure who it was.
I was in the chat, so I had no clue. But what I wanted to say to that is we're on a political forum, and there's currently a party that is denying basically everything about autism and everything with that. And so with him tokenizing that and essentially defending his actions using that, the issue there lies is someone like Elon Musk that's in a political party, and there's people that support that group that are watching this live currently that can be like, hey, I can do this and blame it on this, and no one can say anything about it.
We don't have the right to like tell somebody they're lying about their autism.
I'm not saying I never
don't
said
think
he was.
anybody was.
I never said he was, but the issue is that there's 130 people in here right now, and there is a group that is completely denying and saying we should put these people in camps to get them off of these medications,
which is
and I
fucked
do
up
want to say,
all on its own.
And I wanted to say, because John, I know I see you in there or in here and everything, and I'm not sitting here saying that you are the only one in the wrong here. I'm not. Like, believe me, I have learned to try not to use who I am or what conditions or anything that may be going on with me to tokenize and disregard what somebody else is saying. Like, it takes a lot of practice and a lot of training in order to be able to do that. And that's what we need to do. So, like, no, you were not 100% in the wrong. You, like, Siren was 100% extremely aggressive, and she is one of those people that is just an extremely aggressive individual. So
thank you.
That was big.
That was awesome.
But
I don't know anybody on this panel that I would consider racist. I try to live my whole life, in my life experience, being bused in elementary school, being bused 45 minutes to be the only white girl in my grade, I feel like was a pivotal moment for me to learn about Black folks, and it was a very important thing for me to learn, because I'd never been around a Black person before in my life, and I've tried to always live my life to be respectful and acknowledge discrimination, right?
Yeah, but my point is
the conversation's hard to have, and we have to be able to talk about it. And if somebody says something wrong or uses the wrong word, they can't be castigated for that. We have to be able to say, oh, I think you should say this, or it has to be a free-flowing conversation. And we can't be hurling accusations among each other when we're trying to foster an environment where we can talk about it. And that was my whole problem, was that people were derailing the conversation and castigating somebody for something that was pretty much was not meant to be overtly or otherwise racist, right? That's what.
And I wasn't trying to make it sound.
But my point is, they lost the whole conversation. We were having a very good conversation about how to be inclusive, and we just excluded everybody.
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to make it sound like he was lying about his autism.
And John, I'm going to come to you here in a second, but Kathleen's been trying to say something. Go ahead, Kathleen. I'm going to go to John.
I just feel like the whole thing, I was really interested in that subject. Very. I, of course, have my brother that I'm dealing with. You've heard about him. So if I could get him on board, it would be great. Doubtful, but, great. But there's other men as well that say, you guys are too woke. I can't even say a word, and you guys are correcting me all the time. So they feel so excluded, and I was waiting for this conversation, and it was important to me. And it got all bent into tangents about who said what and what they meant. And I don't think anybody meant a bad word at all. At all. And it didn't need to happen. This conversation should have stayed on track. It should have stayed on target. It should have stayed on that subject of being inclusive.
Yeah, and I'll just say, somebody in there said Siren could have handled it better, and I agree, but I could have handled it better too. But I mean, you get emotional about something, or you get defensive, and you feel like you're being attacked. So then you go into attack mode, and I think that's nature's.
I'm not picking on anybody
in loudmouth, right? And,
to be fair, they didn't know anything about you,
right?
I only knew you were indigenous from one live that I've ever been in, like when you mentioned it, and it was just like you like threw it out there for like 10 seconds, and I don't think anyone acknowledged it. So it was like,
Yeah, I mean, and like, because I used to. I remember I had this one guy at work. It was I was first week there at a grocery store, and he was like, we're sitting in the lunchroom, and he's like, "So what are you, Japanese or something?" I look at this dude, because I used to be a lot darker, and I look at this dude. I'm like, "What are you, fucking stupid or something?" And then like it was dead silent in there, and then like later on, I learned he was the assistant store manager. And I was like, holy fuck, it's always the one guy I say something. But I've been like that my whole life. Like, if you say something to me sideways, I'm going to come back at you,
Yeah, but I'm not
as an
picking
asshole.
on
Like,
anybody's behavior, really. It
well, I'm
happens.
just speaking
But
for
I just want
myself,
to get back on target, and it seems like
I agree.
impossible to get back on
But
track.
in order to do that, for me, I have to acknowledge that my behavior wasn't perfect. And I understand that. And, I'll reflect on it after the show and, move forward from there. With that said, John...
Yeah.
John, well, age, location, who you voted for, and go ahead and say your piece.
49, Kamala in South Carolina. First of all, I do want to say I did act badly too, so I do apologize, for also getting upset. I was actually upset because of the way Scratch was being treated. So I was actually here trying to defend him more than anything else. And multiple times I said we need to be treating each other the way we would want to be treated. That was not happening in that conversation, which is why I kept bringing it up. And as far as my autism go, I said that one time in the very beginning of the conversation. And Loudmouth, you are correct. That is why I said it. I wanted people to understand where I was coming from, not excuse any bad behavior I might have done because of autism, because quite frankly, autism most of the time does not cause that type of behavior. Okay, that was me responding to someone who is disrespectful to me, being very disrespectful to Scratch, and anybody else that disagreed with them. I think that is not how you have a conversation, and as Scratch pointed out, that's not how you change minds. So that's pretty much why that happened. Now, I do think that we need to have maybe not this time, but at some point we need to have a conversation about the history of autistic people, because everybody talks about their history. Nobody ever mentions autistic people because it's not taught anywhere. It's not taught in college. It's not taught in high school. It's not taught in junior high. It's literally not taught anywhere. Now, tell me what other group of people whose history isn't taught anywhere.
All right, so I do want to say, John, that you did mention your autism again right before things like fell off the wagon, and so I want to throw that out there that you did do that. Yeah, and you may not have realized it, and I'm saying you may not have realized it. I want to just point it out that did happen. That way you can accept that and understand that was something that kind of helped start the fall, and what did come across as tokenizing a little bit. So, and I'm not blaming you. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything here or anything like that. Like, I'm just wanting to inform you. That way, you know for the future.
But just to point out a little bit. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
With that being said, I mean, you are right as far as like people do not know much about autism, and they should. We all should. So, I will challenge you to, on your own time, not when it's about like black people or other groups, but on your own time, go out and try to educate people. Try to tell them about your story and everything. Maybe do a live yourself and educate people on the history of autism and people with autism. So, that's my challenge to you.
Lauren has a live. She just started doing, by the way, and it's a great live. I recommend everybody go check out Tea Time with Lauren. What time is your live, Lauren?
I start 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Central Time. Anyway,
Central Time,
she has a platform, so if you want to ask her about trans issues, trans life, trans anything, she's there to help you and to educate people. And she does it, her format is very welcoming and non-judgmental. And girl, I love you for that, man. And that's what you could do, John, man. You could have a live, you could talk about autism, educate people on autism, and that would be fan-fucking-tastic. And I would go to your live.
There's a
I
video
go.
on my page about it. Now, it's not gone into the details of all the history, but it's a generalization of the history of autistic people. But it's on my page.
And I would like to, if any black people have any lives where they have a time where white people can come in and say stupid shit, not knowing what they're saying, you know what I'm saying? I would go to that too. I just want to be a better person. Thank you.
Ben,
all do.
I saw your hand up in the comments. Did you want to add something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I listened to my father a lot, and one thing that the beauty of his generation is they could, in one sentence, encapsulate everything that's been discussed here. They kept it simple, but they made you think. And this is going to sound really trite, and I don't mean it to be, but I live my life with the understanding is until I walk a mile in that guy's shoes, shut the fuck up.
That's right, Ben. Again, wiser words never been spoken.
Yeah, if you don't know a lot about something, just listen. Just listen.
I just want to say, John, I'm sorry.
No,
Well,
go
I
ahead.
thought it was important that we were talking about the inclusion of white men, sorry, and we ended up dropping 2 men off this. They dropped out because they were not happy. Just pointing that out.
I would like to wonder why we have to say white men, but we can say black. Why,
I know.
Why?
I don't.
Well, no, I mean,
Can we not
TikTok
say
is a big
YT, or can we not say the actual word? Like,
I don't know. To me, it's all confusing.
Cyclops. Cyclops, real quick. You had requested up on your other account, but Lawyer Babe muted you for the entire live. What was your other account, and what happened, Lawyer? Because again, guys, in the comments and to the moderator, I don't like muting unless somebody's being overtly racist and shit. So, like earlier, I noticed John was talking and somebody had muted him multiple times while he was.
I have not muted. Only person I muted was the drunk guy when he was over talking you, and that's it.
Okay, so Cyclops had said that Siren was disrespectful. Lawyer, can you speak to that? Because I don't know. So Lawyer had said we should apologize to Siren and Buffy, but I don't think I had an issue with Buffy at all.
There was a lot of name calling in that back and forth. A lot of name calling. And I think describing behavior is preferable to name calling, and that if you use words like biased instead of racist, you're probably going to get a better outcome in the conversation.
True. Yeah, are you talking about the back and forth between me? Because there was like between Siren and Scratchy and Buffy and Scratchy, they were
Siren
going
and Scratchy,
okay,
and Siren and John, I think.
What name did I call her? Because I don't remember calling her any names.
I didn't say that you called her a name.
Just making sure, because you said back and forth, so I'm just making sure.
Buffy said I was racist. Yeah, there was several people who called me racist in the comments, and somebody was like, "Don't read the comments." I'm like, that's pretty wise, because I'm like, it's like anytime you criticize Israel, you're automatic. You're an anti-Semite. It's like, oh my god. And see, now I'm getting excited again. It probably sounds like I'm yelling. So let me bring it down a notch.
John some encouragement, I did receive a lot of information in autism. My college degrees are in education, and there is a lot of good information out there. If you ever do put together a panel, ask for teachers, especially people who have a background in special education or special needs kids.
Okay, well, let me bring in Lawyer and Cyclops here real quick.
Yeah, I'll drop down. Drop me.
Who's that, Kathleen? Okay.
Yes.
Drop me too, please.
Drop me. I got to get my microphone. That just
Thank
got
you,
here,
Lauren.
so-
Awesome.
Yep.
Congrats on
I'll
the
be back.
mic.
I'll
All
be
right,
back.
thank you. Ben, did you say you wanted to go? I'd like to have you up here, but if you need to go,
I've got to take care of my service dog. She's giving me that stare.
Okay. All right.
My
Thank
dogs do
you
it
so much.
all the
And
time.
I love having you up here. I really appreciate your insight. Just wanted to.
I appreciate you all. I mean, sometimes we feel like hey, old man, go sit down in the corner and shut up.
No,
But
no.
this group is very inclusive.
No,
and I appreciate your patience. Sometimes I have a hard time articulating myself, but
every time you talk, it's like soothing. It calms me, sir. I just got to say.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me up today. I appreciate you
Yeah.
all. Love
Thank
you all.
you. And
I
good luck
agree,
with the dog.
Loudmouth. He should start making paintings and talk about the trees.
Yes. Yeah, you
Yeah,
have
like
a
Uncle
very
Ben a
soothing
lot.
voice.
Yeah, then I'd fall asleep.
I can drop you down, Ben, but thank you so much. I hope to see you back again.
I'll be back.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye,
Can
everybody.
bye. Can I say one thing too? I was kind of waiting for everybody to go, but
Oh, Chelsea, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
When John and Siren were kind of going back and forth, like even right now when John is speaking, he is a little bit loud, kind of like you, liberal, a little bit loud when you speak. And I
Yep.
think she just kind of took offense to that. And when she was responding to him, she wasn't like knocking him for speaking about his autism. She didn't get to finish her full sentence. She was basically saying like Black people in America didn't get to use that excuse for the way that they're treated. Like if they were to be slaves or anything like that, they had to do it. They weren't able to use excuses or anything like that. So when she was coming back at him, she wasn't necessarily knocking the autism. She was just kind of stating that, and I don't think you fully heard her, and you kind of got offended too, and then it just became a whole
I'm so glad that you brought that up because, and this is a great point because, remember when I dropped Hoodlum for laughing? Was that yesterday? Y'all remember that? Some of you were here, I think. Anyway, I dropped
Yeah,
Hoodlum.
because he was laughing at somebody for saying something.
Right. So I went back yesterday and watched that again, and I owed the guy an apology because where he laughed in that was not where I remembered it in that moment. So like what I heard wasn't what he actually said, and so I clearly wasn't paying full attention, and I made a mental note to apologize to him next time he came up here. So you're probably right, Chelsea. I may have taken that, way wrong. But also her previous language towards like scratch and may have colored how I heard what she said. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it just all kind of got misconstrued a little bit. Lawyer Bay said drop her and bring her back up. I don't think she was
I'm
thinking
here.
towards it.
He did it.
Oh
Okay, never mind.
I think that's where the history of autism would probably play in too, because if you understand the history of autism, you understand we didn't have community. We didn't have family. Our families put us in closets. Our families put us in attics. Our families put us in basements. Or we never even left the hospital. Like we were unalived at the hospital because we weren't deemed, beneficial to society. All races did that, except I think Native Americans. I think Native Americans were the only one who embraced autistic people and treated them like a member of society. But not a single country in the entire world has ever done that until the past like 10 or 20 years. That's what I mean by if you understand the history of autistic people, then you might have a little bit more with grace with us too, because in a way, a lot of us, we are the silent minority. We look normal. We kind of can act normal, but that doesn't make us, that still makes us different.
Thank you, buddy.
I agree that it makes you different, but the problem is, okay, are you? I don't know what you're like.
Real quick,
affiliation.
lawyer, put a pin in that real quick. Cyclops or who was it? Too Sweet Mary had asked how she could message me. I'm going to put a link in there to the Discord. You can send me a private message there, or you can DM me on TikTok. That'll work as well. But let me go ahead and do that. I apologize, lawyer. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, okay? How do you lean socially and I guess politically, since being a woman or being Black is political? So, what's up? How do you lean?
I mean, I'm left, but I'm also an independent, so I'm not, 100% Democrat. I'm a free
How old are you?
thinker. I am 49.
Okay. Here's the thing. Elon Musk didn't do a fucking Schnazi salute because he's autistic.
Correct.
And it doesn't excuse microaggressions and aggressive behavior. It doesn't excuse, as somebody on the left, your responsibility to be aware of history and context whenever you are purporting to be an ally of the Black community. So in general, when Buffy said we're a mixed company, this bullshit right here is what she was fucking talking about.
I mix.
So
mix
when we're
up with
talking
food.
about racial relations, and then you're like, I'm autistic, just, and I'm not trying to be rude, and then you're loud, and no, I'm loud too. So I'm not again trying to insult you. I'm very loud. It's not the appropriate time to then equate uh oppression with oppression. It's not an oppression Olympics, if that makes sense.
But
And
that's
so
not
that
happening.
is like that sort of thing is like a lot of times what Black people are talking about. There's people in the comments like, it's like this. I grew up poor too. What white privilege? Yeah, okay, you grew up poor, but you didn't fucking have to leap about 65 fucking hurdles before you got to out of poverty or a college degree. And David, I don't care if you ever come back to my life, sweetheart. Never. Anyway, and so the whole thing devolved, quite honestly, how things with white liberals have devolved in the past. And if you're going to be an ally, if you're gonna call yourself a person on the left and advocate for justice, don't just read Martin Luther King. Okay, don't do that, because white liberals also have a history of betraying the Black community. And
Whole lot of
with everything that happened here, nobody's diminishing your fucking struggles, sweet too sweet, whatever the fuck your name is. This is what I'm talking about. You're calling yourself a true blue. You might as well be center fucking red, because you literally, it's not oppression Olympics. We were having a conversation on racial relations, and everybody, even the people on the left, just went full on fucking, but what about me? And the reason why I muted her, she was like, I've been excluded by Black people too. What are we even talking about? And literally Buffy was trying to avoid this shit because liberals went racist, liberals went anti-Black rhetoric, liberals went tone policing. She's rude and loud, and her voice, I'd hate to hear her. I'm sure her kids hate hearing her. It's disgusting. You're talking to a Black woman who's well over 50, okay? And when she's talking to Scratch, oh, and that's the other thing. All people in the comments, he ain't black. When Black people are talking about Black business, even if you're in the fucking room, have a seat. Okay, and she is a woman over 50, a Black woman, talking to a young Black man who has not lived the life she's lived, who has not dealt with white people who are, who the white people from 50 fucking years ago. So this absolute offense taken that she would call him boy, those are two Black people talking about Black business. And I watch people interrupt Buffy, interrupt Siren.
Okay, so I think you're going back to what Scratchy's original point was that, when you go down into the little things like that, which I agree need to be dealt with. I mean, maybe it's okay to point it out, but we don't need to attack somebody that we know is not going to, you know what I mean? Like, we're not voting for people that are trying to kick brown people out, for example. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just kind of devolved, but
yeah, it did.
Let me go to Cyclops real quick, and Daniel, I'll come back to you, but there's a reason I have pulled them two together, because I was confused about what was going on in the comment section. Cyclops, age, location, who you voted for. Go ahead.
38, Kentucky, voted for Harris.
Yeah, did you wanna express some things or talk about what happened?
I was just saying Siren was being disrespectful in her tone, because she was. I mean, I don't know why it's so hard for people to talk with people with respect if then you want respect back, and then if you don't want to be talked the same way that you're being talked, or you're talking to that same person with.
What was your other name?
Nuck and Futz.
Okay, so you said a whole lot of problematic shit, and it's unacceptable.
Well, name it. What did I say?
Now let me ask you a question. Did she say, "Oh my God, how dare him call me an old woman"? I don't remember that. Now maybe she did, but to take offense for them and then tone police a Black woman when Black women have been historically depicted as loud, aggressive,
uncouth, unacceptable. Really, you have got
Okay,
to
but
read
what's
the
that got to
fucking
do with
room.
her
So,
actually being
lawyer,
disrespectful and rude?
yeah. So, lawyer, you heard her. What is she's like, yeah, little boy. She kept calling him little boy, and every time she said it, she was purposely being shitty about it. She said it over and over again. And whenever he responded, he called her old woman as a, well,
And then it was a
you're gonna
problem.
right. And then she
Wait, did
got
she say something about it? What did she say about it?
she was dismissing him in what he was saying to her. He was just trying to prove a point to her because she kept saying little boy, little boy. She was
Yeah, but what
being
did she say
very,
about him calling her old woman?
I
I
mean,
don't
I
think she
don't
said anything about it. I think more
She didn't
John
say a
was getting
fucking thing
upset
because it
about
didn't
it.
bother her.
Yeah, I think
You
John was
understand?
getting
She
upset
was
about it
talking
and
to
it
him.
then coming in
Sorry, Chelsea,
about
go
it.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'll review, but I'm pretty sure she did bring it up. And other people, though, jumped in and chastised Scratchy for saying that.
Yes, she
Other
did. They
people
did because that's a
Yeah.
black woman of a significant age who has dealt with the oppressive system we're talking about, and she's talking to a young black man who has clearly you saw that both Sarah and Buffy had opinions opposed to his. Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel. I forgot you wanted to go too. But
No,
that's what I'm
like,
saying, and that's
like
what
I,
Buffy was trying to prevent when she said we were in mixed company. She's trying to prevent the shit show, the
no,
white liberal
I
meltdown that just happened.
I understood what she was saying, and like I got that. I don't know if Scratchy did or not, but I understood what she was trying to say. Because it turned into it fucking devolved into a mess, and now we're having to try to
And
clean it
also,
up
can
and
I
Does
stuff.
anybody
add
here
that
think that
Scratch
Scratch,
was
as a young black
nothing
man, needs
but
all these white
respectful?
liberals to defend him?
I'm sorry, there was two people
All the
talking.
people that jumped in to start telling her about how unruly and loud and aggressive and rude that she did. Does anybody here think that Scratch needed that?
Well, he had two people that were coming
It's just
after
being
him.
cognizant. It's
One
being
of them,
cognizant.
one of them said he needed his ass whooped, and the other one kept calling him little boy and was. I mean, and I let it go because I'm like, this is between them. I wasn't even going to try to intervene in that moment. Like, but it was a rude, kind of hateful conversation between those three people, and not from Scratchy's side. He didn't get shitty. So
Scratch was nothing but respectful, and he was
was.
articulating his stances
Nothing.
very
Buffy, do
well.
you want to come back up? Because, well, let Daniel go. Let Daniel go.
Yeah. Okay. Daniel, age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up there. Go ahead.
56, New York, BP Harris, of course.
Yeah. Good to see you as always.
Sure. I understand that sometimes you have to have an after action, basically talk about things so that we can basically suss things out, or at least quash them so they don't become a thing later on. But I think at some point it needs to be. I hope that it can actually get to a resolution. I wasn't present for it, and I understand that, but I think that when we're having discussions, often I don't know if John Richard and Cyclops, you've ever heard the phrase, when in the game of political discussion, black people aren't players; they tend to be the actual football. They tend to be the ball. We are tossed around, spoken about, but not really listened to. Excuses in order you're used in order to dismiss. We could be having a conversation about a literal issue regarding racial inequality, and then we're being told we're playing the race card by talking about race. There is almost no way in the world, I think you could agree, to talk about the topic in any meaningful way without mentioning race if we're talking about that. And
that's not the problem.
Yeah. So it's
I'm not talking
Scratchy.
about this. I'm not talking about Scratchy.
Okay, you're just saying in general. Okay.
I'm saying in general because I wasn't there for it. That's why I prefaced it with that I wasn't there, and then I went in aside. Do we at least agree on that? Because I want it as a baseline, because I don't want that to come up later, because it almost always does if we don't speak about it first.
Well, and while I might add what Daniel's saying there, while I think there was bias there, I think it was at least as much gender bias as it was racial bias.
Oh my God! Yes, men are so Yeah, definitely getting oppressed. I mean, it's
I
rough.
honestly think that
It's
I don't
rough.
know if who's the bias by the gender that you're referring to. Was it like a gender
In,
bias against a man or a gender bias against a woman?
in that conversation, I think there was gender bias going both ways, because all the men were on one side and all the women were on the other side, and even I couldn't miss that.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it
Daniel,
was
let me give
based
you
that
some
that's what it
context.
was.
Let me give you some context. We were talking about the
Nobody
Unfuck
understands
America.
motivations. You can't talk
Roy, what, John?
until you understand someone's individual motivations of why they say what they said. You can't make assumptions about that.
Oh my
That's the
God,
problem.
John,
Everybody's
John,
just
you
assuming
what?
Okay.
that someone's
Lawyer Bay,
Explanate for
Okay.
every
Lawyer
fucking
Bay.
Hold on.
motherfucker in the
Hold on.
comments, John.
Here's the
What
thing.
are y'all talking about?
Hold on. We were having a good, productive conversation. I don't want it to devolve into what it was. Okay.
You can't sit here and tell me that you have no fucking clue about the way you're coming off and the shit you're saying.
Yeah, Lawyer Bay. If I can,
That's what I said.
I do agree with
John.
Lawyer.
Oh, can I get to say something real fast?
Daniel, Daniel,
I
please.
preface my statement by saying that I wasn't present for it, and I'm not here to take up sides necessarily on this. I'm kind of already going to point out that I'm probably going to, fail a little bit because I'm a human. But I recognize that people have their positions on this. But the thing is, over the course of the discussion, I'm going to figure it out what I actually think. But I'm not going to inject my own personal opinion into this because I wasn't present for it. Now, if I could watch the video, that'd be different. So I could actually get that the inflection, the context, all that type of stuff. I wasn't there for it. I personally, had I been there, anybody who knows me knows that you talk out of pocket about a black woman in my presence, whether it even be over online, I'm going to come at you. And the thing is, I may have a conversation, but the thing is, we're going to talk about it offline. We don't need to talk in mixed company. And I'm sorry, but mixed company is mixed company because there are certain things that the black people on the panel we might talk about with each other that aren't necessarily meant for people who don't necessarily know our struggles from the inside.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that's fair. And again, like people are getting defensive about it, and that's natural to feel that way. Even myself, I at one point I felt attacked. I had people call me racist in the comment section, and so it's hard to have these conversations if we're upset and feeling like we're being attacked. And that's why I just wanted to try and calm people down. So I appreciate you, Daniel, because your voice is kind of reminds me of Ben a little bit. It's you try to maintain a calm demeanor. So
I try.
Daniel does. He does. I have a question for Daniel.
Hey, Paula.
Hi, Daniel. I have a stupid question. I'm just going to ask it. Okay.
No such thing, but okay.
No, why can't I hear this conversation between that you won't have in front of white people? Why can't I? Would that not be illuminating for me?
It can be, but the problem is often the people that we try to speak to about this, because they don't share the lived experiences, we end up going through a period of almost onboarding where we have to explain concepts or why that is a problem, or the language we chose is simply based on our cultural touchstones. Like when I explain, like literally right now, there is not a single person, even if everybody here was Christian, white, black, Asian, what have you. If I use a certain phrase, all right, the black people will know how to finish it. All right, but even the white Christians wouldn't know because it's not a thing within their version of Christianity at all.
I see it differently. So, and I consider myself a privileged black person. Some of the people in the community would have a problem with me saying that, but my parents worked so hard that I didn't have to see any of this, and I'm just seeing it now to the point where I'm now literally having to see a therapist because I didn't even know the microaggressions I experienced every day because my parents shielded me from it. So I'm learning it too. When you guys say you're learning, I'm learning too. I don't even know half the things that are oppressing me.
Yeah, like DMV, sorry.
Yeah, no, what I see as why we have those conversations is because they're used against us. So when we talk about things in which we are oppressed and you will never experience because your skin is brown, it's not that You've done anything right or wrong. You just won't experience it because that's the society we live in. We don't have these conversations in front of you because you don't understand it. And when we do have them in front of you, like we just did, you use it against us and see, this is why these people, this is why, the colors, this is why that's the reason why we don't have these conversations in front of you.
Yeah, it's demoralizing, and it actually breaks down the conversation. Like, imagine a person is telling you, simply to give context to what happened. They're telling you about probably one of the worst things that ever happened to them, possibly even the absolute worst thing that's ever happened to them. Like a terrible incident dealing with the police where they weren't listening to them. I'm the one that called the cops. Why am I in handcuffs? Type of thing. All right. And in the course of that, a person who is not part of our community, who's never dealt with it necessarily themselves, that level of I'm assumed wrong until I have to pass these hurdles to prove myself super duper right. Like literally, it's impossible to assume my culpability. And then, but the person, while you're telling your story about the worst experience you ever had, treats you like they're a cop trying to convict you of a crime, like it's an interrogation. And then after you're done, it's derailed the conversation, and then people have had to take sides, and all you were trying to do was get through an explanation about what happened so we can start talking. And it becomes a meta conversation. It becomes a meta conversation about, we're talking about it, as opposed to just having that conversation.
And think about whenever they bring up black victims, they always show, if they have a mugshot, or any brown person, they will always show us in a mugshot, even if we're the victim of something. But for all the white tea people, it's their high school photo. Like, it's everywhere and every day, and it's ingrained in you. And all we're asking is for you to wake up and see, like, wait, why does it always look like this? Wait, why are these all the news stories I see? That's all I want. I don't want anything else.
Why do I have to see their picture with a toy pew pew? Why do I have to know about his DUI from 2006? Why do I mean, literally. And the frustrating part is because I said before this all popped off, right, that deconstruction is an active exercise. You have to constantly evaluate, is there something coloring my view in this interaction?
Real quick, lawyer Paula, can I drop you down for just a minute? You can come back up in a minute.
Please do.
Okay.
I'm going to keep listening, and I want to listen. I want y'all to talk so I can hear it.
Drop me down, my friend. Thank you.
And so what you saw earlier was a conversation between three black people. I saw people interrupt them. I saw people lecture them, tell them how they should resolve their differences and who's feeling what oppression. Currently, Too Sweet Mary says microaggressions are used against all people of all ilks. Sounds a lot like all lives matter. Like, if you're going to be fucking completely devoid of racial history here, of chattel slavery, of Jim Crow, of black codes, of all of the ways in which white people cannot fucking just exist, and say shit like that, are you blue? I don't think so. It's difficult because I said it, especially when you're interacting with black people, interacting with other black people, at some point, it's not, oh my God, I was excluded. If you're an ally or you're an accomplice, you don't then go perpetrate harm on black and marginalized communities because you got your feelings hurt. That's where the phrase fragility comes from. And so what happened is you saw an absolute devolution into that shit in the comments. You see MAGA down there talking shit. They're shooting him money and agreeing with him, W him, and that's what she meant. You're harming our collective. Well, sorry, Buffy, not to speak for you because you're up here, but you're harming their collective community by giving these people some fucking ammo. Y'all ever told your best friend a secret and then they went and told everybody and held it against you? Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's why I didn't like how people were talking about what was her name? She was on top.
Siren.
I didn't like how people were talking about her because she was just speaking from her experience, and as an older black woman, she was telling people about what she knows, and we don't know what she went through. If you're not black, you don't know that. So they shouldn't have been telling her that she was too loud or anything like that. She was speaking.
And to both of y'all, I believe on YT crime. And by that, for those of you who don't know, I don't want to do the labor anymore. I've explained it and explained it and explained it. And the YT individuals who get it, they're picking up the torch and they're doing the labor for us. So that's what I mean by YT crime, not actual crime. Just so you know.
Okay, so we got a new panelist. Mama Cece, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up there.
Awesome. 29, Indiana. Oh, and Madam VP Harris.
Yeah.
So I definitely agree with you, MB. I like how you phrase it, the white on, white on. Because when we teach and those who understand to comprehend and to learn and to change, um, that puts the ball in their court, right? And like it was interesting to see how you and both Daniel have different experiences and everything. Like you said, you're just not able to see the microaggressions. For me, I've seen the microaggressions since the day I stepped foot into the United States. I was adopted from Liberia by two white people actually, and they did not understand the importance of teaching me certain things. So I was put in many situations early on and had to learn that, oh, that's a microaggression. Them telling me, oh, you speak really good English for a person like you. I took it as a compliment at first. And then as started getting older, I was like, the hell you mean I speak good English stink? Like, I go to school just like you do. So I definitely understand, and I agree with Daniel. Having these conversations with each other, not in spaces in which allows them to come in and be like, oh, well, you guys said this, well, you guys did that. I think that's very important, but also very important to just continue to grow. When you learn from the Black community, don't take that as ammo to use later on against us. Take that as ammo later on to teach other white people around you and yourself.
Okay, so maybe let me see if I'm understanding when you're having because somebody had said what was it, mixed? What was the term? Mixed conversation.
Mixed company.
Mixed company. Yeah. So I think based on what Mama Cece just said, I like had an epiphany moment where it results in other people being like, oh, well, I'm dealing with this too, when that conversation is not even about those people. Am I like because they're hearing it?
I hate to interrupt you, but look right now in the comments. I was never prejudiced, but after being attacked like this, I think I get it now. You don't go from being a fucking ally to being a fucking racist.
That's right. Yeah, that's Roseanne Barr levels of crazy. like think about it. It's like to the host. I want to ask, imagine we're having a conversation about a terrible incident in the news regarding, say, police overreach and brutality where a person lost their life, and people are sharing a story. I was in a situation like that like 3 weeks ago, or my brother actually had to deal with that, and thankfully he survived or whatever. And while telling that story, the person takes it from being, even though there's a manifesto or text messages showing racial slurs and all that stuff by that cop, right? That situations like the lady with Baltimore Jean, all right, when she went into his home and she told every type of lie, and people still made excuses, all right? And then the person that you're talking in mixed company takes that from being a discussion about racism, clear racial bias, all right? And they try to say that it's a class issue of, well, it was about, that sort of thing. And then it then divorces the issue, even though there's a literal
That's funny
law.
You bring that up because I actually brought up the class issue whenever we were having that very discussion. So that's interesting you say that.
Yeah,
and it happens to me, but I mean, here's the thing though. Like in my mind, I'm saying that we're all getting fucked in some way. Was my point.
No,
and that's a different conversation,
right?
That's a different conversation.
Okay, so no. I have like this light bulb going off. Like I get what you're saying now, because when you're having a discussion that you would normally only take place in circle like Black family or what have you. there's nobody there that's going to say that because you're all having this similar issue. Right. So you understand what each other's saying. Whereas when, you've got a white person or even a native person is sitting there and they're like, yeah, but I've dealt with that too. It kind of splits the conversation that you're trying to have and turns it into something fucking different. So maybe you're not saying that what they're saying isn't valid. You're just saying that when you do that, it's detracting from what the whole point of what you were trying to say. Is that am I?
And I'm willing.
Well, hold on, lawyer.
You're getting it. You're getting
okay,
it.
Okay.
You're getting it. You're getting it.
Okay.
The only thing that people might say is or the easiest way to realize it is in the conversation where the people are talking about this issue of racism. All right, the person who's the victim is being centered, and maybe people who are 100% allied in solidarity. Like I've dealt with that too, showing empathy. Whereas when you have to start having that teachable moment and explaining concepts or even terms, what did you mean by that? That sort of thing. You actually recenter that new person who isn't part of the actual group. And now the conversation is meta. We're talking about it. And they've become the focus. And until we actually are willing to 100% say they're exactly the same, as in there are no laws, for example, that discriminate against white people in this country regarding that. None.
Right.
Whatsoever. But the thing is, they will hold the conversation hostage because we have to state it and live it and going forward forever, never, ever, ever point it out again. In order for them to stay in the conversation, they will try and hold the conversation hostage.
And Daniel, that's exactly, you saw them attacking Siren. Yeah, well, you know what? If y'all would just stop talking about racism, it would go away. That was in the fucking comments.
Were they saying that in the comments?
That's why
I didn't see that.
Hold on, I
never
gotta say
seen that, and I never
Let me say one more thing, real quick. Liberal, the other issue with when you phrase it like that is it is ignorant. It's like saying I don't see color. It is ignorant to the fact that Black and brown communities are gonna take the brunt of the fucking kick here. And they're going to take it first. They're going to take it the hardest. And white people have a target on their back, but they're not going to get what Black and brown people are about to get. And we see it already. And so we cannot have a conversation devoid of race relations, even in the context where we're facing a common threat. We understand that, right? But there's a reason why I went to a protest on Friday. All white people too. I was like, y'all, yes, like we got the fucking assignment. Like we understood the assignment because if you historically, right? This government has used absolutely oppressive violence. But sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, Lawyer Bay. It's like this. It's like, your average white person is essentially, even if they're poor, for example, or homeless even, they are a shower and a clean shirt away from essentially being baseline. I'm not saying that they're getting high class sort of treatment, but they're baseline. They're basically given the benefit of the doubt. Until you do something wrong or Peter do something wrong, people essentially leave you alone. But whereas I can be in a 3-piece suit, getting out of a luxury car and still get profiled in a nice restaurant or in a store. It's actually happened to the guy that's on Shark Tank. It happened to him at one of his own freaking stores.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now,
owns the place.
Let me ask, because I think, Buffy, you had come in after Scratchy had already been here, right?
No, she came in first.
She was here.
Was she here first and then Scratchy came in? Because I thought we were talking about that Z.
No, Scratchy came in first because while we were talking about it, Blaze's family said that they knew Buffy and brought Buffy in. And then I believe, like, what Buffy was saying to Scratchy was 100% correct. And I don't know him personally, but it doesn't sound like he grew up experiencing the same experiences that other Black people experience.
Okay, so that makes a lot more sense to me. Yeah. Based on why you were so upset with him, because if you were already here. I know for some reason I thought Scratchy was the one that had brought this up.
No, he was here first, but I was in the comments.
Okay.
I was in the comments. But Blazes asked me to come explain the Jones situation.
Right. And then that's when it devolved into
Yes.
Okay. No, that
makes
a
because
lot more sense.
he just made some comments that I felt was harmful to our community, and so I was trying to talk to him. I was talking coded. I was talking to him coded, like, not right here, sir. Like, you just, reel it back. I was trying to protect him, but he was saying harmful things, and that's what me and Siren were trying to communicate. But I do understand if the room didn't understand, right? And that's why I was saying it was a conversation in mixed company, because they wouldn't understand it.
So I
Buffy,
understood when you said mixed company.
That actually happened in a live the other day I was on your panel, and a black person who was in the panel while I was trying to expound actually did that, and I stopped. It dragged the oxygen out of the room because a bunch of the white people that were in the panel didn't know why I stopped talking.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
so I knew
That's
what you meant
exactly
whenever you said mixed company. I knew you were talking about, racially mixed company. I didn't understand like the reasoning behind, but it makes more sense now.
Okay, I'm glad you received that. I'm glad you received it, and that's why we do have to have these conversations. But I can tell you right now that his behavior was harmful, and like when black people do tell you, like, we're not saying drop him or whatever, but like shut it down a little bit, because there are the fragile left or MAGA in here that will try to use it against us. And I'm sorry to tell you, John, not really though. He's one of them, right? I can tell by what he's saying. So it just y'all want to
all
say,
the MAGA
listen.
were agreeing with him in the comments. That was why it was like, stop, just
yeah. So you guys all want to say we should have listened to black women. We should have listened to black people. Please,
freaking hypocrites.
Please
Oh
use
my
this
God,
opportunity.
John.
Please,
Maybe this is a conversation for you, John.
John, okay, hold on, guys. John, like, I understand why you're getting pissed, but we finally come to some kind of resolution, and if you want to add something, well, if you want to add something, be a little more thoughtful with the words, because I don't want to go back to what we just dealt with.
John, nobody's trying to attack.
We're same energy I'm
have
getting.
a conversation
John,
where people who purport to be allies of the black community don't perpetrate harm on them. That's it, John. And the problem with what happens in mixed company like this is that white people get offended. Oh, you talking about me? And you don't have to get defensive.
I got offended with what you said to me.
I want to defend myself. I want to do better, and that's what we should all be striving for. So you don't have to be like, "Oh, it's me. I'm the whitey." Like, just listen and try to like take a little in, John. But Mama did have her hand raised.
John, let me add real quick, because before I didn't understand why Siren and Buffy were so pissed at Scratchy. I understand it now based on the conversation we just had. Is there something about that you don't understand why they were pissed? Like, I didn't really like the little boy comments, but I at least understand why she made those comments.
And you have to also understand that the word boy has a particular historical context in racial relations. So I think she was trying to. And I wish we should invite her back. I think she was trying to impart a little bit of seriousness, a little bit of historical perspective, a little bit of life lesson to him, and what he's doing, because the comments went fucking rabid, and that's probably one reason I am so damn pissed. But white people, left and right, melted down into hysteria, derailed the entire fucking conversation. Black women got dropped from this panel, and now we're gonna hear you're gonna hear about this again. It just shouldn't have been like that.
And I do want to comment on the boy thing, because I do want to explain that. And Daniel, please jump in whenever you feel comfortable. So when she was calling him what I don't mean y'all, the proverbial y'all would call him, because he was behaving in that manner, right? The simping for the white tea person, just so you can get a pat on the head and be called boy. Because when a white tea person says that to us, that's what they mean. Good job, boy. Go over there, boy. And so she was trying to say that is the behavior you're exhibiting right now. That's what she meant.
Yeah.
John,
now from my
if I can chime in real fast with something real fast.
Well, I want to say, because I did drop Siren, and I was irritated by how that whole thing started off. I understand now why she was pissed, and I understand now why Buffy was pissed. So, for my ignorance on that, I apologize. But damn, I forgot the point that I was trying to make. Go ahead, Daniel. I may think about what I was going to say. Go ahead.
This is to Richard.
No,
This is to
Miss
John
Cutter,
Richard.
but so after you, it's got to be her. Sorry.
Of course. Oh, she can go first. Actually, in fact, I'm happy to
Yes.
wait.
Oh, did she? Oh, my apologies, Mama. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I really wanted him to answer your question because I wanted to ask a question after that based on his answer.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
See, I'm so
John.
fucked up in my head right now. I don't even. Or are you talking about
Your
Daniel's
question, Loud.
My question.
I wanted him to answer your question about what.
Oh, whether he
Then
understood.
I'll add this
Yes.
before John does that. Then okay, here's right
Okay.
here, John Richard. I was not present. I was in the live. I wasn't present whenever this conversation occurred. Right. Your reaction and how it seems like you're upset, and the thing is, you might be justified in that. I don't have one way or the other. I wasn't there, right? I was under the impression until literally a few seconds ago. I thought that your other username was Scratchy because you internalize and you are taking this so personally, as if people are calling you out personally. And that is the thing that I think that you've been centering yourself about it so much that I was under the impression that you have another account or that your more prominent username is Scratchy because you were taking it as if they were saying it about you.
Well, they were here at the
That's
same
how-
time. And well, let me say, because I think what I was trying to say just a second ago may answer that question for you. Because I think I also had the same issue that John did. And maybe by saying this, it'll help John understand. Is that I didn't understand why they were so pissed at Scratchy. I understand it now based on what
That's
you guys
very
just
different
told
than
me.
how John is reacting.
Well, so when she was doing that, it felt to me as if she was the one attacking Scratchy, not understanding why she was upset in the first place. So when John was also defending what Scratchy said, because I could understand what Scratchy was saying, and I understood the point he was making, but in the context that he was making his point was the problem. And correct me if I'm wrong, Buffy. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that not necessarily the point he was trying to make was the issue, but the fact that it was, part of the incorrect context. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Right.
You
So-
summed it correctly.
Okay.
Correctly.
So because of that, John also misunderstood it probably in the same way that I did. And then when she had responded, Siren had responded to John about the autism thing, then I just, I kind of lost it.
And so did you understand the autism comment? Because what was happening is we were trying to defend our position as Black people, and he was saying, well, I'm a part of a marginalized community too. And we're saying, while that might be well and true, that's not what we're talking about, because it's a completely different, we are able to be looked at, pointed at, and saying you are othered, and at this point now in our government deported. And so while none of us are saying there's anything against the autistic community, we're not saying that. We're just saying, please don't interject your group's grievances with ours, because ours are very much life-threatening, and we're very much like, I can't hide mine, right? Because he did say he seems okay to other people, and we don't know what he goes through. That's what he did say. And so what we're saying is well, we don't get that benefit. We don't get to hide being Jewish. We don't get to hide being Native. We don't get to hide being autistic. We don't have that. We are pointed at and othered. That's it.
Well, if you know Siren,
maybe he can answer. Maybe he can answer and tell us if he understands where we're coming from.
I will come to John, but if you know Siren, let her know that I apologize for misreading that whole conversation. I will say I dropped her because she has a strong personality, as do I, and I knew that it was just going to get worse, and you know what I mean. Like that was
two
the
alphas.
reason.
Two alphas.
Exactly, and that was the reason I dropped her. John, go ahead. I would love to hear from you.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's right, John.
So there's so much to unpack here, and I know whatever I say, it's not going to work, because that's the joy of being autistic. Everybody just always misinterprets everything we say.
No,
Because
that's not what happens with autism, John.
Hey, would you shut up?
Autism is you not being able to perceive societal norms.
Excuse me, who's talking?
John, hold on, guys. Okay, I'm gonna mute both you guys. John, again, I don't want to devolve back into that. I know that you're pissed, and I was feeling defensive earlier too, and I got pissed and lost my shit too. I get it. But if you can reframe, if you need another minute, please have at it. But, let's try not to yell. And maybe you're not trying to yell. Maybe you just come across that way. Some people think I'm yelling when I'm not. But I'm going to give you your timer. And please don't interrupt, guys, okay? Let's let him, and you can rebut anything he has to say. Go ahead, John.
All right. Well, first of all, most of what I was doing was, in my eyes, defending another human being who was being disrespected by another human being. That's what I saw. That's what I responded to. I wasn't 100% defending what he was saying necessarily. I was just saying, why are we calling these people's names? Why are we not treating each other the way we want to be treated? This way we can have respectful conversations. So, in the second point, I have heard people say, black woman, black, so many times, but if I mention autism, I'm using it as like a crutch or whatever, when it's the same thing. Like, this is a whole bunch of hypocrisy going, because if I kept going, well, I'm autistic this, I'm autistic, you can't treat me this way because I'm autistic. My history is this, so you can't treat me this way. It's all the same thing. Like, we're dealing with the here and now. Yes, I understand actually the history of black people. I've read it all. You guys never even talked about how the FBI bombed a city, basically killing.
We're talking about in Baltimore. We know about it. We've talked about it on this live before.
Well, I'm talking about
Baltimore.
Fucking
Or are you talking about Tulsa?
Okay.
The transatlantic
We know about it.
No, I'm not. Actually.
Okay. So let me before anybody jumps in there, I think John's point, and maybe it's not well made, but I understood what he was trying to say, is that he was just trying to protect somebody else he saw as being attacked by somebody else, and that was his intent. That was the intent that he had. And again, guys, I misunderstood the conversation too, so I'm going to grant that he misunderstood it as well. And honestly, I really appreciate that you guys came back, and Buffy, you especially, you came back, explained it in a way that I could grasp. So, with that, before you jump on John, I just wanted to try.
Yeah, but it's real disingenuous, and I can't stand that smug shit. Mama Cece was gonna go, but the one thing I want to say about masking things and when black people have a social
that was a fucking insult.
What?
Hold on, John.
I'm talking about skin color. When black people have an interaction with somebody else, there's no way to prevent them from seeing their black skin. It's the reason, John, shut the fuck up. Seriously, it's the reason why black people are unalived by officers so fucking quick, because these cops see black people, and through the inherent bias that society has ingrained in these officers, they see dark skin, violent, aggressive, dangerous, and their finger's already on the trigger. You understand? That's how you get unalived over a fucking air freshener. So I mean, I appreciate if you can't understand the nuance, but we're not going to ignore the conversation.
It's a lost cause, but to the host, because I think the host is getting it.
No, again, let's talk about the history of
I know,
autism.
and I think the people in the comments are getting it.
Hold on, John.
I think y'all are. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, so somebody in the comments,
Mama Cece, go ahead.
So somebody in the comments said this very well, and I want you to listen, John. She says, my son is autistic and can't hide it. But when he walks up to somebody, they see he's black first. So I am sorry that you felt the need to defend somebody. But what I'm not sorry about is you getting your ass chewed up and being told that we can't undo our blackness. Okay? And it is very hard to have these conversations. And it seems like what you really want is to talk about the autism community and things like that. And that's fine, John. Just say that. But your butt and then the constant interrupting tells me that you're not listening. I don't give a if you read Black history books, because they are more than likely not written by Black people. And in that sense, just like the history books that we have in our schools, they're whitewashed again. Like, you can't sit here and have these conversations and then go, but let's talk about the history of autism. John, do you understand what's being said?
Right. It's literally all lives matter.
Okay.
All lives matter.
Well, hold on. Yes, I'm going to let you rebut, John, and then I'm going to go to Buffy, and then I'm going to go to the new panelist. Go ahead, John.
First of all, so it was okay for you guys to butt into me, but when I did it to you, all of a sudden it's because you're black and I'm white. That's what
John,
you
I'm
basically
white,
just
and
said.
what it is because you're being
See,
an asshole. You're
Well,
being
hold on,
disingenuous,
Lori.
John. That's
Hold
what
on,
it
Lori.
is. We can read you. I don't know why you think that we can't.
Hold on.
Because you
I
can't,
think
because you're
I
neurotypical.
okay, John.
You can't. You're neurotypical.
John, I know
How
you
do you
feel.
know that?
How would you?
You don't know squat about me.
How would
You're
you know that I'm
neurotypical.
neurotypical? Oh, I don't know anything about
You're
you, but you know I'm
neurotypical.
neurotypical.
Okay,
Is that
John.
because I'm ripping
Am
your ass
I?
up here?
Hold on, guys.
John, am I?
Hold on real quick, guys. John, I get that you're pissed off. If you keep yelling at everybody, it's not conducive to having a good conversation, and I will have to drop you. I don't want you to, because I think you can understand and come to this epiphany moment that I even had. But you've got to remove yourself, from the defensive. They're not trying to attack you, I don't think.
They are.
They're misinterpreting what you're. They're misinterpreting what you're saying.
Yes, you're right.
I get it, John. I know what you're saying. I get it, and you're gonna have to, just say it in a different way. You're gonna have to reframe it in order for them to understand as well.
You can understand this conversation is about racial relations, and it's not oppression Olympics. Okay, I think you understand that. And what I really think is happening is that Sketchy said something you liked, and therefore you wanted to defend him. But a black man don't need you to defend him.
That's not what happened. You didn't even hear what I said. That's my point, right there. Loudmouth heard it. I thought
it was never supposed to be about you or autism, John.
I heard somebody being disrespected. That is why I responded. Not with what he said about how she was treating him.
Let's let him finish everything he wants to say. Can we let him finish everything he wants to say?
Okay.
And I only ask John that when you're saying it, don't frame anything in the form of a question, even if it's rhetorical, because people are going to think that you're asking for a response.
You're opening it up, right? Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Gotcha. So I only bring up the history of autism because if you are saying that your history matters when it comes to today and how we should treat you, then the same thing should be for me. You should understand my history and what experiences I've had as an autistic person and all of those before me. Okay, in order to address me, it's the same exact thing. We both.
That's oppression Olympics, John.
Hold on, Lawyer.
We'll talk about
it.
Yes, well, see, if you're going to bring up your past, then I have to bring up my past because that's the way it works.
No, we were.
Like, you can't say that your past
matters, John. If you didn't have anything
Okay,
to say,
lawyer,
crazy.
hold on. Okay, let me try to redo this. Damn TikTok, fucking stupid jigsaw puzzle. Hold on. Thinks I'm inactive. John, let me try to explain the reason that Siren was pissed off at Scratchy and the reason that Buffy was pissed off at Scratchy was because that was a conversation that they felt should have been had among their own company and not in front of all of these people, because it would have devolved into something else. So while I, didn't necessarily like the language, I also didn't understand the situation. And I think you also didn't understand the situation either. So we can understand why somebody would be mad at somebody else for something, right? And we can disagree with the language that they use, but at least understand why they used it. So in this case, I know you were trying to jump in there with them to protect Scratchy or defend him or whatever. I get that. But they're talking about something totally different. And they feel like when you bring up the autism stuff, I understand why you're doing it, to say that, we're all having this, we're all oppressed in some way, right? As an autistic person, you're marginalized also. But that was the point that they were trying to make with Scratchy, because it devolves into that discussion where it's Olympics, it's, I'm going to wear my whatever with a badge of honor. And that was the reason that they were upset in the first place with Scratchy, is because it would have turned into what it turned into. Does that make any sense?
It does, and I understand them being upset. And obviously, everybody is okay. We're all allowed to have our own opinions about it. I was just trying to get the conversation to be productive, and of course that didn't work. It just all basically out of control.
But
Because
sir,
if I can do something real fast, if I can do something with John real fast, a quick PSA.
Yes, and then I'm going to go to Buffy, and then I'm going to go to the new panelist place. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yes. I just want to do a quick PSA to everyone that's here. This is a wonderful live where we actually have very productive conversations, far more so than a lot of lives that I've actually been on. So if you actually love the things that the host is saying that is happening within the actual panel, please can you actually share, like, and share and spread the live and help us get the FYP. Tap the screen. All right, that would be wonderful. Tapping is clapping, and please in the comments, please also if you can put hashtag FYP, that sort of thing. And don't have an issue if you want to actually gift the host. He actually has plenty of ways in order to do that, and if you want to actually even also go to his Discord, he actually has that too. Thank you, and I'm going to be quiet.
I appreciate that, Daniel. And we are running out of the live, but this is an important topic. So whether you gift or not, I'm going to let this play out for a little bit because I feel like this is something everybody can learn from, including myself. And see, now I'm getting emotional. Anyway, Buffy, go ahead.
No, so I wanted to say, I want to make sure everybody, and I mean like the cheap seats, to notice the different types of advocacy, right? Lawyer had a way of advocacy for the Black community. The host has had a way of advocacy, and John has his way of advocacy. And I want to, and Chelsea too. Chelsea, thank you. And Blaze, this obviously you know this. Sorry, I don't want to not call out everybody, but I just want you to see that Lawyer is a bulldog. She has done her research, her work, and she is ready to come out feral. Awesome. The host has his ears open, and he's like, "Oh, okay, maybe I was looking at this wrong, right?" And then we have John, who just wants to stay in the ignorance. And so while all of us are leftists and all of us want to advocate for the same thing, you can see that when we have conversations, it's for the Black folks, particularly Black women right now, it's different for every group we come around because we don't know which white tea person we're going to engage in. And I know, host, you're Indigenous, I know that, but you know what I mean? Like when you walk outside, right, you're not considered a Black man. And that's all I mean. I'm not taking anything away from you. But that's just the fact of how our society operates. I would love it if that was not the case. I would love to be able to say, I don't see color. I don't have that option because white tea people are not safe for me.
I mean, we all see color because I see clothing. I see the way somebody puts their hair. It all plays into the prejudices that we have. And, maybe that's human nature. But, and I understood your comment.
I just want to say something real quick when you're done.
I don't remember.
No, I want to hear from the host. Please,
I'm gonna go to Blaze next, but like I understand what you mean, and so like today I'm way lighter than I used to be. Maybe I should get outside more. I don't know, but so I don't deal with that like I used to when I was younger, and I'm thankful for that. And unfortunately, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being
that's
Black,
you just
but
recognizing
we're
your
dealing
privilege.
with right, and I have that above people that are even my own Native Americans who are dark. I mean, they also get crapped on as well, and it's a problem. But either way, I'm glad I was able to calm myself. But that's why I try to do the timer so everybody can kind of be quiet and listen.
Yeah, but I wanted you to see the different levels of advocacy that we see.
Yeah.
Right. And so we approach and treat y'all differently. And that's why sometimes, because when I came in your space and that gentleman was saying that, that's why I was like, I don't know what kind of room I'm in. I don't want to start stuff.
No, I get that. Well, the room here is I don't like muting people. I'm a free speech advocate. I don't like muting. I don't like banning. I don't like dropping unless I know it's just going to devolve into a fucking train wreck. So when somebody, like I had a fascist up here the other day, really, I mean, not, Hitler fascist, but the ideology of fascism in terms of like the economy and stuff. So I like.
So you're telling me he was a white tea man?
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, for sure. No, and it wasn't just fascism. It was Catholic run fascism. It was nuts. This guy was nuts. Anyway, let me go to Blaze.
Yes.
Yeah,
please.
Blaze. Age, location, are you voted for since you're coming back from a time being away? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm 37. I'm from Colorado, and I supported Madam Vice President Harris. And I wanted to just try to share with John, like, you having autism spectrum disorder, I am sure that you have faced oppression in your life. I know I have ADHD. I have faced oppression. I have faced oppression as a woman. I think what we are all wanting to advocate for is that we shouldn't play oppression Olympics, because every person on this panel has faced some kind of oppression, but they are different. And I can mask my ADHD. You may be able to mask your autism, or maybe you can't. I have a level 1 son, like a level 1 autism son who I absolutely love. And I get people that stare at me or him in public places, in restaurants and grocery stores. And so, like, we have all experienced some form of oppression. But the important thing is, if we do the oppression Olympics, no one wins. We all need to validate each other's experiences. And it's important that we remember that just because this group received this type of oppression and this group received a different type, that no one is invalidated in that space. And I think that's what I wanted to touch on, is no one's experiences should be invalidated. We truly, it's so important now more than ever, as progressives, as liberals, that we come together and that we seek to listen, to understand, and not to respond. And it is hard, especially because when I've had Black individuals tell me about my privilege in the past, I have not had a listening ear. I've been waiting for my time to respond back about how I didn't see color at the time. But I am a now far more informed person, and I'm thankful for the people in my life who were Black, who were Indigenous, or who had ancestors that received some other form of oppression, who were patient enough with me to help me see my own privilege, my own bias, and to truly be able to start addressing it in a meaningful way. And I have a long way to go. Our society has a long way to go. But we all can agree we've experienced some sort of harm. And the more that we come together and love each other through that and listen to each other, the more meaningful of a movement this becomes, because we have a shared experience in our humanity. And that's the important thing.
I think you're muted, liberal. We can't hear you.
I do that all the time. Anyway, I wanted to add on to the end of that, and thank you, Blaze, for sending that. I really appreciate it. Was that to John, the issue with the autism is that we were talking about, the struggles that Black people deal with. That was the conversation. And so when it went to, about autism or anything else, even I brought up my Native background. It wasn't really about that. It was about what they were dealing with. But if you had your space and we were talking about that and the conversation was about that, then they would also be in there advocating for you in whatever way that they do. Am I understanding that correctly, guys? Do you think?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly that. Exactly
Let me tone my voice back, because
Thank you,
my
Candy.
son is autistic too, and my son's autistic too, and I agree. Autistic people and children do have situations to face that a lot of us wouldn't, right? Like, there was a young man, I think, unalived, and I think he was Black and autistic, if I'm not mistaken.
Elijah.
But when we're talking about racial relations and what the conversation we were having, it's important to keep in mind the context. So if we're talking about unalive by cop, for just a white, autistic person, it's probably a reaction of shock and a misunderstanding with officers, and also discrimination against people with disabilities or certain conditions. But white people have caused what we're talking about and continue to cause it. And so it makes it particularly offensive when you come up and say, oh, well, what about X, Y, and Z? It literally, in my mind, I hear you saying all lives matter. And if I jump bad at you, I'm sorry. My kids are biracial. One of my sons is autistic, and I can't let shit slide. Like, I mean, I just can't. Like, there was no world in which we didn't have this conversation. And like it's like when white people say, "Well, white people were in slavery," and the other guy, there's some guy the other day talking about Muslims putting the Spaniards in slavery. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, to chattel slavery, slavery was not based on race. This is a very particular, insidious, violent monster. And we have let it go on so far that now we're facing what we're facing. We should have put the Confederates into the fucking pits of hell. And when we get on the other side of this, I don't plan on letting them get a fucking three-peat. But that is what makes it so particularly offensive, in my opinion, for what happened to happen. And even people who were allies, that's why I said it's an active skill. There were mutes, there were lectures, there were this, there was that. And then there was you. And, it did exactly what Buffy didn't want it to do, because it turned into all this shit instead of, a focused conversation on what we were talking about. So I'll let him.
Lawyer Bay. It sounds like I was just put in the comments. Recentering yourself to a different topic has the exact same impact as saying all lives matter. And with that being the case, when it has the same impact, I think it matters more about impact over intent. And if I think that many of us can agree on that you can have the greatest intentions, but if your impact is bad, maybe we need to take another action.
And that's where I fucked up. I never have bad intentions, but that doesn't mean that somebody else is going to perceive it as good intentions.
Yeah, but we want you to stop doing the bad intentions. That's all.
Yeah, I'm actually going to drop because I know we have a new person. Jezebel, welcome. I want to drop so John can come back. He said he didn't mean to leave. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you coming up. You kind of sparked
Are you
this.
sure you want to drop? Because Cyclops hasn't been saying
I was
anything.
just getting ready to say, Daniel, if you want to stand up, if I could just say
Daniel's got a lot of
my
good
little piece, and then I'll drop. I need to drop anyway.
Okay,
go ahead.
My
whole point was in the comments when I said Siren was being disrespectful. I don't see what's wrong with saying, if someone is being that or doing that, that's what the problem is. And I never said nothing about tone or anything like that, but it doesn't do anything to further the conversation, and you're going to turn people off whether you like it or not. And then also, if people constantly look for things to be offended by, then you're going to find something, guaranteed.
So black people should just let it go and stop talking about it, because now we're just going to be offended. Come on, man. Like, literally, when we're talking about, again, knowing the context, Cyclops, and the sketch didn't need
if you allow me to finish, I was getting ready to get to
That's
microaggressions.
what we were saying about mixed company, because this is what happened. Like, this is what happened.
Right.
And when you look at the way that black women have been categorized and talked about and characterized.
Okay, so then someone's never allowed to say if a black person is being disrespectful, they're never allowed to say, because
when they're talking to another black person and you probably shouldn't have much to say about it, yeah, just tuck it in.
Okay, it shouldn't have nothing to do with whether the person is a person of color
but it
or
does,
white.
sir. It should not. You're right. It shouldn't. But it does.
Cyclops,
because we're talked down to all the time. We are talked over, talked down to, and then when we do get a chance to have a voice, you then tell us to shut up.
All right, let me. Can I try this with? Can I try something? Can I try something with Cyclops real fast?
Yeah.
Can I try something with Cyclops
Go ahead.
real fast?
Go ahead, Daniel.
All right, so Cyclops. All right, this is something that happens almost every single day with me here on TikTok. All right, I tend to spend most of my time here on TikTok in 8v1s where I'm talking to people from opposition, MAGA, Republican, conservatives, all that type of stuff, right? And it's a situation where it's one of those Xanatos gambits where no matter what, I'm wrong. If they are talking about a topic that I literally have a master's level degree in, they will say that my actual experience, training, and actual doing it as work is somehow makes me less credible.
Yeah,
because
well,
somehow I've been
that's
indoctrinated.
bullshit. Then you
Okay,
know what I
I
mean?
got it, right? Or they hear the way I speak or know what I do for a living. All right. Then somehow I'm not credible to even talk on the black experience or bad impacts happening in my community because, well, you're successful, everybody can do it. First off, everybody's not becoming a doctor. All right, that's ridiculous. Yeah,
Exactly. I
I've had
understand
terrible,
that.
and I've had terrible ones myself. Some of them raised to the levels, like even when I was a little kid, to the stuff that happens that ends up getting national news. But guess what? There were no camera phones back then. You
Right.
know, in 1970 something, when I was 6 years old, where they tried to smash my head on a freaking cinder block because that's that smart kid. Let me see the special brain. No joke. 8 seconds later, I'm deceased 50 years ago. If my father had shown up 8 seconds later. All right.
Right.
And they'll literally say that I can't be listened to because of either my profession, my experience, and they are talking about, and they want to make it, and it seems like the thing that they're trying to do is make it so that no one who knows anything in depth about the topic is there to counter their personal shoot from the hip sort of
Well,
arguments.
that's
It's
just
common
wrong and
sense,
ridiculous. Then I
but
mean,
it's the thing that they spam over and over again that they do because okay, we're
and
going
not
to call into
everybody is
question whether or not
capable
you're telling the truth about what
of
your
having
expectation.
conversations and understanding things like this. I mean, people have to realize that some people are just not smart enough and they're just not capable of understanding and never
I
will.
get that, but many of them aren't. It's not that they're not smart. The
Yeah,
thing is,
yeah.
I'll be so,
I'm an educator.
it's
Hold
just
on,
potential.
Daniel, hold on. I'm an educator, sir. I don't believe in that. You will meet me where I am. You will, or I will. You will not be entertained in my space. And I have the same regard for MAGA. Unless you can meet me on the empathy level that I have for other human beings, you won't be around me. So you will either learn how to not be racist, learn how to let us have space, learn how to let us have a voice and listen to us, or you can be gone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's why I've
Cyclops.
been listening
Here's
this
something that's
whole
crazy
time
about
and
it.
have not opened my mouth none.
Yeah, Cyclops. Here's something
Yeah.
that's crazy. Like, here's something that's crazy about this. It's like, I think that most black people, we're kind of, in the last decade and a half or so, we're kind of exhausted because think about this. I've witnessed Buffy. I've witnessed Blaze. I've witnessed several of the people here recently, even on this live, actually try and educate people, but rather than listening to lived experiences and actually being shown primary source evidence, they are simply listening to find a way to discount what you, oh well, you're just a white savior complex person, or well, you're a woman, of course you would say that, or oh, you must like black guys if it's a white woman, or if it's a black woman, well, they're tone policing the heck out of her so that somehow she's angry even though she's never raised her voice, never said a cuss word, never said anything. How is she? But the thing is, well, that's what I got. And then the thing is, if you lower the bar enough, anything can be seen as an insult. Simply asking, what's your
Exactly.
name can be taken as an insult or something. And it happens. And the fact that they do it so consistently, I mean, when I mean consistently, and I'll end it with this, they literally use the same script. They do 5 basic steps. One, they say that's not what he said. Then we show the video. Then they say, well, that's not what he meant. Then you see all the tweets. And it's like, no, he doubled and tripled down. Then they go, well, the thing is everybody does it. Turns out no one's ever done it in history. Then they actually have well, it's not like it's illegal. And then we bring up the actual criminal statute or the civil code. And then and then we finally get to the last step of, well, I don't care or I like that they're harming these people. I wish they would start at that part. Just, I
Right.
hate these people and I want them harmed, or I don't care, rather than having us spend an hour unpacking all the others. That's the issue. It seems like it's carefully curated ignorance. It's not that they're just dumb.
Thank you, Daniel.
Right. I could see that also, as well. But I mean, I think it's going to turn people off no matter what. Whenever someone's being disrespectful, regardless of skin color, race, whatever, it's just not going to further the conversation. It's going to turn some people off. And if we need to come together, then I think we all need to try to talk to each other respectfully And no matter if you get mad or upset, everybody does. That's just not going to help further the conversation, and it's going to get derailed. And I've been in all kinds of lives where that's happened, and it's just madness, and it's just constant bickering going back and forth for however long, and nothing.
Please tell that to the police. Please tell that to the police. So when I go outside, or people I know, or anyone who looks like me goes outside, isn't harmed, and we just get to come together and have a conversation, right? Please tell them that.
We're not outside. We're not around the police. We're in a TikTok live trying to have a discussion.
Okay, if this is the message you want to espouse, please go into police lives, ICE lives, FBI lives, any of those lives, and please tell them to stop harming us. Send that message over there.
I do.
Please.
Cyclops, 2 days ago, I watched a woman get swatted on a live. She made the mistake. Of having her actual government name in a username for a GoFundMe that she was doing for somebody. They figured that out because in the context of talking, they figured out what city she lived in, figured out who she was, no joke, looked her up and swatted her on the live. So this sometimes can translate to that. I've had people actually report me to the state medical board to get my license revoked simply because they did not like that I was giving them accurate information regarding C-19. That's all it took.
Right. I understand that. But, I mean, what are you going to do when people are not going to change? They're just going to always be those people.
Me personally, that's why I see them as props, not ops. They are not opposition. They are simply a device in order to. The people that are intransigent, I am willing to engage with them to the point of using them as a teachable moment, because I'm not going to change their mind. But the people listening to them, thinking that what they're saying is reasonable, and that when they make a comment, and I already have the screenshots or the actual video, we're already ready, and it's like I've had this conversation 800,000 times. All right. And it's like, no, it's literally right here in my photos, right here. Here's the actual thing.
But hold on, Daniel. Hold on. What do you want me to do? Should me and Daniel just hand up Daniel and start?
You're cutting.
We're losing you, Buffy.
Do atrocities to us.
There we go.
Oh shoot!
Sorry.
Sorry. What should we say? Should we just throw our hands up and say, well, our families are going to be deported. We're going to be arrested. It's going to happen. They already won. What do you think your job is as a leftist? Just sit back and take it? That's a real question. It's not rhetorical.
Of course not. And that's why, like I speak out and join lives and share information on all platforms and try my best to, I don't understand. What do you mean?
No, but you have a defeatist attitude where you're just like, well, what can we do? It is what it is, and that's what happened in the 1930s.
That's not a defeatist attitude.
That's what happened with so-called allies when we were going through civil rights. That's what happened when women were going through suffrage. There were some people who were like, well, it's probably just too hard, so I'll just stay and not have rights anymore. Like, you get to say that because you're a white dude.
Cyclops, can you give us a further breakdown of what you're saying exactly then? Because I want to be able to understand.
Yeah, bated breath, man. I'd love to hear.
Go ahead.
Like, I understand when people do that. Like, I get how you all are saying how you feel and everything. I'm saying, like, at some point, you can't just constantly be focused on those people all the time and act like and group everybody in with it.
Are we doing that? I don't remember anybody here doing that.
Yeah, nobody's doing that here.
Okay, and what I want to really say, Cyclops, is what you said was actually dangerous. As Black people, we can't just ignore them, right? We can't just ignore the racists. We can't ignore the closeted ones. Like Kamala just told Buffy that she's an EBT queen.
Yeah,
what
I'm
the
not
hell?
saying to do that.
You know what I mean? So we can't ignore them, because when you ignore those people, you give that silence gives them a platform.
Mama Cece, here's the crazy part. To piggyback on what you just said, Cyclops. About a year ago, coming up on like maybe like I think like maybe 15 months ago, I ignored these sort of things, right? They ignored the statements, the attacks, even the thing where the person did that. But in the course of, they'll do this thing where they'll come into your lives or spot you and follow you on a different account, right? Or like a throwaway account, and then listen for details, information. And you know what that ended up happening? What ended up happening? The person found out where my daughter went to school and then confronted her because of stuff that happened on TikTok.
Right.
And the thing is, to the point where I was lucky enough that one of their members within their little friended group, there was also a black person who gave me their screenshots of the text messages where they were trying to get my information through the VA. And I passed that on to the state police in their state.
I'm so glad someone done that for you.
But the thing is, if it wasn't for that one person,
but that would have been me if I was in there also.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if it wasn't for this one person, all right, oddly enough, the only black person in their group who worked at the VA, they were trying to get me in trouble at my job, not realizing I no longer worked at the VA because I retired. All right, but the thing is, that was the thing that the levels they'll go to. The thing is, this is actually something that does impact us, and we can't just ignore it, because when we do, that emboldens them. They want us to be quiet while they swing the freaking pipe. They would love for us to be really, really quiet.
That's probably
don't tell anybody.
That's the whole point, Cyclops. It's like you're saying you're doing more than just calling it out, but it's much deeper than that. It's about media portrayal. It's about them being muted on social media. It's about people trying to go and mess with their actual real lives, their medical licenses, call their employers, dox them, threaten them, come to their house. I've spoken to 5 women on this app just this week, Cyclops, that have been profiled of all different shades and tones. It's happening to women. It's happening to folks that are black. It's happening to many, many people. It's not enough to just say, well, I'm educated and I would be a whistleblower. Like, that's not enough.
I understand that, but those are not leftists, though, right? Those are MAGA, racist,
crazy fucking fascists.
But that's the point. Why would
believe
you
it or not,
platform them, and why
I'm not saying to platform them. I was talking about whenever. Go ahead.
Can I finish?
Cyclops. Yeah, please.
A, don't platform them. B, call them on their bullshit. When they pull it, call them on it. It's unacceptable. And C, report them. And it shouldn't have to ever come to reporting them to the police. But as you just heard Daniel say, and I know this has happened to Buffy and other women that I've spoken to just this week, they have had to notify the police in their real lives, because people come on this app, don't like that they have a certain skin tone, or that they're a woman and they're outspoken and they're talking about problems that are facing them in their real lives, and they don't like that. So their response is to dox them, to try to cause harm in their real life, and to try to shut them up. If they can't do it on the app, they're going into their real lives to do it. That's the whole point. It's not enough to just say, oh, that's problematic. Like, there has to be more. That's the whole point here.
I understand that. Maybe I didn't say it, or maybe y'all didn't hear me. My whole point was about
that's not leftist, is what you said.
On the left and microaggressions and stuff like that.
Here's okay, Cyclops. Here's the crazy part.
And also,
would it surprise you to find out that one of the people that was in that group was an actual leftist, a former leftist, and the reason that she got radicalized, all right, is because she got called out for setting herself in lives, and people actually started blocking her from lives, because rather than coming to the conversation and listening, or basically, contributing things on topic, it was time to tell a story about this thing that happened with me and my kids and everything. And the thing is, the topic wasn't what she was talking about. The conversation was about an issue regarding police brutality, or it was an issue regarding civil rights, or actually the thing that she finally got called out was during the Crown Act, right? About the Crown Act. And the reason she apparently decided to go rogue is because we were having a conversation about issues that were impacting like black women or young black girls disproportionately, like getting expelled from school or punished. And she wanted to tell a story about the time when some girls put some paint in her hair when she was a kid as a white woman. As if
Right.
it's the
Yeah.
same thing.
It's
Okay,
not.
so
Yeah. Correct.
let me go to Cyclops real quick, and then I'd like to bring in our new panelist, Cyclops. I'm going to give you 50 seconds to say the last bit. Go ahead.
Like I was just saying, like I think that we all that are on the same side need to talk to everyone with respect, and you know, just not try to cut people off and listen more. And as far as the microaggression deal, I think a lot of people don't know what they are. Like if someone's being disrespectful and they just so happen to be a person of color, then they say that's a microaggression and you're racist. And I think that's ridiculous.
It depends on how they say it. Because the thing is, I can call, like, for example,
Okay.
if
Hold
I'm a
on.
black man. Ooh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm trying to get through the panel. We've been, and you know, I love the conversation. I appreciate that we're having it, but I'm just trying to get out into the other people that want to talk for a minute.
Yeah, Jezebel hasn't gotten to say anything. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's mainly all I wanted to say is like I think some people say microaggressions when they're not, and like the host was saying, people throw the word racist around way too much, and it devalues it, and that's basically it. But
That
you can
is
go
not
ahead.
that is not a statement for a white person to tell us.
Right. You're essentially doing that, telling them how to feel about something that's said that upsets them, which
Call it out, but be palatable.
I'm not trying to.
Right,
I'm not trying to tell them how I feel. That's just my opinion on it. I'm not trying to say
I get that.
how anybody feels. Or see, that's what I'm saying. This is where it gets into it. See what I mean?
Right. No. But that's what I'm saying that, if you're coming back at them, you're telling them how they should feel about what you say. Yet you should still understand how that it's okay that they perceive it a certain way, and that's okay too, right? Does that make sense, Cyclops?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
right. Even if you think that it's wrong that they're taking it wrong way, that's still the way they perceive it. So and a person's reality is their reality. How they feel is their own reality. So let me, Jezebel. I know you were here first, but I have some, Siren, I'd like to apologize to you, first of all. I didn't understand the context of the conversation that you guys were having. I didn't understand why you were so upset with that guy. But since we've had a conversation, I've, had an epiphany light bulb moment about what it was that you guys were, the point that you were making to that guy. So I apologize for, being shitty to you. That's my bad.
And thank you for that very adult apology. And I want to, this is very low for me because I'm usually on 15 to people, but because I'm trying to respect your life and trying to follow your numbers. But I would like to say this before you go to Jezebel, because I don't know, and I want to talk to Cyclops. Buffy, and I want to give my Buffy her flowers. This is a very, very educated woman. I've been clawing MAGA with Buffy and some other people in this life for over 2 years now. Buffy is very credentialed, and she has to put up with shit from people questioning her fucking intelligence by people who aren't fit to lick the bottom of her shoe. And that goes for a lot of black people or people of color, but I'm saying black people specifically. So when you're talking to people, please do not assume that they don't know what they're talking about. And once again, don't tell us that our lived experiences aren't worth talking about. When you tell us when you're tone policing us and tell us not to talk about history. Okay, I'm going to let Jezebel go, but then I want to talk to Cyclops.
Okay, thank you, Simon. I appreciate you coming back. I'm really glad that you came back because I'd wanted to say that to you for a minute, and I really do appreciate you coming on. Jezebel, age, location, who you voted for? Go ahead.
36. Ohio, Harris. Cyclops, I can tell by your accent that you're from the South, right? Like I was born in Kentucky and was there most of my life. Here's the thing. I learned a long time ago, and I grew up in a town that was like, I don't know, 97, 98% white. So it was very segregated in that sense. I learned a long
Same.
time ago though, like, well, not a long time ago. I'm gonna say late 20s, to not speak over black people, to not like walk in front of black people, to fucking listen to black women. Shut the fuck up and listen to black women.
What are you
White
talking
people,
about?
no, no, no,
I've been
hang
listening the
on.
whole time.
Hold on, Cyclops. The
Don't get
timer's going.
defensive. Okay? Don't get defensive because this is the thing. You, as a white man, have no business telling a black person what is or isn't racist. And I say this I don't know
I
what the
did
black
not say
experience
that.
is. You were telling them not to talk about it, but all right. Anyway, my point is, I don't know what the black experience is. My point of view and what the racism not me personally, but my kids and my husband experience, they are from Mexico. So it's like a whole different kind of racism towards them. And I can tell you that white people trying to pretend that like they have any business saying, oh, black people or Hispanic people shouldn't talk about this or that. Just shut up, man. Just shut up and listen to them. You have no business telling a
Okay,
person
you
of
just
color
got
what
up
is
here. I've been
racist,
listening
bro.
this whole entire
I
time
have
and not
too.
said the first fucking word. This is what I'm talking about. You get
I've
up
been
here and
waiting to
people
finish
want to be
what I'm saying because the
disrespectful.
last thing I'm
Okay.
You
going to
see what I
say
mean?
is the
Okay.
last thing I was going to add to that, buddy, is that if it doesn't
I don't give a fuck
apply,
what you're gonna
let
add to
it
it.
Okay.
ride.
Hold on. Okay. So, Cyclops, let me give you 30 seconds to respond, and then I'm going to go to Siren because these two haven't spoken in a while, and then I'd like to get to the other panelists as well. Go ahead, Cyclops. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I never said none of what she said whatsoever. And like you said, you had the epiphany, understanding what Siren was saying with Scratch and everything. And I understand that a lot better now too. But again, my whole point was, it doesn't matter what color skin you are, what race. If you're not respectful and it's not delivered in an appropriate manner, then it's just doing no good a lot of times. And that's it.
Yeah. And I think probably all of us agree with that on a general level. I think the problem was that we were discussing
And
something
also, I was quiet
about
for
that
like an
already.
hour straight and didn't
You
say
were.
nothing and was listening and learning and being respectful.
Yeah. No, you were. You were.
I was just coming up here to let you know how you're coming across anyway. And also, I did say to like all white people, and again, if it doesn't apply, let it ride. I've never understood this whole getting
But you was
offended.
talking directly at me.
Yeah, I did, but I also said all white people, didn't I? I said white people.
Okay, but you still was talking at me. So
Anyway, point
Okay.
being, bro, like you just need to just chill. Like that the whole thing it's coming across is you're just
I
telling
need to
me not to
chill.
talk about it.
I
That's what it
think
sounds
okay.
like.
And see, this goes back to kind of how I went off the rails there for a minute with Siren. The the words that we choose, the words that we use, people take them differently. Even so like I understand what Cyclops is meaning. I understand what both of you guys are meaning. But we already went off the rails. We got back on track. Let's try to stay on it this time and get to our final destination here. Let me go to Siren. Who was that just dropped? Was that Daniel? Yeah, it was Daniel.
That was Daniel.
Siren, you wanted to address something. Go ahead.
Yes, for Cyclops. Once again, your fragility is showing. I don't do delicate speech. I'm going to talk to you directly and hope that you can speak to me directly. But I hear you say over and over about the tone and respect and how people
I
should
said
talk.
nothing about tone.
Excuse me. I don't want you to do that because I'm not going to do that to you. When you tell a black person or any person that is expressing themselves with passion, that they have to have a respectability or it's a certain tone that they're using that offends you, you shouldn't do that. And I want to ask you this, because I've heard you say this to black people in this live. Do you ever tell someone from Israel or Zionist movement not to talk with passion in their voice about the H cost? Do you tell them that when they're speaking and people say, oh, that Israel has a right to defend itself? Well, we know what's that mean. We know what it looks like. Are you telling them to stop that and to calm down because that tone is too harsh? I only hear people say that to Black people. Are you saying that? Cyclops, I want you to answer that for me. Are you telling Israel to be
No,
respectful?
Okay, go ahead, Cyclops.
no, that has nothing to do with anything. I'm talking about just being respectful in general. It has nothing to do with anything else but that.
Okay, so once again, are you telling that to the Zionist movement that is right now committing a Shmenocide? Are you telling those people when you go in their lives to take it down, don't be so harsh? When people say that you all have the right to defend yourself, they don't really mean for you to wipe people out. Are you admonishing them like you admonish Black people?
If they come into a live that is having good conversations and they are derailing it by being disrespectful, then yes, I would.
No, let me offer this to you. Because you see them as you see yourself, YT, now that they have that classification, you will not do that. You will honor their feelings. You will respect that they
The fuck
have
if I
anger.
would.
See, darling, you're spiraling out, sweet love. We're gonna respect each other. Now you just told us about respect. Now you decided not to respect me because you just cut me off. Can you make that make sense?
Well, I didn't cut you off a second ago when you kept asking me the question and you just kept asking me and then so
What I'm saying to you, Cyclops, is that you, and I'm going to say this and it's going to offend you, you are a racist. And what do I mean by that? If you're not doing anti-racism work, then you're a racist. If you're not doing the anti-work of bigotry of any kind, then you are that. We all have to work on anti-something work. But right now, your work is having to work on anti-racism. And I'm sure you're not actively doing that. And some of these other intelligent people in here can tell you what that looks like.
yeah, I don't give a fuck what you think and sue me.
We can
Okay?
hear that. And thank you
I
for proving my
literally
point.
yeah, I'm so glad. This is fucking rich. It really is. This is the problem. You want to attack people that you know nothing about, what they know, their knowledge about anything, and then you want to get fucking pissed off whenever they bring it right back to you. It's ridiculous. It's a double standard. You're being a hypocrite.
No, they're not, Cyclops. They're trying to get you to look in the mirror and be honest. And that's what we've all been trying to do.
So
But there
now
have been
I'm so
multiple
see
times
when
where you
someone
have
calls you a
disrespected
racist,
the women on this panel who are trying to be gentle and direct you so that you can see what's going on,
so
including
be gentle by
myself.
calling someone a racist.
Oh my God.
Well,
Got it.
let me.
Can't
Okay, guys, let me
listen
pause
to
real quick.
understand.
Fucking
You're going to
ridiculous,
continue
dude.
to
let me
repeat what you're doing.
let me pause real quick. Because she had said that, I believe she had said that to me earlier, and I also took it wrong, Cyclops. But here's the thing: when I'm hearing now, she's not saying it from like the normal perspective. I think she's using that as a point of turn, like, you know what I mean? Like it's, I think it sounds different now when you say it than it did when you said it to me earlier. Of course, you're not saying it to me, so
But that's liberal.
And
That's because you deconstructed.
right.
No, I got you,
well, and
host.
it's
I got you, host. I got you. So you're understanding that when we say it, we're not saying you are oppressive yourself to Black people. We are saying that you are participating in activities that oppress us by your rhetoric,
Yes.
by where you spend your money,
Yes.
by all
Okay,
these things.
so it's
You
a delivering.
participate.
It's how you deliver it then.
No, but that's what the word means. And I defined it like 5 times. You participate in a system that oppresses us financially, emotionally, medically. You do, and you benefit from it. And so when we express our grievances to you, you don't hear them because you don't experience them. And that's why I came up here earlier and I said, I want you to make your argument without saying I or me, because that's not what I vote for. I don't vote for I or me.
and I'll add.
I don't either.
Cyclops, I understand why you're taking it wrong because I did earlier too, but they're not meaning it in like the traditional way. And maybe it's a bad choice of words, but if you take it down and look at it from the way they're trying to say it, it's not the same that you would know. Like you're a fucking racist,
Okay, well,
right? It's not like that.
coming out and flat out saying you are a racist, that is
I
a
understand.
statement.
She said she didn't say you are a racist like
Oh,
that.
she did.
She's saying you're a racist if you're not actively trying to take racism out of your rhetoric. Like what you're
Thank
saying
you.
Right.
by saying
Thank you.
that, like saying she's being aggressive and all that stuff, and saying that we shouldn't be talking about this, that is actively being racist because you're not trying to educate people like we have been on this panel today, and instead you're getting offended by it. You're not actually trying to go out and stop the racism from the world. So if you're not trying to
And
stop
see,
it, then you
then
are
you say
part of
I'm
it.
not trying to go out into the world and like I wish
Because
to
you're
God
doing it
you
on
could
this
take a
panel right
snapshot of
now. You
all my
can
stuff.
tell us that you're not, but you're doing it on this panel right now by completely disregarding what everybody is saying. There's
Right.
how many other people on this panel right now telling you that if you're not
What am I
actively going out
disregarding?
and because you're telling
Well,
us that we shouldn't be talking about it, that we shouldn't be bringing it into people's lives, that we shouldn't have it be a conversation. The reason we're having this as a conversation
I
is to
never
take the
said
racism
that.
out
I
of the
said you
world.
can't focus on all of them all the time.
Cyclops, buddy.
Sir,
Listen,
yes, you
I'm
can.
So
Sir, yes, you can.
don't
As a
don't
white tea woman
And
who
also that had nothing to do. I was talking about
again interrupting a woman.
aggressions whenever I first come into the live. I'm not talking about these
Excuse me, host. You
MAGA
can drop
racist pieces of
host.
shit.
Host, you can drop me. There's a young white male that wants to come up and speak to
Andrew.
Cyclops. Maybe he'll be a bit, because Cyclops also
Yeah,
showing some
see what I mean?
some
You see what I
misogyny as
mean?
Yeah,
well. So
You
let
see what I
period.
mean?
Andrew come up,
I mean,
a man with a wiggly worm. Maybe that'll make you feel better. He's white and
Yeah,
is wiggy and he's got a
yeah.
wiggly
See
worm.
what I mean?
Okay.
Can I finish
Demeaning,
by saying
Cyclops,
this, please?
disrespectful.
hang on,
Hold on real
Cyclops,
quick, guys.
Can I
Siren.
finish by
Hold on real
saying
quick.
My darling,
Demeaning,
I'll be in the
disrespectful.
comments
Thank you,
tapping and
Siren.
commenting.
Thank you,
Yes.
Siren. I
Fuck
appreciate
out of
you.
Thank
here.
you.
Who said that?
Cyclops,
can I?
you
Who's
are
who
literally
said?
losing it.
Wait, whoa! Who said get
That
the
was
fuck out of here?
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
He's upset right
All
now,
right,
and I feel like we need
Cyclops.
to give him a break.
Yeah,
Man, I
like I
understand what you're
said,
saying.
demeaning,
Listen,
disrespectful.
hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. You're looking at the word. You look what the word is trying to say to you, and I understand where you're coming from. But please do not say "fuck you" to these people when we're trying to get the train back on the tracks here. Like, don't look at the word. Don't focus on the damned word. Focus on all the shit around the word. And that was my problem earlier, and that's why I lost my shit because she said it to me too. So I get it. Like I literally just went through this. So if
Post.
you can stay without saying all that stuff, then please stay. But if you're gonna say that again, just you can drop or I'll drop you. And let me bring in Andrew. Jezebel, I see your hand up, and forgive me. I'd like to get to everybody if I can on the panel, but actually, let me go to Jezebel, and then I'll come back to Andrew. Jezebel, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, Cyclops, buddy, you've got to chill out. Like again, like I'm a white woman. They're literally just telling you something that I had to accept a long time ago, and they're not saying like you know you're like the triple K or something. But white people in this country specifically are inherently racist because we've learned behaviors, we've learned thought processes, we've learned these stereotypes. We have a lot of shit that we have to unlearn. We have a lot of shit that we actually need to learn.
Yeah,
And
no
you
shit. Do you
being
think I don't know about
okay,
none of that
and
living
you
in Kentucky?
Okay.
continuously, buddy,
Yeah.
you continuously
Hold on,
interrupt the
Cyclops.
women, buddy, and you screaming at people being this defensive. Man, it ain't a good look at all. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Wow, I don't care,
Okay.
man.
So let me go to Andrew, age, location, who you vote for. Welcome back on the panel. Good to see you again. I'll put your
Good to see
timer
you.
up.
Thank you, host.
Yep.
I'm 38, California, Kamala Harris. I wanted to come up because one, I love Siren, I love Buffy, and Siren and we actually she actually held me accountable, and it was difficult. It was hard, but that's the reason that she and I are so close now is that I listened, I pulled back, and I have grown from my interactions with Siren and people that we just sometimes it's just important to listen and learn. And one of the things I learned was I don't know. I don't think it was Siren. It was somebody else. But they told me this analogy, and it made everything so clear, Cyclops. So check this out. You've heard of the bystander effect, right? Like in New York City, the more
Yes.
people that witness a crime, like a mugging or something, or somebody
Right.
stealing some purse, the more people that witness a crime, the less likely it is that anybody steps in to help, right? You understand? Have you heard that?
Yes.
That's what's happening with YT people in America. It's the bystander effect. So nobody, when there are more of us that don't step in and actively try to be part of the solution. That's what people mean when they say white people are inherently racist. It's like the bystander effect. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I get that, and I agree with that
Can
100%.
I help? I'd like to. I'm Paula, y'all. Cyclops. Listen, man. Um,
But there's no wiggly
when I
worm.
was
You can't help, Paula.
Yeah, I'm
Just
not
kidding.
gonna listen to
no,
you,
no, no.
Paul.
I just want to. I know.
I'm
When I
just
was listen. I'm older, right? And I was taught I could always trust the police, right? I was like, you can always
mhm.
trust the police. I grew up thinking that, and then one day I saw Rodney King, and I was mortified, and I didn't know my world turned upside down. I watched these policemen beat the living
Same,
shit out of a man, and then
same,
they wait. I'm
100%.
not done. Then they didn't even serve time. What the fuck justice is that? Right?
None. Right.
Right, exactly. And I know you see it too. That's so I'm not talking about you, but I was born in a somewhat affluent family, and I just have to tell you that when you start removing the blinders that you didn't put on your eyes, we were just born in it, right? And you start removing those blinders and you start seeing, get out of the matrix, right? You start seeing what's actually going on. I don't think you're racist, my friend, but I just want you to peel those blinders off and see the whole entire world. Okay?
I'm trying to do that. I
I
have
know you
done
are,
that
and that's why you're
so
still up
much.
here.
Like, I'm like seriously. I wish there was some way that you could get a snapshot of like my entire social medias on everything, and you see I'm on every video of police brutality, people being racist, this, that, and the other, and just like I live in Kentucky. You know what I mean? I hear this stuff, and used to I wouldn't say nothing at all, and now I'm not like that. I will say something to your face, in your face, because it is wrong. And like what's wrong with you that you have that much hate in your heart for somebody, because of the color of their skin and everything. And then it's just like, this is what I'm saying. I just
Yeah,
don't
dude.
understand why can't we
We
have
because
respectful
we gotta work. We're
conversations.
gonna work. We're gonna work on this. You and I, like not together. Like I'm not saying you and I get together every week, but you and I, as YT, especially YT men, we're gonna work on this for the rest of our lives,
Yes.
every day. We're always gonna be trying to do even better. That's the point that everyone's trying to say right now. That's all. I think I just came in this live.
Yeah,
Right.
it turned into a kind of a shit show earlier, Andrew. But yeah, I mean, basically, that's right.
That's
I mean,
what
even
every white person
myself,
should do.
I had to, reflect on myself in real time and listen, and I stopped looking at the things and started thinking about the things. And
I will never know. I can never, ever, ever, ever understand
Yeah.
what it's like to live, uh, to be Buffy or Maverick.
Exactly.
And
yeah,
so
I'm
my
the
job
same
is
way.
when they tell me something I did to harm them, something I might have said to harm them, I'm just gonna listen because I will never fucking know, dude.
yeah. And
So I
like me either. I won't either. I've had my own problems, but those are my own problems. And if we take away from what they're saying and the hurt that they're feeling or the frustration that they have, that's taking away from them. Like myself inserting myself into it, or somebody bringing up autism. It's taken away from them, and I can see why that would feel dismissive. And so, you know what, it is what it is, and we just have to acknowledge that it's happening and move forward.
It's
What
one of
autism?
the
What do you mean?
ways because I wanted to address something really quickly.
Go ahead, Norma.
It definitely saddens me that Andrew came up here, said it in a way, and you got it.
but Siren said the same thing and you didn't get it. So I want you, wait a
You
second.
clocked it. You clocked it.
I'm clocking what I'm clocking, okay? I
What are you
want
talking about?
you, huh?
Are you directing that at me?
No, Cyclops.
No,
Oh,
Cyclops,
okay.
yeah.
So
And what are you
I,
talking about specifically? So I know and can follow.
okay, so she said that if you're not doing anything throughout your daily life, that you're a racist.
Which I am. So what now?
So I want you to sit in that because if you are doing those things, then it wouldn't have hit you that hard. If you know the history, it wouldn't have hit you that hard. And for me, this is where it starts. Listening. When us black women and black people say something, it shouldn't take another white man telling you. That's what I'm saying. It is ridiculous that we sit up here and we try to teach and we still don't get listened to. What we want is to be listened to, right? So when she was speaking, what should have happened was should have understood exactly what she was saying, and then Andrew would have came up to give you a real life, like in your face experience, and that backs her up. Instead of Andrew coming up and literally saying the same thing, and you agreeing, and you being calm in your tone and your manner and your verbiage, right? Because you didn't have that same demeanor with Siren. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, because she
Be
started attacking
mindful.
me.
No, she was not attacking you. That's how
She
you felt
was.
because the shoe
That's how you
fit tight as
felt.
hell, Buki.
Yes.
That's
It
why.
felt like it.
It felt
And
like
what
it
specifically did
because you're
Andrew
not used to
explain
it.
the same way that Siren did? Tell me, what was it specifically?
It was just uncomfortable for you to hear her.
Well, delivery
Makes no sense.
is also important.
No, no,
No,
no.
we can't do
It
No,
that.
it
we're
Nope,
not
is.
going
that's
to tone
bypassing.
police. No,
Well,
please don't.
yeah,
Because
because but
you
listen.
expect us to speak
Well,
to you a certain way
no,
sometimes, and,
no,
and,
no,
and
no,
that's
Yes.
not fair.
no. Hold on, real quick.
You know, it's kind of like the way when
I
Daniel came
expect
in and he cooled the room too. Is it
right.
because he
That's
was a
what I'm.
man? Because he was saying the
No,
same thing the women were saying,
It
but
has nothing to
but
do with that.
it doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Nothing.
No, because if I feel attacked, whether it's a man, a woman, a child, or anybody else, it makes it harder to absorb that message.
See,
And if
you
But
always
yo, but
think that
host, but host,
and
hold
no
on,
one ever
host.
but
listens
Daniel wasn't
at
here,
all
so
either.
he wasn't
no, but like
excited.
But
when
that's
Hold
not
on,
what I'm
host.
saying is
when
Daniel
Daniel
had the
came into the
same
room,
energy as Siren, right? Same energy. Daniel's passionate when he speaks. No
exactly.
one felt any kind of way about it. Siren does the same thing. And she
He was
called
a
she
neutral. He was a neutral person that came in. He hadn't even heard any of that. So I think
right.
I
Right.
think in that vein, it was just way different because we knew he wasn't part of it and didn't
Oh,
even
I
know what
just
was
want to
going
say,
on.
host. I just
Okay.
got to say, host. The only
Yeah.
reason I'm able to describe it in the tone, the quote unquote tone, the calmness in my voice is because I'm not living it every fucking day.
You know, I don't know.
I
I just
just
feel
for
like
me,
sometimes
I see a difference and I'm just gonna call it like it is that you received what Andrew said very well. And as a black woman, Siren was not going to sit there and sugarcoat it for y'all. Y'all ain't gonna get sugarcoating no more. We're gonna say it bluntly and we're gonna say it hard. And you either hear it or you don't. And if you need a minute to take time to absorb it and to take that, be self-aware and be consciously aware of your thought process, because that's hard, right? Then we wouldn't have to do it in that way anymore. We would be able to have these conversations where we say, listen, this is what's happened, and y'all hear us.
Well, let me give an example of what I'm talking about. I often have to get my wife to say things for me because I'm very direct to people. And that's just I've always been that way. And I've tried like hell to not be direct. And I come across like an asshole. That's why liberal loudmouth. I mean, it got me banned from school. I had to sue to get unbanned. So I have a hard time delivering messages that people don't feel attacked when I'm speaking because I'm loud and maybe even to the point of being obnoxious. So that's where I'm coming from is like even I know that my delivery needs to be better because I'm like bleh, what comes to my mind comes out. And like now, I didn't know Siren before, but now I understand that that's just how she is. She's just like me in that way. I'm just going to say, because I don't have time to fuck around anymore. And I get that. Like, I understands me. But, prior to her coming in, I didn't know who she was. I didn't know her
I've
personality.
been in
The
I've been
point,
in
if I
countless
if I
lives with
can,
yeah, of course.
thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. I just want to say the point of this Cyclops is whether Andrew's delivery was different versus Siren's. The point of this is that you look in the mirror and ask yourself, why were you willing to listen to it coming from a white tea man, but you weren't willing to listen to it coming from a black woman? That
Okay,
is the
you
part.
asked me a
Because
question.
it's
Now let me answer
about
it.
two things. I know I didn't ask you a question.
You
That
just
is a
did.
rhetorical question, sir. Ask yourself that when you're not sitting on this panel, because it's twofold. There is the racial aspect of it, and there is the misogyny aspect of it. And I'm not saying that you are racist or a misogynist. I'm saying that stuff is internalized because we live our lives, we walk through the world, and we watch how other people treat people of color, and we watch how other people treat women. And whether or not you think that has informed how you behave in the world or not, that has nurtured your mindset some way or another. So whether Siren said it gentle to you or not, or Andrew came up here and said it gentle to you, you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, why would you listen to it from a white tea man and not from a black woman? Nobody was trying to go to a personal insult place. People were just trying to get you to hear the message, and you wouldn't accept it from a black woman.
Okay, and
That is the
again,
point.
what was the message then that I wouldn't listen to on Siren that Andrew supposedly explained to me and I accepted? What
He
was
That
it?
said
you
the
have
same exact
implicit and
thing. He
unconscious
said the same
bias, and
exact
that you
thing.
need to go and look in the mirror and address it. Because whether or not you realize it, if you are a white female and you have walked through planet Earth, you have experienced planet Earth. Your lived experience is different than that of a woman. Your lived experience is different than that of a black woman.
Yeah, I know
You
this.
have informed opinions about how women should behave, and specifically how black women should behave, because you are a white female and you have watched other white females treat women or treat black women a specific way your whole life. So the reason that you responded to Andrew and not
Negative.
to Siren is because you have some of that and it's internalized. And I understand that it's hard to go look in the mirror and acknowledge that, but the truth is what I'm telling you. Go look in the mirror and ask yourself, why could I listen to it from a white tea man and not a black woman? It's not about delivery. It's about that you didn't want to
Well,
hear it.
And by the way,
That's
Here's what I'm going to
Cyclops.
do. Let me say real
By the
quick.
way, Cyclops. So do I.
Well,
So do I.
well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, and it'll take a day for TikTok to process this video, but I'm going to post it on my YouTube channel, and so that anybody that wants to can go back and without being in the middle of it, hear what they said. Because yesterday I dropped somebody for something I heard in real time, and then later found out that I was wrong. So I think it would be a good idea to go back and watch it over again and hear what you've said, hear what other people have said, in a position where you're not in the middle of it and feeling attacked in that moment. I think that will be illuminating to everybody, even you, Cyclops.
I just wanted to say to
I'll
Cyclops.
definitely do that. I will definitely do that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just want to say to Cyclops, like I've never heard Siren speak before, but I absolutely love the way she delivers the message. She has a very strong, like poetic way of delivering her message. She's not directly speaking to you. She's speaking on a whole issue out
I
here and
agree.
bringing it in a different way that you might not understand. You might think she's attacking you, but she's really just like, it's like poetic the way she speaks. And I absolutely love the way she was on here talking. So just go back and listen to it, because she wasn't attacking you. She was asking you like questions in a poetic way.
I wanted to take a moment to maybe personalize it. Blazes knows a little bit about this, but y'all have one of the reasons I was brought in here was about the Jones stuff, right? And
Yeah.
I know of another problematic creator, and I'm trying to figure out if I say something, how do I say something, what do you do? Because I do want people to be aware, but there's people like Cyclops that make me feel like, will they believe me? Like, do I have enough receipts to make them believe me?
I'm
That's the
sorry you feel that
problem.
way. That's not my intention, and I'm sorry if that's the way that I or what I said come across, because that's not the case. I would never do that, honestly. Swear.
No, but what I'm saying is the reason why women don't speak up, particularly Black women don't speak up, is because we do feel like we have to explain everything until you get it. You don't just listen to us, and it's harmful. But so I honestly, and I'm saying this, and if anybody has advice, I'm open to it. Like, what do I do in this situation?
No,
As
you do
somebody,
exactly what you're doing, honestly.
Yeah.
right,
You do. You
right.
just because you know what, it takes work for people like myself and Cyclops, but it also takes work on the other side, and that's unfortunate. But that's, I think, the reality of it. And I think you're
Yes.
doing just fine, Buffy.
I do too, Buffy.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I mean, even with the creator side of the thing, like, I'm not trying to blow up anybody's spot, but like, I don't know
Well,
what to do.
if you're one to go to the creator to address a specific situation, it might be a good idea to bring somebody
I did.
along to, you know,
I
as
did. I've already addressed it with the creator.
oh, you did. Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
this is a
it's
mean,
year.
a
it's.
Do you
situation
feel comfortable
where
saying who the creator is?
No, I'm not going to say that. But
Okay.
I mean, you know, we've had racism in this country forever and still do, and it's not going to change overnight. And this is something that we're going to be talking about for the rest of our lives, I'm afraid.
yeah, no. And this is creator was just, it was a little like, it was taking advantage of women, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
did participate in the activity, but they were very harmful after I made it clear that I did not want the activity to continue. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah. Can you drop me liberal
Blaze.
for Siren? I do want her to get a chance to come back up here.
Oh, you
Okay.
guys can drop me
Because
right
I
here.
do feel like what we're doing is important and it matters.
Me
And I
too.
want her to have the opportunity
Lexi,
to
stay up
re-interact
here.
with Cyclops. And I'd love for Andrew to stay up here. So
We do have
can you
quite a
drop
few
me?
people. I mean,
Yeah,
I can drop
there's
two,
a
Tim.
bunch
There's a
of people
lot of
trying to get up here.
people.
yeah,
We can
A lot.
rotate some
loud.
of the
Thank
panel.
you. You can
I,
drop me too,
yeah.
for sure. I
Thank you,
appreciate you guys
Mama.
letting
I
me
really
be here.
appreciate it. I hope you
Oh,
come
Mama,
back.
yeah, I gave you a follow. Yes,
Oh yes,
bitch.
girl. I'll send you a message because I want you to make sure that you are being an advocate, not just for yourself but other women. Because if there's somebody out there that is
Yeah.
abusing that form of trust, it is important to get your message out there. But I understand you not wanting to harm that person, so definitely.
Thank you so much. You have been just such a and host also. I have enjoyed being in here. You are very respectful,
It's been
very
amazing, y'all.
receiving of criticism. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I don't
And
want to
that's
Thank you,
what I
be
Buffy.
here
like
so everybody
about
else
this.
can drop. This is a good panel to come up here. I'm tapping and sharing. So I want you all, because you guys have it. You all have it. Andrew's up here. So Cyclops can be very comfortable with a little white wiggly worm that will make him comfortable. So let's keep it balanced, right? Because we don't want too many strong female voices, because that also makes them anxious. So let's just do it that way. You can drop me, bring Blaze, let Blaze stay back up here, because what I'm noticing in the comments is that not only do we have a problem with unpacking our implicit bias, but we have a misogyny problem, a Cyclops. That is a big, I've heard you overtalk several women. In fact, all of the women on here. But when Andrew came up here, you recognized a wiggly worm for a wiggly worm, and it calmed you down. And that is just my observation. It's not attack. It's what
I
I've
can't wait
observed.
till you post the video.
Well, good. Yeah, it's an observation, and a lot of people have said the same thing. So it's something we all need to look into the mirror. I know that I can be harsh. Now, Andrew will tell you guys I'm being very lovely, and so can Buffy, because usually I'm clawing you to death. So, host, when we clawed each other today, I love every minute of it. I love claws. I love fangs. But if we have an understanding, and we can go
Yeah.
back and forth on that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that we should not be harsh with each other, and then say, "Okay, bitch, since I cussed you out, let's go get some dinner." Then you know you really have an ally. by. But if we're so sensitive, oh, he blinked 3 times and now I'm offended. We'll never be able to come together on this side because we're so delicate. We're so, I'm offended by everything. We can't be offended by everything, but we need to be offended by the things that are really offensive. I see people give Trump and that movement a pass every day, and no one's offended by it. So the question I have before I drop down so some of these lovely people can come up here is every time we had a great threat to this country, what happened? What happened to Dr. Martin Luther King? What happened to Malcolm X and Medgar Evers, John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy? This country corrected itself when it said it had a threat. We've been told that we have the greatest threat. How come nothing has happened to this person? How come it hasn't been neutralized? That's the question we need to be asking. On our side, the liberals and the progressive, what the fuck are we doing? And here's one more thing.
I agree.
And then you can drop me.
I don't want you to drop
We keep
Siren.
hearing about the permanent tax cuts for the wealthy. Why the hell hasn't any Democrat given permanent tax cuts for the working class, the working poor, and the middle class?
Thank you.
How come we haven't got? You know what else? We should not be negotiating. There's no negotiating on us having health care. Period. Full stop. We the people. There's no negotiating having a livable wage when you're working. We shouldn't have to work 15 jobs and sell a kidney just so we can buy food and have medication. Unacceptable. Our vets should come home to housing. Period. And that's another thing. We all should have affordable housing. And what is the other thing that we need? Food. Do you know that the United States and Israel are the only 2 countries in the world that's voted that food was not a human right? See, some of those things we need to start making our Democrats say, look, if you're not running off of these things, and these are non-negotiable, we as a people need to rise up and say, these are non-negotiable. We shouldn't wake up stressed out of our minds to see if we're going to make it the day. We should have some safety nets in this goddamn country since we can give that to the billionaires and the multimillionaire class. Period. Full stop, my loves. That's where we need to be focusing together on and saying we're not negotiating on these things. And damn it, we're going to continue to put people in there until we get people in there who are going to do our bidding and not childbearing hips Elon Musk's.
Oh, and somebody said healthcare too.
100% Siren. Everything you just said.
Universal health care.
Universal healthcare. Let me just say one thing before I drop, because in my little nasty state of Indiana, we are the 3rd highest in the nation for mortality rates during birthing for Black women. So I leave you guys with that information. Thank you so much, Liv, for letting me be up here. Siren, the whole panel, y'all are amazing. You too, Cyclops.
I'm following you. You were fabulous.
I'm
You
following
have to
you
come
too.
back. You have to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, I
followed
definitely
your mama,
will. I be seeing liberal out a lot, and I'm like, okay, let me just sit in his comments a little bit. It's nice over here.
Well, I
But I
appreciate you
will tell
coming.
you-
I really do.
Listen, while Siren obviously does what she does, because that's auntie right there. Thank you very much. We can't get to those places until some of y'all acknowledge that the reason these issues exist is because of racism and misogyny. And that's why I say I want to cure the disease, not the symptom, because we can put laws into place and we now see how quickly they can be dismantled. We can have our rights taken away so quickly because we don't understand the root cause of why the law exists in the first place, because we weren't allowed anything.
Right.
And now we're going backwards.
Just for Buffy to know. The only reason why I came into it, because I've never been in Liberal Loudmouth's live, I don't think, it was because Buffy was here and Andrew is here, because we love Buffy. And we know that Buffy's being fucked with. So we come and we claw for our people that we fall in love with. We'll go to the pits of hell. So we're coming here for major support for my love. And we want to...
Don't make me cry.
No, we've been having these conversations for quite some evenings. And Andrew and I have been texting you. We're going to follow her. And if anybody fucks with her, they're going to get the real Siren, Maverick. Because we don't... We love who we love them. We've had harsh conversations with each other, but we still will protect you from them other bastards because we know who our true enemy is, and we just need to work out our own shit so that we can claw and put our fangs in those other ones because they're out to harm us all.
Listen,
I
Cyclops,
agree.
when I came in the live and you were talking to
100%.
Siren, that was a gentle version of the claws that she put in me one night. Remember that, Siren?
Oh yes.
Yep.
Tell them what you
And
did.
we are the
Tell them
closest
what
and
you
close now.
tell them, Andrew. Tell them what you unconsciously did. Do you remember what you unconsciously
Yeah,
did?
with janitor. His name was janitor of TikTok then.
You were putting a cape on, a MAGA, a YT MAGA, because I was too harsh to them. Was
Yep,
that's the one?
that's right.
And I explained to you, here we are. We're supposed to be on each other's side, but because of your upbringing and the grooming, you naturally wanted to cloak and dagger this person who was the enemy ideology with you.
Yeah.
Because you saw somebody being harmed and you wanted me to be delicate. Now, I'm
Yep.
going to give you an example. When we were in World War II, and the prisoner of wars who were German, they were given preferential treatment over the Black American soldiers. Did you all know that? They were fed first. They would sit on the front of the bus. Blacks still had to be segregated. Think about that. Here we are serving this country, unaliving for this country, but yet you take the German prisoners of war and you treat them like humans, and we're treated like animals. This
Ding,
is what,
ding, ding.
ding, ding, ding. This is what we're
That's it.
talking about. So we have to be careful and mindful of the YT liberal to make sure that they're really not going to stab to knife us in the back. We have to be careful of the ones who want to have ropes on the trees so that we can be Christmas ornaments. We have to do a lot of scanning to really see who's going to really be there for us. And I'm going to land my plane here. The 55 or 53% of YT women who voted Trump, a lot of them, believe it or not, call themselves liberal. And they stabbed us in our backs. So we have to be very careful.
We're in a fucked up spot, guys. And yeah, no, Siren, I really appreciate you coming back on. I really do. I understand your personality now, by the way.
Oh, honey,
I didn't earlier. So
this is calm.
You,
And see, I was like,
host, you've got to host. You've got to have Siren up when there's MAGA up here because
oh,
she uses MAGA tactics. It's
yes.
fantastic. It's delightful to watch her. Them get so upset when she treats them like they treat.
Yeah.
It is delightful. It is
And they want me to be
Yeah.
delicate and sweet.
Well,
You're a
because
goddess.
That's what I like to do to MAGA also.
I want to say something to Andrew. Andrew, in that conversation, especially when we're talking about women, all right, we all have heard about we'll give you $5,000 if you have a baby, right? So if I send a positive pregnancy test, do I get my $5,000? What would be your follow-up question, Andrew? What would be your follow-up question? No. You have to actually have the baby, right? Oh, but there's a whole fetus right here. And they would say,
good.
but that's not a baby.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
So
That's
please miss me with the bullshit.
And
That's where we
Blaze,
have to get people to understand the hypocrisy.
Also understand this, that you know that they're not going to send that $5,000 to Black women. Because they used to say that Black women bred like jungle bunnies. They're not going to send that $5,000 to Latina women. They want YT women to have these babies. These laws are for you guys, not the. So they made us alligator our babies. They did all sorts of wicked things. They didn't care about those babies, and they don't now. Now I wish they would come out because I actually love my racists and bigots to be driving in their big lifted trucks with the Trump flag in them. I like those kinds. I say, woo, N-word, get out of my neighbor. I love those kinds because I can recognize them. It's the ones who are very dangerous, who get to smile in your face but make laws behind your back. That's the problem we're having here.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And that was the point that I believe Malcolm X was making when he talked about the white liberals being what was the phrasing he used? I read it the other day. Fox in the hen house or some shit. Yeah.
Well, who's talking? I can't even see who's talking.
Oh, that was me. That was
the host?
Me. Yeah. It was
Your
me.
mouth's not moving. Your mouth's not moving.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Delayed.
I think you got a little lag.
Yeah.
I got it. That's funny. It's a neat little trick I do from time to time. Hold on, where's my soundboard? Damn it, I had it up here. The sound effects. There we go.
It looks normal to me. I don't know.
Oh, maybe you're not lagging.
Okay, maybe TikTok's on its MAGA. Man, I'm telling you, I don't know.
So we have a lot of unpacking to do as far as trying to get this right, to correct this course of destruction, like you said, host, earlier. Well,
Do you ever do a live,
how do we
Siren?
do that? How do we correct this course if we cannot, first of all, clear out these wounds that we have amongst ourselves? And we've got a lot of wounds, and it's going to hurt for us to be truthful, and we're going to claw each other. But damn it, we're tough enough to do that. Right? Look what we're putting up with now. People are literally unaliving themselves because they lost their jobs. They're not reporting that. We have bubonic plagues breaking out in all cities in this country, but we can't even find out where they are. I had a man come into a live that said that his daughter was a doctor in a hospital. He found out that there was mumps or measles or something. He called the hospital. She's walking around unprotected, didn't even know it was because the CDC website was blocked out at that time. This is
Yeah.
the craziness we are dealing with.
Yeah,
So
it's
we can
nuts.
tolerate this. Damn it, we better get strong and tough and stop tone policing people. Respect people when they say they're hurting and listen to them. But do not try to tone police people. And which is basically, in my opinion, is to shut people down. When a woman tells you you're practicing misogyny, listen to her. When a black person is telling you that you're practicing racism or you're having talking points, listen to them. When a person of any color, Native Americans, listen to them, and then we can have the conversation.
Yeah, I agree with Annie Sherwood. Siren needs to tour with Bernie. You should be
No,
there.
I curse too much. No, I curse too much. They wouldn't like that.
Fuck it.
Yeah,
Let her
I don't have
rip.
no problem with cursing.
Let her rip.
Cursing's
She
fine.
needs a microphone. You need a
No, Buffy
microphone.
needs a microphone. Buffy and Mama C
Buffy does
are
too.
very measured in their conversation. I was watching Obama, and he irritates me because he thinks about
Oh,
what he's
measured.
saying, and it irritates me. He's a very intelligent, but I'm like, oh my God, he's so measured. I just can't do it.
Mhm.
If I'm going to call you a motherfucker, you're going to be that day. That's just
And
that's
that's
going to
the
be the way it is.
personality that I was talking about, because I'm that kind of person in real
Well,
life,
yes.
and people don't like it. They just don't. I
You
just
know
don't
what?
have time to
Listen,
fuck around with it.
but
You know,
loudmouth, they do like it when we need to be out in the streets cussing people asses out.
that's
They
true.
want us when there's something really major, when diplomacy doesn't. They need us out there to
Yep.
cuss people the fuck out, and they beg for
Right.
that. So when you stifle us on regular days, don't ask me to use my voice when it's curse out time, because if I
There
don't
you
curse you
go.
out, I'm going to have a stroke myself. So not doing it.
Yep.
But we need all of you measured people to get involved, because we're all under attack. Even the people who voted for Trump, who are not multimillionaires or billionaires, you're under attack and you don't know it. When I say, when you have black people that come up here and that they're MAGA, we call them blagger. I've named the LGBTQIA people who are for Trump faggas. So if that offends anybody, that's too bad. We
That's
got
where I know
blagger,
you
we got
Oh
from.
my
fagger, and we
god.
got MAGA.
Oh my god. That
Siren,
is
I was already
hilarious.
following you and didn't know it. And that's where I think I followed you from, because I heard you say that before in a live one time and I followed
Yes.
you.
Probably was in Jonathan's live.
Oh
Yes.
my
Yeah.
god. That's
She's yeah.
hilarious.
There was people in the
Faggot.
comments asking about following Siren. So Siren is private, and she doesn't let so y'all won't know when she's live. But if you spend time in the right spaces, you will find her. Jonathan's live is primarily, but
Yes.
she is on after like midnight.
Alex
So
is
I
live
can't
as
always
My
see
well.
name
her.
used to be Maverick, but they banned it permanently from TikTok.
Oh, they
Yeah, they
did.
banned it just
Yeah,
for
we call her
saying,
Maverick too.
yeah, they've
Yeah.
been just for
Okay.
saying little small things like, oh, these people are evil. They would take it down. Just
Yeah.
random. They started, and I said, okay, they're following us now. So we got to be careful.
Yeah,
There's Jonathan right there. Yes, Cyclops, you probably was in Jonathan's live that night.
I think so. Yeah.
Is
That's
that
what we coined.
Morton?
Well, it
Jonathan
could have been
Morton?
Yes,
Alex's
yes.
live
Okay.
too.
He's known as
Siren,
Sky Daddy as well.
Sky
Siren,
Daddy.
you and
And
CJ are the reason I go on Alex's live so often.
Yes.
Like, it
well,
could
and
be
if
there
y'all
too.
ever want a space, 9 to 1, Tuesday through Saturday is when I go
Oh,
live. So
great. Okay.
yeah.
Well, I'm loving this space. I'm loving these hard
Yeah.
conversations.
Yeah.
I'm
And
loving
Yeah,
the
and
fact
then
I'm glad it happened. We haven't had like a serious
In
talk
a
like
while.
this. Yeah. It's so I appreciate it.
and if y'all aren't following Moo Tuxedo Cat, that is
who is
one of
it?
the most intelligent dudes I know about
Oh, okay. Let me
economy.
follow Moon.
Moo
Okay.
the Tuxedo Cat, he's in the
Okay.
comments. He is a good friend of mine. Heart you, Moo. Now, he's not gonna when he does come up, it's not going to be happy because he just has a monotone, like, here's how shitty it is today on the economy. I'm just warning you if you let
Well,
him
yeah.
up.
I just wanted to say this, like on the live, that one of the things that drew me to Tim's live was he just has this ability to, everybody gets through, breaks down the walls, breaks down defenses, and then we can get to the heart of the subject and
Absolutely.
reach a resolution.
Which
And
is what we did today.
that's exactly why I wanted to be his mod, one of his
Absolutely.
mods at
Beautiful.
least. So I'm
And
so
we must
glad
appreciate
that
that,
remember,
y'all
Paul.
came up
and we
today.
must
Thank you
remember
for coming
this.
back.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. So as long as we have somebody that's ready to claw this fascist movement up, they can be our friends, and then we can go back and hash things out later. So if we have a problem with race or a problem with gender, we can hash that out later, but we know who the real enemy is.
Get that
And we must
motherfucker out.
focus on that, right? We must focus on those
Yep.
images, and we must know who that enemy is to all of us. And then we'll say, what are we going to do about it? Because guess what? Having a little rap session where you're doing a rap video, Hakeem Jeffries on the Capitol stairs with Cory Booker, with your little rap duo, that performative nonsense, I'm not feeling
Yeah.
that. I'm not feeling any of this performative bullshit, and I'm not gonna just clap my hands like a seal because they're all coming back out. No, we need to have some absolute things that we want them to do, or we're not going to support them.
Oh Lord, she coming out, y'all.
Yeah,
Is you
the
see you
funniest
see in the real
the
siren?
funniest thing
Uh
Siren
oh.
said today was when some guy was like, "Do you have an issue with AOC being on a private jet?" And she's like, "What the fuck do you want her to do? Do you want a pelican to come down and swoop her and scoop her by her mouth?"
Oh shit. That's
That's
funny.
Ooh,
hilarious.
I'm telling y'all, y'all just got a gift today. Y'all met Siren. You can,
Yeah.
I couldn't even find her if I wanted to. She just shows
See,
up.
everybody
Find
reconciles.
we
And
find you, Buffy, because you are in our group. So Jonathan, Andrew, and I, we have been looking for you because we want to make sure that you're not going to be fucked with.
Did you
And I
see
know
what
Yep.
some of
happened to me a couple nights
no
ago?
2 nights
Uh,
ago.
a couple nights ago, and I'm gonna use coded language. Antibiotic live.
No, I wasn't. I was in another
Antibiotic
live
life?
with you, and I was trying to get your attention, but I
I
couldn't.
don't know what that
So
means.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
I'm
I got
I'm
you.
I'm trying to
I'll
figure
get
it
you.
out.
It's okay. You message me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll message you
yeah,
some.
yeah,
But
yeah,
anyway, no, I was coming up and well, y'all know
yeah,
I'm having
yeah,
issues,
yep, yep,
and
yep.
so I'm stressed out. And I thought I was in a friendly space,
No,
and
no.
I got oh well, if Blazes is still in here, no, she said she had a leak. She said there was some sort of a pipe leak in her
Oh
house.
Oh
no.
no.
Um,
That sucks.
but yeah. So anyway, she was witness to it. I was attacked.
Oh
I
God.
was on the panel. I was attacked, and then I got dropped, blocked, muted, and I could still see them making fun of me for like a good
No, wait, wait,
10
wait. But you
minutes.
gotta come. You gotta send me because I don't want to be following somebody that's doing that.
Yeah, we'll also send out that back signal when that happens. Like we'll come in.
Yeah, literally. Now that I'm following
Yeah.
you, please
We'll
send
come
out the
in.
bat
That's
signal because then I'll send it out to Lawyer
I
Bay, and then we have another set of crew. I mean, the crew is the
yes.
crew. Let's go.
Okay, I didn't know. Like, I have been dealing with some bullying,
We
and so
know.
I'm
We
not
know.
sure who I can trust, right?
I told you
Because
before. Don't
I
trust
got you. If
anyone.
I'm ever there, I
You
got
can
you.
yeah, I mean you can holler at me too.
Right.
I'm
Right.
an asshole.
Same
And
here.
this
So
is a safe space for
I
you,
can be
Buffy. So
your
you come
asshole.
up, come here, and this safe space. And if they're bold enough to come in here, they will be clawed to death. Okay? To unaliving. Sorry, TikTok. We love the TikTok shop.
Hey,
yes,
Buffy,
yes.
I requested to follow you, so I hope that you will accept that request. But I understand if you
Who's
don't or
that?
won't.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. That means at least you're willing to listen to me. I will take that. I will
Yeah.
accept that.
Oh,
Yeah, we're not. If listen,
Love it.
this is what we're saying. We cannot hold too many grudges against our each other until we claw up this orange orangutan and his childbearing hips, partner. Until we claw them together, then we. But we can't just be bitter towards each other. When we're on the same side, we're trying to
What she
course
just said
correct.
is what we'll whoop your ass later. We
Right.
got other
Yeah.
ass whoopings
Right.
to dole out.
Right.
We'll whoop your ass later.
Right. we'll put claw marks on your marshmallow later. But right now we have to claw this orange thing up. And I'm surprised you, loudmouth, you have not been taken or shadow banana, because these images alone get some people shadow bananaed.
Oh,
When
He's
really?
not black.
yes,
He's not black. Yeah,
yes,
that's the other thing y'all don't know. Like, so yeah, the black individuals, particularly black women, we are being shadow banned if we put up
yes,
any image that says anything that has the word TRUMP in
yep,
it.
yep.
Like,
Yes, that
it's
happens too. If you, I wish y'all knew. So now that y'all follow me, you'll see that I'm always in I Am That Girl's live. Her lives stay getting shadow banned.
They do. I've
That's
been in her
crazy.
live. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
does Jonathan? Wait a minute, but Jonathan's lives get shadow banana all the time because we claw the hell out of MAGA, and we always get his guy. So
You know what's so weird
well,
though? Is
and he's
so
Siren
glowing the dark.
Siren or
He's glowing the
Maverick,
dark white.
well,
right?
I
And
may
Siren
have
or Maverick will.
been. Well, go ahead, Jonathan, and I'll make my point after.
Well, Siren will also message me things, and every time she messages me things, TikTok will block out what she says, and I have to request for it to be visible. Every single message she sends me. And then on top of that, whenever Siren goes live, I can't see her profile in any of the lives. So TikTok does not like us as a duo. They're really trying to get us separated.
TikTok does that in the messages all the time now. You cannot say nothing.
Oh man,
They don't
community
like
guidelines
crazy.
they don't like cross racial unity, apparently. That's what they're
But
trying
but
to
this is
That may
also
be what
meta,
it is.
guys. It's meta, isn't this meta now? It's that alien, because I cussed him out
Not
on
yet,
Facebook
but it
and called
may
him an
end up being
alien
there soon.
Facebook Zuckerberg. I can't stand him.
The android Mark
Yeah,
Zuckerberg.
that
Oh
That
thing.
dude
god.
is a robot.
He looks
Isn't
like he's
he?
from outer
It's not
space.
happened yet, has
Yeah,
it?
no,
He looks like
he's
an alien.
he's part of the lizard people.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I
Yes.
said. And Candace Owens is E.T. from outer space.
That's
Don't forget
E.T.'s
that.
granddaughter. So he needs to come back on that ship and
Jeez,
take that if her eyes shift any more further apart, she'll be a deer. She'll look like a deer looking at the side of her face.
And
like
she
a fucking chameleon or whatever.
Yeah.
They're like,
and she could
Yes.
she could fit the whole country of Israel on her forehead. That's what we always say.
jeez. Well, no, I think my live may be shadow banned because last week we were having lives consistent over 200 people,
Oh
and then
yeah,
this
yeah.
week, I mean, it went down to like 40. We were stuck at 40 for a few
Yep,
days.
that's when they do it. And if
That's
you
when
restart and
and then
if you close it down and restart, it'll shoot up to 300, and then all of a sudden,
drop.
boom, it's at 40 again.
So you're still
Yeah.
shadow banned. So
Yeah.
one thing I'll tell you, Loud, is that I followed you. There was one day that Mayhem was on here, and we all came in to like talk about the movement. I followed you, right? And I was like, "Where's this man at? Like, what is going on?" I did not see your live for 3 days.
Wow.
Wow. Well,
And I
if
know
you
Lawyer Bay is one of your mods, and I'm like, so why can't I see it? Because I follow both of y'all, so I should have been able to see it.
They're blocking it.
so I do have a Discord, and you guys are welcome to join the Discord. And because I post in there right before I go live, but again, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So just know those times, and unless I'm traveling or something, and I can't do a live, I'll be doing it that day. So, and matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and plug the Discord into the chat, so y'all can. Now I have to sneak it in there by removing the period, and putting it dot. So you may have to work it. Oh, wrong button. Hold on. Shit. Come on. There it is. Yeah, and you guys are welcome to go in there and just let me know who you are when you get in there. That way I can, in case you're
Oh
Discord.
wait, do you have to have Discord? Sky, do you have Discord? Buffy, you have. I don't have.
Yes,
Discord.
I have Discord. I'm a part of like 10 different Discords at
Oh
this
my
point.
God. Wait, that's not that one where those cartoons be popping up and scaring the shit out of you.
Well, Discord is
It's that one.
it's a little weird, but in my Discord we have section for breaking news. So every day, like if I see something interesting, I'll put it in there. Other people will put it in there. I also put links to like the judges' rulings because there's been many lately, so you can actually go and download the PDFs.
So who
and
runs
read the,
Discord? Because they're still talking about taking TikTok away.
So
right?
Discord is its own thing, and there is a chat room in there. Currently, it's for subscribers, but you can go in and voice chat on Discord as well.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can like FaceTime. You can have a phone call. You can do all the things in there and have private chats, and it's not. It's not as well monitored. But yeah, I don't go in there very often. I used to do heavy Discord for creators that I was like modding for. That's usually where the mods go.
Yeah. Oh, and my wife come home today. They had a mother daughter brunch thing, and they brought this book. I've got it's backward. Whose boat is this boat? The Trump boat book. Do you guys remember that? Somebody was like making fun of him. Anyway, I can't really show it on here. They'll probably dox or give me a violation for that, but it's a book making fun of Trump. I can't wait to
We
look
love
at
it.
it.
Anything.
Yeah.
Listen, so have you been hearing about this May Day today where people have been arrested? Of course, black women were arrested first, but what's going on
Yeah.
with, I didn't even know they were having a Bernie Sanders Day today.
Yeah, what wasn't that yesterday? Because I mean, they're starting to arrest people left and right whenever they go out in groups. And so I know yesterday they had arrested like 70 people. I've been on live all day, so
Wow.
I if they did it today, I don't know, but I know yesterday they had arrested 70 plus people, and it's just for you're in the street, there's going back to the sundown laws. You're out past dark, and you happen to be black, so we're gonna put you in the mine. Good
Oh,
luck.
and don't forget, Trumpy, the orange man, decided to cancel a desegregation order in Louisiana. I think they've done it
See,
to
and
about
that's
six other schools.
Yeah.
so
They're saying it's an
fucking-
unnecessary. They're like, it's an unnecessary burden on public schools. I'm like, you guys are the unnecessary burden on public schools, trying to fucking police them and go after them for teaching critical race
Yeah.
theory, which isn't even a thing, by the way.
And no, it's not. And I heard, guys, and please tell me that this was false information or fake news, that Harvard caved in. They had a lawsuit against the orange orangutan.
I
They
heard
said
that
they
too.
caved in, and now they're doing their dismantling of DEI and all that bullshit. Is that true?
I
hope
haven't
not.
heard that yet. Right here, 2 days ago, somebody posted on Facebook, Harvard folds renames diversity office amid pressure. Now, I don't know if
Yeah.
that's so much a fold as it is a loophole that Donald Trump likes to do, because you can call it something else, but if it's the exact same fucking thing, then you know what I mean?
I've read that they're still fighting them, but I guess the professor agrees, or the president agrees with Trump on a few things, like they need to fight more anti-Semitism on campus and stuff.
See,
That
these
was an
motherfuckers.
article I was reading today, but
I just, and when
What
I saw Columbia
anti-Semitism?
exactly, right. Well, if you
Yeah.
criticize Israel,
Yeah.
you must be an anti-Semite.
which is
Fuck off with
ridiculous,
that.
by the way.
Yeah, we had a guy in
Did
here
you guys
yesterday that was
see?
doing
Did
that
you
shit.
guys see the hundreds and hundreds of Israelis that were attacking this woman?
Yes.
Having it was so vicious and violent. They were telling her they were going to grape her. They were kicking and hitting her. She had on what did she have on, a scarf, like a scarf. They were so vile to this woman.
And a cop right there beside her the
And
whole time.
the cop was getting pushed. Nobody said a thing. Why is it that they get to be, once again, like I said, is anybody tone policing them? Is anyone telling them to
Right.
keep themselves together? This is crazy, guys. And listen, we know that this government only loyalty is not to us, we the people. It's to Israel. Period.
Israel literally hates us.
Well, and what's so
Right.
ironic though is that they accuse us of they've accused left-wing protesters of anti-Semitism, which we all know is bullshit. But I have seen a rise in anti-Semitism, but it's coming from the right. Okay, I
Yes.
just saw a video of a right-winger talking to Charlie Kirk, saying that Jews run society and they control Hollywood and all this crazy nonsense. And I'm like, this
Right.
is a pro-MAGA Trump person, right? That thinks Trump is not anti-Semitic enough himself, right? So don't let them gaslight you when they tell you that anti-Semitism is coming from the left. I've also had some crazy TikTokers come on here and say other crap as well.
Yeah.
There was this one guy, there's one TikTok account on here named Adolf Was Right. Make sure if you see it, you report it
Wow.
immediately. That goes on my friend's Pickles Live and says that Jews run Hollywood and all this nonsense, and he immediately kicks him off. So just be very wary.
I feel like I've seen that person, but another thing a lot of people miss is that Palestinians are Semites too. So if you're worried about what's happening to the Palestinian people, you're pro-Semite. So it makes no sense to call anybody
And
an
here's the thing
anti-Semite.
with that. If you really want to dig deep, which I don't think we should, because they really will shadow. If you cannot say you're a Semite when you hold on to your European roots. These These Israelis are basically Europeans.
Ashkenazi
There
Jew.
was
That's right.
that's right,
Yep.
and there was a president named Nasser in Egypt who said that the Jews left Israel black and came back white. So who are these people who now claim this movement of see? And real Jews, Hasidic Jews, they don't even like Zionists.
Right.
They will
Right.
march for Palestine. These are real, steeped in their religion, say we should never have had a homeland. It's not in our Torah. It's not
Yeah.
in the Torah. So then they're being demonized because they're fighting against Zionism. So we have to make a differentiation.
Yeah, and they lived alongside Christians and Muslims for
Yes.
thousands of years
Thousands of
without
years.
any fucking problems. And
Absolutely.
then all of a sudden,
Yep.
it's crazy.
Well,
Well, guys,
they lived in the.
oh, go ahead, Jonathan. Was that
I was just
Jonathan?
gonna say they lived in the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottomans treated them very nicely, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole history, you can explain it to a T, and even from their own Bible, talking about like Canaanites and shit, and
Yeah.
they just don't accept it. It just,
Nope.
it's like MAGA.
Yep.
Like they're just steeped in their own bullshit. So
Absolutely.
I guess it is what it is. But
And how
guys,
dare you? How dare you say that? You're anti-Semitic for saying that. How dare you?
right?
But
Yeah,
yet,
no,
but yet, childbearing hips can do the new handshake, and they say, "Oh, that's perfectly fine." He wasn't really doing that. Isn't that amazing how the Anti-Defamation League did not go crazy about that?
They say he
Yeah,
was
it's
stimming. I'm like, what?
He saw
no, the
UFO.
hypocrisy is so fucking
Yeah.
gross, and
Can we do a
I'm
quick
just
PSA, Tim?
yeah.
Because
Well,
we're
I'm at
almost
the
out of time.
yeah. Well, we are out of time, and guys, I really, really appreciate everybody being in here and everybody on the panel, and to the people that are trying to get in, I am so sorry. I know that you've been waiting for a while, but
Yes.
my wife and kids want me to come here.
They want some attention.
I didn't expect to be able to go 3 hours longer with the gifts, and I really do appreciate that. But if you would follow and hit the heart me on there, I'd really appreciate it. That way, when I go live, unless I've been bananaed, what have you.
Right.
And thank you for taking care of the panelists as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And don't
it's
forget
been a
about
tough day.
subscribing.
Yes, Paula, you know what? Take it away, because you're so much better at that than I
Everybody,
am.
if you can subscribe for 1 month, you can check it out for $2.69 a month.
Oh,
We're trying to get Tim's trying to figure out how we're gonna do the lives just for subscribers, which these type of discussions might lend itself for very well. But that would help Tim out a lot if we can get some subscriptions. We'd really appreciate it. Thanks everybody for coming. We deeply appreciate everybody's point of view, and thank you for sticking it out through the conversation so we could get to this resolution.
amen.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Thank you all.
and to note, once we get to 50, you can gift subscriptions can take place then. It's like
We'll
a
start
milestone.
gifting. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I will offer my services. I offered this in another live, and I mean this sincerely. Ask a Black person, and not for MAGA, but for y'all. No, and I mean that because there are a lot of these individuals who just are not going to encounter a Black person, or
I agree.
feel comfortable enough to ask a question, and I'm just willing to lend my services, and you can DM me.
That's
No, I
awesome.
appreciate that. And a matter of fact, Lauren, who is she's a subscriber, and she's a mainstay here. When we had a discussion about trans rights and trans issues, I'm like, look, we're all a bunch of cis people up here when we're talking about trans rights. I'd like to get, a trans person up here.
Beautiful.
And Lauren came in, so I understand what you're saying, Buffy, and I may just very well reach out to you if we need some, somebody to speak on their own issues.
Then that's all I'm saying. I'm just offering services if that's something you feel like you want to do on your platform. If not, that's okay, and I just appreciate you letting me come up and share my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and thank you guys for explaining it to me in a way that I would understand my own ignorance. So I do appreciate that. And hopefully we'll see y'all soon.
They can't explain to someone who isn't willing to listen, and you are one who has an open heart, an open mind, like Andrew, who's willing to listen to the hard things and to try to change them. So that's a good thing.
Right. And
Yeah.
people who are not so sensitive, I'm just going to be honest, they can't really handle my, Andrew, and Siren's conversations. They can't, right? Because if you're too sensitive and you're all up in your fragility, right, you're not going to like some of the hard truths that we say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you got to be tough, and you got to be humble, and you can't freak out and immediately react over everything.
You know what? I'm 43, but I got a lot of learning to do. I think we all do. Yeah.
We all do, no matter how old you get.
But, MAGA, they're perfect, according
That's
to them.
right.
So
January 6th was a love fest, the day of
right,
love.
the day of love.
So you're back on
It was an
Tuesday,
Easter
Tim?
vigil mass.
Tuesday at 1 o'clock, right? Tuesday at
Yep.
1, you're back on Central. You're not going to do any special tomorrow, right? You're just going to come back on Tuesday, right?
Tuesday, yeah, because I've got to take a trip to Tulsa, actually. So I'll be out for the weekend. And so I'll be back Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. And hopefully we see you guys there. You're all welcome to come back.
Absolutely.
I really do appreciate everybody. Thank
Great
you very
life,
much.
You
Tim.
host.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siren,
Night,
for
be
coming
safe.
back. Thank
All
you,
right.
Cyclops, for sticking around.
Have a good night.
Thank
Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Siren, for coming up.
Thank you, darling.
See ya.
First step, Cyclops. You stuck around and listened, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cyclops. We'll catch you later.